problems on the track, and yesterday Alice Buckley broke through to take a very narrow win over Lachlan, who has been very active not only in Toyotas but also in Porsches in the Sprint Challenge. He's been racing that. Last weekend he took part in the main Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 series at Sydney Motorsport Park, and then backing up this weekend in the Scholarship Series. Now, to give you an idea of what the Scholarship is all about, it's about getting a invitation to run in the main series. That was decided over the first 3 rounds of the Scholarship. This is the 4th round, and here, I guess it's about getting more miles under the belt and also trying to lock in some sort of invitation for 2024. So now, as they come around to take the lineup, as I said, Buckley took the race from Lockie Bloxham. Charlie Parker came through to 3rd spot, and it was on for young and old in 3rd. There was quite a few people involved in that. Glenn Abbott was involved, so was Mason Harvey. Unfortunately, Mason was a non-finisher, had contact with one of the other cars. The car happened to be Ryan Tomset down at turn 6, and Tomset unfortunately got a 5-second penalty that dropped him down the order somewhat. So Salvatore and Brognio came across the line in 5th behind Lincoln Taylor. Abbott finished in 6th, Connor Roberts in 7th, Shane Nowicki in 8th, Ben Stewart in 9th, and 10th spot went to Zoe Woods. Just behind them, of course, we had Carly Warner. Ryan Tomset was relegated to 12th spot. Summer Rintoul in 13th. Cruz Forrest in 14th. Hugh Zoling in 15th spot. And as I said, DNF for Mason Harvey, the son of a former Australian saloon car champion in Clint Harvey. And Clint here is mentoring him to a degree, keeping a little bit of hands away, as you do. Darren's joined me now for what will be the first race on the program, and we're just about ready to go. 5-second board is out, and that means that the green flag has been shown, and away they go. And it looks like Buxley's just got a little bit better off the line. Bloxham tries to go alongside as they head down towards turn 1. Parker in 3rd spot, and they disappear from our view momentarily as they go down through turn 1.
Great field of Toyota Gazoo Racing 86s here, Gaz, this weekend, and as we alluded to in the intro, the racing will be really, really strong indeed. So just watching them going up the back straight now and disappearing down into turn number 3. Right on the outside there is Lockie. And the number 50 charging on through there, Alice Buckley in the Vi Financial ACL car. Weighing in on it, up the inside, and that's a good bit of drive off turn number 3 for Bloxham. And then white car, they can't quite pick up the number on that one, but we've still got some terrific racing. What has been interesting, Gaz, about this series is the fact that we seem to have someone at each round that is dominating. And Liddell dominated round 1. Then we had another one of the contenders dominating round 2. Yeah, and then Max Gagan dominated the last round at Sydney Motorsport Park. And Max has got the lead in the series. In fact, he's got a healthy 50-point lead in this series. And we're seeing them go side by side across the line to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, Lincoln Taylor going down the inside of Charlie Parker as they get down towards turn 1. This is where the big battle was yesterday. While out in front, Buckley held off Bloxham for the whole of the race. It was on for young and old in 3rd position, and as you can see now, the battle is on between these 2 at the moment, and Taylor looks like but coming through is Abbott, who was fastest in the first practice session yesterday, and he's moved up a position as well. You might notice that Abbott's car has a little wing on the back of it. It is a production Toyota rather than a Scholarship Series car, but running on as an invitational vehicle amongst these cars, so very close in performance. A little bit quicker in a straight line, I might say, but other than that, very similar in performance. Doesn't seem to be as good a handler as the Gazoo Racing 86s. So they make their way out of turn 5, head down towards turn 6. And at the moment, it's Parker being relegated to 5th spot. Shane Nowicki from South Australia is the next one, followed by Brogno. Then Colin Roberts, who had Glenn Seaton helping him out over the last couple of days. Right.
Zoe Woods just got back into the top 10 now.
Oh, we got one off.
Warner.
Down at...
There's two actually down there. There's Warner and that's Summer Rintoul as well down in turn 3. And the car's continuing to battle this out. Method wheels and on the side, reminding us of the bit of action we're going to see later on today. There it is there. The 6, 7, 8, that's Lincoln Taylor, reminding us that we've got a speeds comparison going on later on today. A really interesting speed comparison that we've got. We've got a Formula car, a Dallara, a bespoke Dallara, with Dean Tye at the wheel, and he'll be going up against a rally car, a Subaru, in fact, the car that Molly Taylor drove out of Les Walkden Racing. And then we've got an off-road buggy that's going to be part of that as well. So that's going to be a really cool aspect of
well, it's an interesting scenario there. We've got Dean Tye with that Dallara is something really special because it's got a Judd Formula One engine in it. So it'll certainly wake your ears up. It's a beautiful sounding car. You can remember back to when Judd cars were in Formula One.
We were sort of hoping that we might be able to sneak a little bit of time out of the program for today and get that car to do an extra lap to see if it actually can get a lap record.
Oh, great.
So that would be really interesting if we could try and get that.
Yeah, and of course the Pro Buggy is a Holden Alloy Tech turbocharged car.
Yeah, it is twin turbocharged.
Single because maybe it is twin.
Yeah, V6, the Holden configuration, and some 700 horsepower out of that, and it was quite amazing.
It gets a lean up coming through the corners, that's for sure.
Not getting off the power, like just absolutely stays on it.
Well, we was suggesting yesterday that perhaps what it should do is cut through turns 1 and 2 because it's an off-road buggy. Well, it was the time.
Well, it was suggested that, and it was suggested not to use the link road either because it's just going to overheat the tyres. Just go straight across the grass. Here we go, just seeing the 44 coming out backwards there, the Carly Warner car. And
it's a fair bit of damage down the left-hand side and right-hand damage on the other car. So obviously there must have been a brake move happening down at turn 3. Replay coming up of what happened down at turn 3 under brakes. Here we go. We're just coming back to, we get the tail end of that as they go into the sand trap there. The sand trap doing its job, and certainly a fair bit of damage on the number 87 car, that's for sure.
Geez, I tell you what, the facility here at Queensland Raceway, if it had taken that shot back down the straight a couple of years ago, would have been a simple old yellow building, wouldn't it now? And with all the improvements and the big one that you notice coming in is that Race Fuels fuel compound or Bowsers there, which are 24/7 now, that you can come down and use those and fill up whatever events here, like there's drifting and various different test days, and you can just fill up straight on the course. So that's really handy for a race team. Of course, where Dean and I opened the show from this morning up on top of the pit building, the new viewing areas.
Multi-level building at that.
Yeah, it really is. Tony Quinn, when he wants to do something, he puts his stamp on it, doesn't he?
Yep. It doesn't do half measures, does he?
Not at all. Summer Rintoul now in the 87 JGI racing. This is really interesting because I wouldn't say the racing's been heavily willing like we've seen at the last race of each round. It's been quite a willing race, but it's just very early in this race, while the field's still compacted up, there's managed to be some fairly significant comings together.
Yeah, well, there was yesterday, very late in the race, which took Mason Harvey out of the equation down to turn 6, which is similar looking corner to this, but it's the next one after they go up to the turn 3 and 4. 4 and 5. They're sort of almost one corner, I guess, in some respects, but it is a double apex.
So let's have a look, Gaz, at the way the points are situated coming into this round. This is not corrected after yesterday's race, but coming into this round, Max Gagan leading by 50, Lockie Bloxham another 62. Then it's to Cody Bircher, Oscar Target, Marcus Liddell. Marcus Liddell's managed to hang in there after his first round, dominated 3 wins from 3 races, got the 100 points up. Matt Hillier in 6th in the title hunt, and those 3 times 100 points have got him in good stead as well. So it's a shame that we're not seeing that car here this weekend. Obviously achieved what they wanted out of the scholarship series and have managed to get that job done.
Well, Marcus Liddell's here this weekend. He's running a couple of cars, not himself personally. He's running Mason Harvey, and he's also running Ben Stewart, the 99 Motorsport outfit.
Quite a big burgeoning outfit, isn't it, the 99 Motorsport? They've got a number of cars here. Alice Buckley leading the field around and really has had a terrific lead into this weekend's event. Cars just weaving. No, they're going to go around one more time.
Yeah, so at this current point, it's Alice Buckley in front from Lockie Bloxham, Lincoln Taylor in 3rd, Charlie Parker in 4th. Then it's Ebbett, Nowicki, Tom set 2, already made up a few spots, starting out at 12th position. In Brockno, Roberts, Woods, Harvey, Stewart, Frost, Zoling, and of course we've got the other cars involved in that incident. I suspect that perhaps at the end of this lap 5, we'll be back underway. Track has been cleared. You can see they're going through the process of keeping the tyres warmed up because heat means grip.
Interestingly enough, we've only had really 2 competitive laps in this race. Yesterday, Alice Buckley in the afternoon did a 1:25.83. It wasn't the fastest lap of the race. It was that was held by Lockie Bloxham on a 1:25.77. A 1:27.6 is the best that Alice was able to do on the first couple of laps. And the lap times came yesterday on lap 2. So I would suspect restart, reset. It'll end up being lap number 6 for the race. Then lap number 7 is when the time should start to come back. And
weather conditions probably ideal at this point.
I reckon perfect air temperature. It's still just under 20 degrees.
And I think this is the first time the Toyota Gazoo Racing 86 series is being at Queensland Raceway. Just trying to remember if it had been here before, either the scholarship series or the main series. But as you can see now, they're lining up for a restart at the end of this lap.
Certainly the scholarship series has only been to Phillip Island and Sydney Motorsport Park for 2 adventures this year so far, but I'm pretty sure the Gazoo Racing series has been to Queensland Raceway. We'll get the Craig Nader and the crew from the series to update us on that. We like to try and keep across many things, Gaz. Sometimes you can't be across everything. The 50 leads into turn 1, and it is a hot pursuit with Lockie Bloxham. He knows he needs to get the car back up to speed, try and draw alongside Alice. The mind games, who's going to be the big one under brakes as the 6-7 tail remains. Just in back of shot there, the Method Wheels entry.
As you can see, Bloxham now going for the inside move at turn 3, and they hit. And that's pushed Buckley wide, and she may lose second position out of this. As you can see, Parker alongside, they've had a little bit of a rub as well. But Bloxham goes into the lead, and he might get penalised for that.
Yeah, it is a feature of one-make racing, particularly when it's so heavily controlled like this, that there will be a little bit of tete-a-tete. There'll be the odd melee here and there. And one of the good inclusions of this series is I guess, an incentive not to do that, because they do have demerit points, as Bloxham.
So he surrendered.
Buckley goes through. I'm not sure that they've got a redress rule in this. The 27, a big move there. Ryan Thompson just pushes right through there on Shane Nowicki. Gee, that was a big, bold move coming into turn 6. Well done. Thompson again.
It went better than the one yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Ebbett in the mix there as well. Looking good for a strong down there.
Now Thompson gets another spot there. He's moved ahead into what will effectively be 5th spot, getting past
that Alan Jones championships. I think you're sending a big signal when you put a 27 on the side of your car in Australian motorsport.
Well, Ferrari carried it for a long while too, didn't they? This time it's between...
Shane Nowicki just got a bit of a bang up there.
From Salvatore and Brogno.
So that will happen because they've all got the exact same brake and suspension package. There's
someone's just using it a little later.
I'm going to say, yeah, he's getting brave with it, that's for sure. And look, the opportunity is you can go deep into the corner, but you're not going to be able to do it lap after lap. No. You're going to have to, ease the car and give it some opportunity to cool, particularly the brakes around here. That really does get a hammering, and we'll see that on display when we see
Here we go again. Thompson down the inside. And he's taken out a couple in that one. That's a big hit.
Wow, the Bondi Carpets 27. That was another dive bomb. The 182's gone in there as well.
That's the Ebbett car and
Glenn Ebbett.
Looks like the other one's going to get
Charlie
out.
Parker. Okay. Charlie Parker goes away. Well, that was a big drill in the door.
Parker will be going to the pits, I would imagine.
I would think so.
Grandson of Greg Crick, actually. Greg's here, keeping an eye on him this weekend.
No, that's...
yeah, no, I'd switch that off. So we're going to go safety car again, I would imagine, or they may flag this one at this point.
Yeah, I would think we probably won't get another safety car in this one. We're 8 laps in. It's an 8-lap journey, so... sorry, it's an 11-lap journey. Yeah, they could call the result at this point in time. Certainly the field is continuing on.
So we still haven't got a yellow flag as yet, or a safety car. So they may try and run this under a local. Wave the yellow. And also, there's many moves still happening back in the field. So we're just see what's going to happen here. So Buckley has the lead back from Bloxham, but I don't think they have a redress rule in this category or any other category outside supercars. So they're continuing with the race at this stage under a local yellow, and they got
What it's done though, Gaz, is it's brought Connor Roberts right back into a podium
Checker flag
position.
out. Alice Buckley takes the win. Lachlan Bloxham just behind in second. Connor Roberts gets up the third spot. Mason Harvey's come from the back of the field up to 4th position. Lincoln Taylor in 5th. Shane Nowicki, the next one through, ahead of Zoe Woods, Salvatore and Brogno, Ben Stewart, and in 10th spot is Cruz Frost.
Just to tell you what, that coming together has given some drivers an opportunity to get inside the top 10, hasn't it? They taking each other out. Gee, there's a big run there in the 27 of Ryan Thompson. I would suggest he's got some explaining to do. After that one, it was certainly a couple of laps in a row. He made it work, and then on the third time, the dive bomb didn't really come out. Here we go in the Shannons Trophy Series, a reset. There it is. Looks to get down the inside of 2 cars. Gives the 49 a big old nudge in the back. It's given a fair old whack in the front end, and we did see a whole lot of smoke come out when he tried to get moving there as well. So I would suggest there'll be some fairly heavy conversations going on around that for the rest of today, I would suggest.
Well,
that's not going to be resolved instantly.
It's hard to imagine that car will be back out again.
Having said that, they're Gazoo Racing people. They, like many other one-make series, they bring a whole truck full of spares, and in fact, there's a whole car there basically that they can start to discuss about the parts available and how they can be utilised for the rest of the weekend. But this is going to be a pretty tricky old recovery out of that sand trap, and it gives you a great idea of the safety that these gravel traps, actually not sand traps, gravel traps do offer when a car goes off. The field streaming in behind there. We'll confirm the results of this race for you as soon as we can. Obviously, there's some discussions about making it finalised. But in the back of shot here, once this recovery is done, you can see the facility and all of the new aspects of it. And the car sitting there just with the recovery continuing on. Motorsport Australia officials there, front and centre, going through it. There it is, Gaz. Alice Buckley in the number 50 takes 2 from 2. Is she going to take 3 from 3 like Matt Hillier and Max Gagan have done over the last couple of rounds?
Indeed. Lockie Bloxham in second. Connor Roberts came across the line in third. Mason Harvey, as we said, from the back of the field up to fourth. Lincoln Taylor, Shane Nowicki, Zoe Wood, Salvatore Ambrogno, Ben Stewart, Cruz Frost rounded out our finishers.
1:25 there by Alice Buckley. So yesterday's fastest lap was done by Lockie Bloxham. So Alice managed to get there through in 11th. Hugh Zockling and non-finishers there. Charlie Parker, Glenn Ebbett, Ryan Thompson, Carly Warner and Summer Rintoul 2 laps behind there. So really shame to see that car stricken like that, the number 27 from Bondi Carpets with Glenn Ebbett right alongside there. It is going to be a really big snatch and pull by the Motorsport Australia recovery ute there. And we're just slowly getting things underway to get that recovery done. Up next, of course, is the Formula Open for their second race of the weekend. 13 laps with the open wheelers, and really looking forward to seeing the fastest open wheelers in this country getting out there and doing battle. The F3s and F4s both mixing it up together. Brought to us by Race Fuels, and as I mentioned, the fantastic new facility here that Race Fuels have bought, permanent facility for delivering all of the right racing fuels for your race car here to the track, and they do a tremendous job, of course, backing it in next weekend again here at QR with the Shannons Speed Series, doing all of that there as well. So looks like we're about getting set to go and talk to our race winners down there in the scrutineering bay. Of course, all these cars strictly getting parc fermate after every race, and we're looking forward to getting down there. So we see the Tomset car removed now, the 182 of Ebbett. We look forward to seeing removed from the gravel trap here at Queensland Raceway. Normally, the Toyota's reserving that kind of action for races later on in the day as we go to Dean Herridge with our winners from the Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Your team down here at Parc Ferme after another enthralling 86 scholarship race. And Alice, you've done it again. That's 2 from 2, but you're under a lot of pressure.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't give me any room at all. Oh, it was a good race, lots of battling, but yeah, it's very difficult in these cars, especially I'm doing double duties this weekend, so going back and forth hasn't been easy, and then the competitiveness of this class doesn't make it easy.
Do you think, some would say that potentially jumping in and doing more laps would be a beneficial thing? You're saying, no, sort of getting your head around each car is making it a little more difficult on you. Yeah,
because I'm racing XLs and the 86, so front wheel versus rear wheel, it's tougher, and this track is a simple track, and sometimes that makes it way more difficult to get the handle of things. So
it's 2 from 2. I saw you elated yesterday. There's going to be the final race today. It looks like it's going to be on for young and old again, though. Are you looking forward to that one?
Oh no, not yet, maybe later, but bit nervous at the moment, especially after that race. Lockie's got a lot of pace, so we'll see how we go, hopefully.
The adrenaline's up, well done. We'll bring Lockie over. Of course, joined us in Sydney and was on the podium there. You've done it again, mate. You are chasing Alice. It is close out there.
Yeah, no, she's got a lot of pace under her and she's driving really well this weekend. I'm trying to keep the pressure up and got in front, but it probably wasn't the way I wanted to do it, so I gave the spot back. And no, it was a good race with her, and hopefully we can go again this afternoon.
I was going to say, did you readdress? We're talking about it in the commentary as well. So you did. You sort of wanted to get that back pass and go, if we're going to make it count, I don't want the stewards to come involved and make a call.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have done anything about it, but I don't know. I didn't really want to get it done like that. She was giving me heaps of room, and I was trying to give her as much as I could as well. So have you got? What's the chances around here? I mean, when the cars are so equal, are you sort of learning her craft and where she's strong and where you are? You've got a bit of a plan of attack for the next race? Yeah, I think. Well, it's been my home track. I haven't even really done that many laps around here in an 86. So I think with Alice and the amount of laps she's done around here in her 86, I'm just learning, following her, and I am learning some different stuff. So hopefully I can bring that into play for the next race. Another
great result, though, because like I said, we spoke to you in Sydney, so you're racking up the podiums. That must be confidence-inspiring for you as well.
Yeah, I think after a few good results in the national round and in the Porsche as well, it's really honing my skills as a driver and stuff like this. It's really good battling with Alice and battling with different drivers and picking up on different sort of skills. Yeah.
We're loving it the whole way, so congratulations. We're going to bring Connor in as well. Connor Roberts, congratulations on your podium result there. It was all happening in front of you, and you sort of did a little bit of a Bradbury potentially, but you got to be in there.
Yeah, I was coming ninth and I passed 3 cars, corner before on the brakes, and then come around the corner as 3 cars crashed out and I ended up third. So, yeah, it was awesome.
You take it when you can, but it is close and you're battling hard out there.
Yeah, everyone's battling hard. It's definitely a close field, but, yeah, I'm just happy to be a part of it.
And the thing is, for the next race, if you're now going to obviously start in a stronger position, can you fight the leading couple at the moment or not?
Yeah, I'll just go with them, try to keep up with them with their pace, and I think I should be pretty good. I think I'll be all right, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Love to see you in the next race. Well done for this one. Team, cracking start here for the Shannons Trophy Series. And, of course, next up is Formula Open, and we're live and free all today.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Wonderful. Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at Queensland Raceway for round 2 in the inaugural season of the Shannons Trophy Series. It looks pretty familiar to what we used to call our great mate, the Shannons Nationals, and why not? It was a success for many, many years. Australian Formula Open cars making their way out onto Queensland Raceway. They enjoyed a magnificent weekend in the spotlight with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series at their last round at the Bend Motorsport Park over in Tailem Bend, South Australia. A very big welcome to Queensland Raceway, to the Australian Formula Open, and an icon of the Australian motorsport commentary booth, Richard Craill, has joined me in the booth here. A guy who knows this series, knows these cars exceptionally well. Welcome, Richard.
Daz, icon stretching it just a little bit too far, I think. But thank you. Good morning to you and to everyone watching on at home or here at Queensland Raceway. Cracking day for racing, just on 18 degrees this morning at QR, top in the low 20s. Perfect conditions for racing, and looking forward to this after what was a cracking race yesterday, won by Trent Grubel in the Tim Macro Racing Dallara F312. But the man to watch is Chris Gilmore in car number 17, the former Australian Drivers' Champion. Starts on the outside of the front row. He started 4th yesterday and led into turn 1. No one starts a Formula 3 car better than Chris Gilmore, and that is fact. It's not even speculation. Ryan Howe and Miles Bromley go off the second row of the grid for this one, and a mixture in Australian Formula Open of Formula 3 cars with Ryan Astley and former Gold Star champion John Collins off the third row of the grid. And F4 cars is a mixture. There's 2 classes in AFO1 and AFO4. There's a couple of other classes in the middle of there to accommodate other wings and slicks Opal Millers. So Brady Norris off the front row in the AFO4 class. In the ATI Sport McGar, Ryan McMillan, the teenager for Patrizzi course, the team headed up by Michael Patrizzi, former Supercars and international racer. Christian Janev, unfortunately, with big dramas in his car yesterday, had an engine failure and they won't make the start today. We'll touch on that as the race goes on. And young Thomas Gallagher going off the back of the field out of number 12. The 12 cars to take the start. Great race yesterday. Took Trent Grubel 8 laps to get past Chris Gilmore in a car that should, in theory, be quicker. But it was a cracking show, and the expectation is that Gilmore should lead the field down into turn 1 this morning as well, Darren.
Richard, you and I watched this race from the top of the pits yesterday, and giggling like a couple of schoolboys watching old Gunstar Gilmore come through. And it was even better at the end of the race when he pulled his helmet off and there's some grey hairs starting to come through on Chris, and he was so happy, wasn't he?
Well, Chris and I are about the same age, and we started Formula 3 at about the same time as well, way back. 20 years Chris has been driving these cars. It's no wonder he can get them off the line well. And you can see the Gilmore Racing All Properties Group number 17 car angled across to the right-hand side of the road to start this one. 13 laps the duration for Australian Formula Open at Queensland Raceway. Trent Grubel pointing across to Gilmore. The two look like they're going to converge, but there's no question that Chris Gilmore gets off the line better than everybody, and Ryan Howe's actually going to beat his teammate into turn 1 as well. So the race 1 winner is going to be third going into turn 1. Chris Gilmore, as predicted, leading the way through. A good start also from John Collins, the bright yellow nose of the number 1 Gilmore racing car. He's up a couple of spots from 6th up to 4th place. Good start. He leads the battle on for 2nd and 3rd.
Great to see a couple of legends of Australian Formula 3 racing putting their backsides back in Formula 3 cars. Had a good chat to John yesterday. He was scratching his head about the tyre, which is a last-minute ring-in for this round. And I'd say thank goodness, because the Hankook tyre factory has suffered a... Well, it's burnt down.
Let's be honest, it burnt down. Whoa,
and the Giddy tyre has been... big dive there, so
almost chucks it off the road at 4. So Collins launched a big go down the inside of Bromley at turn 4. Got it down the inside, and there was really good racing room given between the two of them, but had a big tank slapper on corner exit. Yeah, John was one struggling with this new tyre yesterday and struggled to get car number 1 switched on in that race. Already a better performance, but Gilmore out early, a second the margin. Early in this lap, Trent Grubel had to make ground on Bromley early, and he did the send around the outside of turn 3 on that opening lap. Great cold tyre confidence for Trent Grubel, and was able to commit to that move, so he'll go out after our race leader.
So Bromley just gets that relegation position. Chris Gilmore enjoying the fresh air out in front again. And we look a little bit back down further in the FO1, and here is this great battle taking place as well. This is the 27, and Howe coming back through. Yes. And there's the first of our Formula 4 cars, or FO4, in the current Formula Open specifications.
Yeah, Ryan Howe dropped a lot of spots early. Not a great start for one of the Tim Macro Racing sextet they've got here this weekend. 5 F3 cars. Down towards turn 6. Gilmore being chased down by Grubel, who is pulling margin out, but as Chris proved yesterday in race 1, getting to the back of one of these cars is one thing, overtaking very much another, and Chris has been racing these cars for 20 years, so he knows better than anybody about how to position them, how to make the aero work for you, how to take the air off the front wing in the car that's chasing you, and how to hold on to a race lead. Grubel on lap 2 sets, quickest lap of the race. They'll go a little bit quicker than that as it goes on. They're in the low 1 minute 07s already. Back in the AFO4 fight.
It's quite a significant difference in the cars. The wheel sizes give it away immediately. And on the rear shot, these cars have got the 2 plane rear wings. All of them have, but the F3 cars, the second plane is a lot lower in the wing box off the back of the car. There we are there, the All Properties group supporting this series this year and doing a terrific job. And the guy out in front in number 17, stamping his own name all across it, isn't he?
Yeah, and puts his money where his mouth is, Chris, and he's a real estate salesman, so his mouth's pretty good as well. But he puts $500 around up for the pole award, which is great to see, and getting back on the grid this weekend for Gilmore Racing. And they're all building up to the final race at 20 laps, which will be for the Errol Gilmore Trophy, which is the big one for the weekend. And racing for Chris's dad, the patriarch of Gilmore Racing, a team that started in 2003 and ran Chris to second in the 2004 Australian Formula 3 Championship to Carl Reindler, and then won the national class, and then built up towards winning the Gold Star in 2012, which was a huge accomplishment for a little Queensland team. And for a while there it was Dad and Mum and Lad go racing. I saw Jenny Gilmore here yesterday, which was great. Good to catch up with Jenny. She always used to come to the racetrack with the fresh baked cookies. We do miss Errol, who was one of the nice human beings in the sport. We lost him a couple of years ago, and now racing in his memory. And Gilmore Racing here with 2 cars with Johnny Collins up in 4th place, chasing down Miles Bromley. Trent Grubel still second, the margin just 0.6 of a second for the race lead. So we're going to have a repeat of what we saw yesterday with Trent Grubel in the later model F312 Dallara going out after what is now quite an old race car in the form of Chris Gilmore's 2007 spec Dallara with Mercedes-Benz power.
Just watching the motorcar Tim Macro racing car, sorry, the Transdig car, Ryan Howe, and the F308 coming through as well in the 27, pushing his way back through the field as well, trying to get into that all-important top 5, even further up here for Ryan. He's done a fastest lap in the process at a 106.53. So sending a pretty clear signal. He's got the pace, just got to get on with it and see him get to the end of this race and drag in some more points as these cars bobble their way down into turn number 3. If you've got any bumps in your track, these cars will find it out. That is for sure. They'll bounce their way across the top of the smallest of undulations in a racetrack. And we get a good look at the front of these guys coming through 5 and work their way up through to 6 now.
Yeah, Ryan Howe's quite quick and just set the quickest lap of the race. He had some clean air, so he's punching out good lap time. He's getting past Winston van der Hoven, the 17-year-old from Curry. He's an apprentice baker, believe it or not, in his day-to-day business, but came out of go-karting and stepped up into the main game.
Just noticed Ryan Howe, hands getting up, getting maybe a little bit of cramp in his fingers or something, stretching them out on the straight there. Interesting to see that, and we can see that very noticeably in these cockpits with these cars. You can almost see them change their mind if they haven't got mirrored lenses on, which all of them have here in the Queensland sun today.
Now, I think Trent Grubel's got Chris Gilmore too, Daz. I think there's been a change of the lead at the front. It was up at turn 3, which is where it happened yesterday, and now Gilmore looking to fight back, but Grubel puts his car right down the inside of the racing line at turn 4. So he'll be slow on the exit here, but I think that's all he needs to do, and he'll pull the margin. That 2012 spec Dallara's got a lot of downforce, a lot of aero, especially relative to the 07 car that Chris Gilmore's driving. So he was able to get by, and this has brought Miles Bromley in, who just bowls it a little bit wide at turn 6. But it'll be a good battle now to see if he can get himself up with Gilmore, who now just needs to make sure he can hold on to second place to get himself off the line for the feature race later on this afternoon. But Trent Grubel now finds himself in front. It happened at turn 3. I checked the timing intermediate. We weren't watching it, but I checked the timing, and he was very close across the start-finish line. So a good slipstream effect down this back straight in turn 3. Such a good overtaking opportunity. We're about to see the same with Miles Bromley now. Looking to put a move on Gilmore, who defends. Moves back quite a long way, to be fair. A little bit cheeky there, perhaps, from the Queenslander, but gave just enough room for Bromley to run it round the outside. And he's just going to have enough of a wheel to go down the inside here at turn 4. And that's one of the joys at racing at Queensland Raceways. You can set that pass up on the entry to turn 3 and get the pass done about 600 metres later around the lap. And that's a nice move. And young Miles, another 17-year-old from Brisbane, moves himself up to second position. Nice pass.
Very nice pass indeed. And as you called it like poetry there, Richard, it was set up at the entry to the last corner, and he did a very, very good job. Now has to try and get out after Trent Grubel. That car is still running the livery. It was on display at the Formula 1 Grand Prix earlier on this year, and they've kept that dark red livery, I guess it is, on the car, and it looks pretty strong on track. But out after them now. This is another battle. A good look at here now with Ryan Howe and John Collins. Ryan probably needs to spend some time going up against a really experienced campaigner like John Collins. At the moment, John's going, I really wish I could just sort of drive away, but he's not even been able to get the car to turn in there. I noticed at turn 6 a couple of laps ago, he was pushed wide, so just not being able to get this tyre package switched on like the others have so far.
It was a big dive from Ryan Howe, Daz, and yes, the door was open, but he did come from a long way back, and he's going to get it here. Collins is really battling with car number 1. Yeah, and just struggling to get the thing out of turn 4. It's got a massive amount of oversteer, which is when the rear wants to overtake the front, and you can see him working with the wheel, but just has a little hesitation down the inside, and that's forced Ryan Howe to go wide. So there's an opportunity to come back here. And he'll get good drive out, and Howe moves his car across the driver's right. Turn 1's a big place to make a move in an F3 car because it's huge commitment, lots of aero, and quite bumpy on the turning. As you can see, they use some of that pit exit to get the car, the racetrack, as wide as they can to open the entry up so they can carry more mid-corner speed through turn 1, which in these cars is about 195 k's an hour. Pop a quick aero corner.
John Collins out over onto the concrete apron there, using every bit of hard surface available here at Queensland Raceway, and this is what we enjoyed in one of the most fearsome battles in the championship between two drivers a number of years ago with John, and he was in it for a penny, in it for a pound, as they used to say. But John, a fierce driver in anything, and good to see him back. Has done some racing with his mum in the Radicals with Sue over recent times, but getting his backside back into a Formula 3 car has been fantastic. But that car, Ryan Howe, now has just driven away and got a nice gap on. They've just put a lap down on the number 16 there, which is a Formula 4 spec outfit from Hanning Huang in the Miguel M14.
Oh, who's that parked off driver's right there, exit final corner, so there'll be a waved yellow flying. I tell you what, if Ryan Howe got track position, he's going to be dangerous. That's the 25 Tim Macro racing car of Gallagher, so he's stopped on the outside. I think it could be out of harm's way there. It's a long way across on driver's right. It's about where Christian Janev's car expired yesterday. Unfortunately, they came into the weekend with an ailing engine and the spare still being rebuilt in this time of supply chain issues, and getting parts is still a challenge. So unfortunately, they came in with a view to limp young Christian through the weekend, but unfortunately it blew up quite spectacularly midway through the race, brought a safety car out. It was quite a long recovery, and the race finished under yellow. But if Ryan Howe gets the thing off the line in the feature race later afternoon, he is going to be very dangerous, because the 27 car's got excellent speed, and now he's cleared John Collins. He's gone out and set the quickest lap of the race, and by a decent margin too, in the mid-106s. So he's going out after Chris Gilmore. He's got about 3 seconds to find to get himself on the podium. So he's got really good car speed, does Ryan. He just can't get the thing off the line, so you give up so much track position early. When the competition's this close, it becomes very difficult to execute on the car speed that you've got. Another quickest lap last time around, 6.4 for young Ryan, who made his mark, remember, in a older spec Audi in Australian GT competition. In particular, a big crash over at Wanneroo that opened up the nature of the fact that he was looking for some funds and struggling to get money. He's done a little bit of a reboot in his career to open up in open wheel racing. So, talented youngster, certainly got lots of car speed. The other thing, Darren, to talk about is this Jimmy tyre. It's quite durable. It switches on quite quickly, so it's quite a soft compound. John Collin won't be enjoying that at the moment. But also, it keeps producing lap time a long way into the race. In that respect, it's like the old Kumo that Formula 3 used to use, and then it's very durable and gets quicker as the race goes on. John's got some serious balance issues in car number 1, really struggling on the exit of turn 4 in particular, with the thing wanting to swap ends on him. And good catch there, slips, catch, fielding kind of reactions for the New South Welshman.
John was able to analyse the 3 different sorts of tyres he's raced on in F3 yesterday, and he said this one, the sidewall is very, very soft, and he said that's where I'm losing my confidence. I haven't felt it's all of a sudden gone. You can see, he goes, I can even look over and see the tyre moving, which often Formula drivers will do to get the reaction they think they're feeling through the steering wheel. This is for position.
Van Lahoven goes around the outside and he'll get better drive off, but Colin's aware of that. Let's just have a look at the behaviour of car number 1 down here at turn 4. It might not be representative because he is having to defend his position. I love the shark teeth on the nose of that car, like a World War II fighter plane. And again, really struggling through 4, and you could see the Tim Macro racing car had a pretty good run, but wasn't able to get that pass into 5, which in itself is a very quick corner in these cars with all the downforce and the aero they've got. Young Norris leads the AFO 4 class. He's in 7th position outright. He's got a 3.5 second lead over car number 77 and then 21 running in 3rd place. And kudos to Motorsport Australia Race Control for letting this race continue with that car stranded there on driver's right. So we'll go full distance, the field on the final lap, and Trent Grubel out by 2.7 seconds.
Still exercising his hand in the straight line there as well, which is often something, neck and hands in these sort of cars, because they've only got a one-handle grip here, but this is, again, look at that understeer exit on the corner there.
So 3rd place.
Tough one.
3rd place on the last lap. Chris Gilmore under pressure. He'll be happy starting 3rd. He led the race starting 4th yesterday, so he won't be too disappointed if he's there either, because he'll be pretty confident he'll be able to lead them into turn 1. But this is the fight for the final step on the podium. Out in front, though, Trent Grubel is going to make it 2 from 2. He's got a comfortable lead over Miles Bromley. And as they come to the checkered flag, it's going to be Trent Grubel who grabs the race win. He's 2 from 2 in round 4 of Australian Formula Open. Bromley, that's a really good drive. He had to fight for that, passed some cars, got himself to 2nd, and bought himself a ticket to the front row for the final. And then Chris Gilmore holds out Ryan Howe for the final step on the podium in race 2.
Trent Grubel needed that. He needed a confidence boost in that car. Working with Paul Stevenson, Formula 3 racer of, 20 plus years ago as well down there, was working with Brandon Scammell at Tailem Bend, and he's been getting some good results there. So he really needed that. He's a driver that rides on confidence, and that will certainly help him no end going into the final race for this weekend at about 2:15 this afternoon.
Yeah, and again, start will be critical. So there's 2 things here that Gilmore is clearly the best starter in these cars and will get that thing off the line brilliantly. There's almost a guarantee of that. And then the action will be to defend. But the problem is the race is 7 laps longer than this. So it took 7 laps for Grubel to get past. So Gilmore's going to have to maximise that. They'll go and tune that car up. I wonder if it seemed quite exposed down the back straight, and it's hard to defend there when you get the toe coming out of turn 2. But I wonder if they make a few changes to make that car better through turn 2 to try and cover off what will be a flying Trent Grubel. So confirmation of results, thanks to Racefuels for their support, of course, in Australian Formula Open. Trent Grubel and Miles Bromley 1 and 2. Chris Gilmore next. Ryan Howard's 4th. John Collins, they'll go and throw the setup book at car number 1 to try and get it to behave itself over 20 laps this afternoon. Otherwise, he's going to be a tired boy. Winston Van Lahoven, I thought, drove quite well. Had to race his way to 6th place. Then Brodie Norris up into 6th. It's not Christian Janev in 7th. There has been a change there. It is the 77 car, though, second in AF04. And 3 cars, unfortunately, failing to make it to the end. We didn't see what happened to Astley in that, did we, in the 99? He didn't actually make it beyond the opening lap of that race. So that's a shame. Hopefully he can get back out for the finale. But good racing, Darren, through Australian Formula Open. It's great to see Wings and Slicks open wheelers still going along nicely. Cool to see Formula 3 cars as well. Big part of my life. And they're pretty spectacular to watch. And I'm looking forward to the fight for the Errol Gilmore Trophy a little bit later on this afternoon here at Queensland Raceway.
Couldn't agree more, Richard, and certainly the respect shown to Errol by the naming of that trophy in his name is fantastic. Motorsport Australia and Tim Macro worked very, very hard all of last year to make sure that this series came off. So Timmy needs to be congratulated. He was a very big winner in Australian open wheeler racing over many, many years, and including all of the development driving of what we now know as S5000. So very, very respected member of Australian open wheel racing, and a talented businessman and engineer in the background now these days is Tim Macro. And still enjoying motorsport. In fact, he said, I don't know anything else, so best I make the most of what I've done here.
No, I can relate. Tim and I have been doing this for about the same amount of time as well. And, had good fortune. Called every single one of his Formula 3 race wins, Timothy, and all of his S5000 wins as well. Very, very good racing driver. But one of those with the potential of, could have, should have, would have, had they come from the rich family gene pool, potentially could have gone and had an opportunity overseas. Nevertheless, forged a remarkable career here in Australia and now building a very strong race team. And really impressive to see what he's been doing. And actually, young Miles Bromley, who finished second in that race, works full-time for Tim down in his workshop in Melbourne's southeastern suburbs, which is incredible. I've been there. It's incredibly busy. And the best thing about it, it's next door to Peter Macro Automotive, his great dad, who's one of the all-time legends of Australian motorsport, and not enough stories have been told about his remarkable career, but they're next door to each other, which I think is great.
It's probably a name, Peter Macro, that we need to get on the Race Fuels Grassroots Racing podcast and dig deep into that story.
Repeat that, you're very quiet.
So we will pause just for a moment now. We have got a very special bit of activity coming on track in just a few moments' time. Michael Stratus from Motorsport Australia will join me and we will have a look at a speed comparison. Back in a moment.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 1346 46 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
One of the cool on-track activities happening here at round 2 of the Shannons Trophy Series here at Queensland Raceway is the speed comparison. And standing with me now is the guy steering this weapon, Dean Ty. Tell us all about this machine.
So the car is a 395 Dallara Formula 3 car, and the engine is a 4-litre Leighton House March Formula 1 engine.
Straight away, that means speed to me and G-forces. Tell us about this track and what you're coping with as the steerer.
Well, we do about 280 down the back and pulls about bit over 3G through turn 1 and turn 2.
Now, you're known as being a hill climb sort of superstar here in Australia, but this is not your hill climb car because you've told me it's too heavy and too big, which seems crazy. Tell us about the weights and the speed of this thing.
Well, we used to run this as a hill climb car. We ran this for 3 or 4 years as a hill climb car, and then we worked out that maybe it's not the perfect car for what we want to do. So this one weighs 540 kilos with me in it and makes just under 700 horsepower.
And that's still too heavy and too big for hill climbs nowadays?
Yes, too big and too heavy for hill climbs, that's correct.
Perfect for a speed comparison though, and you were telling me before, you pull some big Gs around here. It's pretty big on the body.
Oh yeah, very much so. I go to the chiropractor every Tuesday after I run it, so straighten yourself back out.
And even got some nice livery on there. Who's the movie fan in the family, mate?
Oh, we're all movie fans. My daughter came up with the idea, so all covered in Marvel characters, and this obviously being the Dallara, this one, and the other car's called an Empire, so that's obviously Star Wars.
Love the theming going on. And the last one, apparently you are very close to an outright lap record around here. Is that what you're pushing for, or are you just trying to play the game in the speed comparison?
No, I play the game in the speed comparison. I haven't driven around this circuit since 2009, so I'm sort of warming up to it. I think the record's in touch, but we'll see how we go. A bit more development, a bit more change in the car. We can get that, I think.
I know you're better than that, mate. You're going for it.
Oh, no, but we're not doing a full lap.
Oh, okay, so standing start.
Standing lap. So that was a 106.4 standing lap we did that time, and the outright record's a 104. So in a flying lap, I'm pretty sure I could get a 104.
All right, well, let's not let you loose on a flying lap, but have fun, mate. Awesome to have you here.
No, Dean. Good to talk to you. Thanks, mate.
In the Subaru WRX STI gravel rally car, Cameron Henry, you are the pilot of this machine in the speed comparison, and you're having some fun out there.
Yeah, having plenty of fun, actually. Straight off the Australian Rally Championship in Gympie last week. Dusted the car off, put off the trailer, now at a tarmac track, so yeah, can't complain about that.
Having fun, but you just said it, you've even got the gravel tyres on it. Did you bother to even tweak the suspension or an adjustment, or you run it full gravel spec?
Nah, full gravel spec. So this is the next factory Subaru car that Molly Taylor drove, so I don't want to touch the car. It's a full gravel spec, got a restrictor, running 2 litre, 6-speed PPG sequential, and I haven't actually taken the tyres off the car from the last stage at the rally, so.
That make it a handful around the track like this, tarmac, the tyres be rolling over, the suspension's soft. I'm sure the fun's up, but it's not going to be your fastest lap around here ever.
Yeah, no, I can't keep it straight. Every corner, sideways, chasing that off-road buggy around here with an Australian champ in it. It's pretty difficult, but very fun, yeah.
Speaking of Australian champ, you mentioned before this was the ex-Les Walkden built car that Molly Taylor. This is the championship winning car. That's probably why you're saying it's set up for me. I want to keep it in this right gravel trim so you can steer it in its home, which is obviously out in the forest.
Yeah, exactly. So after Molly drove it, Simon Evans drove it for a few events, and I've not touched the thing. I'm like, if I can drive like him, I'm doing all right, but slowly getting there, but one day.
And you're having fun out there. I mean, some amazing machines that you're out here. The weather's beautiful. What a fantastic thing to sort of put your car up against and have a bit of fun out there on track.
Any day you can do a skid's a good day. It doesn't matter if it's tarmac or dirt, so you're having lots of fun.
Great having you here, and good luck out there. Give it to them.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
One of the biggest cars I've seen on a racetrack, this big four-wheel drive, and the off-road champion, Ryan Taylor. Great to have you out here in the speed comparison.
Yeah, it's great to be out here. It's a lot of fun and different to what we're used to doing, so yeah, having a ball.
First and foremost, probably the cleanest you've been for a while.
Yeah, it's like I got out of the shower, mate, yeah.
But a big beast, purpose-built, this is so foreign for it, but you're actually having fun out there steering. What's the challenges about it?
The challenges is trying to keep those two, Dean and Cameron, behind me, not knowing where they are on the track, and just sort of looking off to the side and just sort of seeing they're catching us, because obviously it's not designed for this, but having a ball.
Now, talk us through it. It looks like a giant. What sort of power are we talking about? It's got obviously huge suspension travel. What size are these tyres? Give us a bit of a snapshot on this amazing machine.
Yeah, okay. So it's a US import. It's a Taylor Motorsports buggy, purpose-built for off-road racing. 37-inch Toyo tyres we run on the rear and 37-inch Tensor tyres on the front. Big King shocks. We've got about sort of 700 or 800 horsepower at a disposal and a 5-speed sequential Albans gearbox.
It's up in boogies, and you must have a huge amount of travel, which you don't need out here. Have you tweaked it at all for this speed comparison, or you run it as you run off-road?
The only tweak we've really done is probably up the tyre pressures a little bit, just so there's not as much sidewall flex, and we've stiffened up the rear suspension so it just sits on a heavier spring in the back. But other than that, she's race ready for us.
Is it making it hard around here on a circuit? It looks like probably under brakes and trying to get this thing slowed up in the right manner is probably going to be the hardest thing for you to try and tackle over the next couple of days.
Yeah, she wants to get off the black stuff onto the dirt a fair bit, so I'm trying to keep it on there, and just trying to. It's totally different. So just trying to get the feel for the braking is the biggest thing. Yeah, accelerating's fine, but the thing just wants to slide through every corner, which is good to watch, but maybe not so good for the car.
Have you thought about a shortcut across into the dirt?
Every time, yeah. If I see him catching me too much, I think it might happen tomorrow, so see what happens.
I love it. So there we go. There are the cars, some amazing cars and amazing drivers out there doing the speed comparison. Let's see how this one plays out.
So the speed comparison cars come down. There's Dave Morrie lining them up there, the event director, and we'll go down to Dean Herridge in the lane.
And off-road champions getting set up in the big four-wheel drive. Of course, we've got Dean Ty coming up alongside in his open wheeler. So timed run through here to try and sort of get this speed comparison underway. So the big four-wheel drive underway first, of course, with Ryan Taylor. Next up, Cameron Henry in the Subaru. Now a bit of a delay, but have a look at this thing take off with Dean Ty here on the start, and then we'll go to you guys for the run through the track. It's quite a delay. They're trying to get the timing right, see if we can get them across the line at the same time. And here he goes. Let's have a listen to this.
Fantastic sounding race car. Thanks very much down there, Dean. Really appreciate getting a good look at those cars off the line. Now Ryan Taylor, heavy under brakes, those purpose-built Tensor tyres on the front. They're just grappling for grip. Look at the car roll through here. This car, as we mentioned, the championship winning car for Molly Taylor. Molly will probably be here next weekend with the Shannons Speed Series and the TV crew for that one, but this car got plenty of pedigree, and Cameron Henry giving it a really good push out there on track, coming through turns 4 and 5 now. Have a look at that, Gaz. That's a bit of fun.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's not going to help you win the time challenge, but you want to keep it as straight as you can, but rally cars are used to going.
So they come back down there. It's, Dean Ty's gone through in that Judd F1. The Palmer Honda, I guess, relegated power plant now in there as well. Ralph Bellamy done a lot of the aero on that. And across the line they go. And it goes to the off-road buggy, the Method Wheels North Brisbane car, the Tatum chassis and Elbin's gearbox takes it out there. No, in fact, it's just been switched around. Dean Ty takes the win from Taylor and Cameron Henry, and it looks like Taylor's still into it. He's like, I'm going to do another lap here, or is he just hurrying to get back?
Yeah, don't they get a lean up these things? As I've mentioned before, the rally cars used to going sideways, so I suppose it's no different whether it's dirt or on the bitumen.
I can't believe they haven't taken the law into their own hands and just headed across the infield to cut Dean Ty off.
If I was in that off-road buggy, I would have gone straight across the infield. Holden Alloy Tech V6 twin-turbo powered Pro Buggy. Pro Buggies, of course, run in the Motorsport Australian Off-Road Championship.
Gee, isn't that growing stronger and stronger over the last few years? It's just been getting massive, the off-road championship. In fact, so has Rally. Rally in Australia now is picking up. There's a whole lot of new of those R5 cars. The Group N cars still have their place, as do the production rally cars or the PRC cars. But certainly you need to have yourself a good piece of kit under you in the Australian Rally Championship in season 2023. And I certainly recommend to everyone to jump on YouTube and have a look at what the Evans family do with a bit of fun with their racing in the Off-Road Championship. Very entertaining series of videos that they've put together.
They do the SXS
side by side.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's easier to say that, isn't it?
It is. They are not coming down to Speed Cafe Victory Lane at the moment, but obviously we will have another speed comparison. But gee, that was over pretty quickly, wasn't it? Dean Ty around the lap in a 1:10.82. He did a 1:06 yesterday, and the lap record is a 1:04.
Actually,
so
he did a 4 in on Thursday, on Friday.
Okay. Well,
car's there.
There's the results. Dean Ty. Sorry, that's our Formula 3 in position number 2 there with John Collins. He certainly wasn't out there, but it was Ryan Taylor that got through there, and in that Tatum chassis off-road buggy. Have a look at it. What a beast. They really are super entertaining, these things.
If you ever get a chance to watch a bit of off-road racing, the way these pro buggies work, if you watch them head on, you'll see the wheels all doing the work and the suspension, and the actual chassis of the car stays at the one lap.
Yeah. No, they've got, the 60 centimetres or 600 millimetres of shocker travel to absorb what the road throws at them. And Gaz, I have never been to the event. You've been to Fink, and those kind of events with those kind of buggies, they're just massive. The ruts in the road and the way they keep them on the road.
Yeah, and they get a fair pace up too when they get down on, particularly up at the Fink, they get down towards the Fink end of the first leg, where it really flattens out a lot and they can get some real good speed up. And you get the other classes. We've got Pro Light, which is the 3.5 litre charge.
So pit lane empty at the moment, Gaz. Just want to touch on something. Right down the end of pit lane there, you can see a bright yellow front bumper hanging out there. That's Nick Smith's sports sedan. He gave me the thumbs up on the way into the booth this morning, so he'll be out in the sports sedans for those that are on Nick Smith watch here this weekend.
And there's a lot of them.
There is. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more at round 2 of the Shannons Trophy Series here from Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Wonderful. Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic Race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Wonderful. Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
They were so quick on their opening run that we've had to make them jog across here. So Formula Open podium here at the Speed Cafe, Victory Lane. And, of course, the winner doing a fabulous job. Well done, Trent. Fabulous job. You're saying it's hard work out there. It's a pretty bumpy track for you guys.
Yeah, it's a pretty bumpy track. Didn't have the best to start as well, so kind of had to fight way back to the front with that one. But once we got there, just put our head down and kept going forward with it.
Which is exactly what happened yesterday. So you're doing it the hard way. You're having to pass. Is that more fun or a bit more stress related? Like you said, they're getting there on the starts.
Yeah, no, definitely don't like to make it too easy for myself over a weekend. Otherwise, it's a little bit boring. But no, like Chris's starts are just insane. He's a rocket off the line. So hopefully for the next one, I can do a bit better job and manage to lead the whole entire race. But I kind of doubt it, to be honest with you.
He is very good off the start, and that's what happened yesterday. So you're having to find ways and poke your nose through, and then these open wheelers, that can be a bit dicey when it gets bumpy on the brakes too.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's always very interesting when we're coming into that braking zone and we're banging wheels, but it is great fun. It's really good to race hard like that, and it's, just big smiles on my face about it.
Of course, wins are fantastic, but this is helping your championship, extending that lead with these victories as well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, a race win is always important, but we look at the big picture and the championship's the main focus. So this is definitely helping our cause for the year.
Congratulations, mate. We can't wait for the last race. It's going to be a cracker, like I said. Particularly the start's going to be very interesting, so good luck with that one.
Awesome, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Miles Bromley's going to come across, the 17-year-old. Mate, you've done a fantastic job. Some great passes in there. You must be enjoying this.
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's my first time here at this track this weekend, so still learning the track a little bit, to be honest, but loving it nevertheless.
And now you're going to find yourself in a good position for the next race. So, I think you were fourth yesterday, second now, so there's only one other spot to probably go.
Yeah, I'm going to keep pushing, keep doing my best. But these new GT tyres that we're running this weekend, they're doing really well. They feel really grippy, so it's good fun.
So do you think there's any more in you or the car or learning? Have you got a few little bit extra time at your sleeve, or it's pretty maxed out at the moment?
Oh, as a race car driver, you can always push more. But, certainly can do some things better, look over some data, see what we can do better for next race and hopefully get up there more.
Looking forward to it. Well done. Good stuff. Well done for the podium on this one. We'll look forward to the next race. And, of course, rounding our podium, the gun starter is going to have to get his defence on for the next race. We're loving it, but it is they're just getting you in those braking zones.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm in the older model car and I'm the only one in the field in this car. But, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've got that race experience and we've done 1 billion laps around QR. So I'm loving it. It's just so much fun, these young fellas. But, I think I'm starting P3. So I'll probably just split them both again in the feature race and make them work for it.
Why are your starts so good? You probably don't want to tell us in case there's a few tips in there, but you're getting off so well. Do you think you could defend for a whole race? Do you reckon you could hold them off?
My car's not that wide. Look, I got taught how to start these cars by Michael Caruso, XV8 supercar driver 20 years ago. It was actually his old man told me, and I've been starting like that ever since. everyone's probably going to be on the phone to Caruso's old man soon. But there is a special way to get these cars off the line, and you know, a lot of the younger guys, they haven't had probably that experience, and you know, and I practice every day in my road car.
I'm glad I'm not the one looking after your road car. But like you said, you're loving it, and it's making for some thrilling racing as well.
Yeah, look, it's you got to make it hard for them. You know, I'm not in the championship. I've just come back for the Errol Gilmore Memorial Cup. You know, 'cause that's my father, and you know, I just come back for the one round and cause them havoc. Why not?
We're loving you being involved. We can't wait for the last race. Good luck with that one, hey?
It should be an absolute blinder.
It should be a blinder indeed. And talking of that, we've got a great field of XLs up there next. And, of course, we are live and free here at Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at Queensland Raceway for the Shannons Trophy Series. In the inaugural season, this is our second round. The first round, of course, at Sydney Motorsport Park. And a great weekend there as well. Some great weather, and we're enjoying some great weather here at Queensland Raceway, and we'll continue to do so, as are our volunteer officials all the way around the track. We send a very big thank you, of course, on screen there, the Queensland Fire and Rescue Club, and it's like every state has its own fire and rescue club and flag marshalling teams and recovery crews, race control staff, etc. Check it all out at motorsport.org.au/officials. It's one of the oldest sayings in motorsport. You cannot get a closer look at the action than being a race official. Looking over there to the medical crew and further fire and rescue crews, flaggies in the foreground, which I guess are the ones that are most noticed, Gaz, because they are the ones that are communicating directly into the helmets of the drivers with their flag signals.
Yeah. We're not trying to put you off, but you do get fed, and there's usually a barbecue at the end of the day.
Well, you know, we all know that the weather varies from the top of this country to the bottom, and Siberia at Phillip Island isn't called that for any particular reason other than it probably mimics that frozen part of the Russian tundra out there, but certainly great shots of all the improvements going on here. The new Race Fuels fuel compound is just such a great service for racers. Dean Herridge has just been down there at the Speed Cafe presentation area. He was saying that they come here for corporate days with Subaru, and it's just so handy to have fuel on site instead of driving another 20 kilometres away from the venue to fill cars up and do that sort of thing.
Well, it's the same too at Sydney Motorsport Park, so Same too at Sydney Motorsport Park, where you can fuel up at the Bowsers there and make
and Phillip Island these days too.
Indeed.
So,
and it's sort of progressing all the way around the country, isn't it?
It is. And look, it's the safest way to dispense fuel is from the Bowser into the car. There's no middle handling. So good way. There's the Speed Cafe Victory Lane down there. We've just been, of course, talking with Dean Herridge. I touched on that yellow bit of bodywork poking out of the garages up there. That is Nick Smith in his Nissan turbocharged powered RX-7. Very, very stands out very much in that glowing yellow, and anyone in the sports sedan community is just watching that car to see Nick have a good weekend.
Yeah, that thing's a jet in a straight line, and we just like to see it keep going and going.
Yeah. It's almost an iconic New South Wales. Well, it is an iconic New South Wales car, and he wants to make his mark on the national scene in the Precision International Sports Sedans, which will be coming up in 2 races' time. The X3 XLs for the Queensland Series in round 4 of their 2023 series. Then after that, there'll be the 50-minute Workhorse Radical Cup Australia cars, and as I mentioned, the Precision International National Sports Sedan starting at 12:15. So looking forward to that. Pit lane empty at the moment, but we're about to fill it up with some XLs making their way out. Good shots up in the VIP area, part of the QR here. In fact, that's out in the public area on top of the buildings. And good crowd swells when you've got in excess of 25 cars about to make it onto the track. There's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people with every one of them. That swells to a couple of hundred people that want to get the best view here at the Shannons Trophy Series. Big shout out to Shannons Insurance on 134646. Gee, they put a lot of effort into supporting motorsport up and down all around, don't they?
They certainly do. Interesting field of cars here. Almost 30 cars lined up at the start of the race meeting on Friday afternoon. They had their first race, which Jack Wood won. The second race was also won by Jack Wood. And the car leading the line of cars coming out of the pits, Jalen Robotham won the third race ahead of Zane Rinaldi. Jack Wood in third. Alice Buckley, you may have already seen her out there racing. She's progressed well through the field. Had a very poor qualifying with some mechanical problem. So she had to come through the field and to finally get up to 4 spots. Pretty good effort.
Jalen Robotham, the Victorian. In fact, this is a really interesting front row. 2 Victorians locking out the front row of the grid here. It doesn't happen very often when they come and race amongst the X3 series. Jack Wood to Alice Buckley, as you've talked about, Gaz, and we have got a whole lot to keep up with here. The 77 of Tyler Collins out of number 5 PW Advanced Cooling Technology. Of course, Paul Wheel Racing, world-renowned operators there with
George
their
Wood
radiators
alongside of him. Now, George and Jack Wood are brothers, and they qualified first and second in the session on Friday. So they were off the front row to begin with, but they've been shuffled down just a little bit due to issues. Then we've got Braden Sidoni in position 7. Trey Machado was another one that was in the front running until he had issues in the first race and dropped right back and therefore had to come back through the field again.
Josh Thomas in the 118 out of position number 9. Dave Halstead in the 60. We go back to Matthew Boylett in the Burson Auto Parts number 80. Caleb Patterson for Roof Space Renovators in the 101. And the field continues around here. Aston Davis in the 28 will start 17th. 18th will be a Gordon Smith. Tyler Cheney in the 59 starting on 19th position. 20th will be Stephen Kirby in the 987. There's not too much numbers higher than that you can go, is there, Gaz? 987.
You have to go to 4 digits after that.
You certainly do. There's a livery on one of these cars. There it is there, coming around now. It looks like it's the Craven Mile type of livery from Gracie.
It's got something like Racing Wild written down the side of it.
It looks good. There it is, the 255 Maverick Kemenari, which is right next to Mitchell Boyce. There's the car right there, just going across the shot there. Dylan Capstick back to Josh Dremel in the number 53, starting out of position number 24.
Yeah, he lost a wheel yesterday, unfortunately.
Did he find it?
Yeah, apparently he was
Looks
back
like
out there,
it's
John
not
Friend Crossing. And Brad Smith, now here's an interesting story. That car was involved in a crash yesterday. A car actually got turned around in front of him, went off into the dust, and he didn't see it and went straight into it. So they've managed to repair that car, pulled the rail out, got it all straightened up overnight. It's got a heap of borrowed panels on it, so the colours don't match, but it has a little sign on each panel saying this bonnet identifies as blue. This suspender identifies as blue.
Got a round of applause from his fellow protagonists in the X3 series as he arrived at track this morning. It's one of those memorable moments when you've burnt the midnight oil and you've come back to the track and everyone else is just happy to see you, and he'll be just happy to be on track identifying as a competitor as opposed to a DNF. So looking forward to seeing that. Jalen Robotham has been really one of the long-time winning drivers out of the Victorian scene. Zane Rinaldi, not so much, but certainly Jalen Robotham is quite renowned in Victoria. The fastest lap yesterday went to Tyler Collins in the PWR Advanced Cooling Technology car. Cars are all set there while we wait for the all-important Motorsport Australia official with the green flag at the back of the grid. Emergency cars come up. All we can see is a field set to go, waiting for that green flag. Very relaxed, wandering out into the middle of the track with the green flag. Everyone's watching their mirrors and on the radio. There it is, set for a start. The Genesis chase car right in the middle of the grid there. Looks like it's about to launch straight down the middle of the road. The lights are on and we're about to get a race start, and away we go. Robotham from the inside gets an immediate challenge from Zane Rinaldi, and the head-on shot at QR does always make it difficult there. The 15 of Jack Wood, Alice Buckley, lines in behind. Alice having a terrific weekend representing Castrol in that number 50 car, and then behind there just to confuse things, that's the number 12 of George Wood, also in the Castrol colours as well.
3 cars, all from the one team or the one livery on each of them. Plenty of action already going on as they head down the back straight for the first time. Just a matter of finding your feet in these opening laps because they're fairly hectic.
Dave Halstead, an experienced racer here, is just having a good look at it. Gee, it gets they get squirrely on the cold Federals, don't they, under brakes there. The 47 trying to make some early lap pace there.
Tyler Collins also trying to get past one of the Castrol entries, didn't quite manage it.
When I say 47, I meant 77, and you were onto that, Gaz. Thank you very much. Here it is, the 2 Castrol cars side by side. This is Wood going to be pushing Alice in the 50 wide here, and the 77 is going to follow on through. So Tyler Collins with aid from an own goal almost there from Wood, but Alice is still in the mix there. Gee, she looks very serious behind the wheel. She's got the head forward.
Must be a bit of a transition going from a rear-wheel drive Toyota to a front-wheel drive XL in a fairly short period of time, and then alternating throughout the whole weekend.
Geez, Gaz, but wouldn't you like to have that problem?
Oh, yeah.
Drinking 2 different series on the weekend, you're potentially going to come, well, she's certainly going to come away with something from the Toyota 86s. Under brakes now, the 50 looks to the inside, and as we know, after many seasons of X3 Queensland competition, the wobble and the bounce into turn 1, the 77 losing pace there with Collins. Woods, in fact, Alice Buckley now ranges right up in behind. Woods got clear, and gee, protecting off that inside run of the 77 there with Collins.
And look out for Trey Machado, who's coming back up the order after his first race dramas, and he was right in the mix of race 1 until he had those dramas.
Zane Rinaldi is leading the championship outright over Jack Wood and Tyler Collins, with Marchetti, Bowlett, George Wood in 7th, Roberts in 7th, Alice Buckley in 8th there, and William Seal. Gee, Bill Seal's been racing in the X3 series right since the outset, and just trying to not in this race, not into here this weekend, but certainly running in the first 2 or 3 rounds of the series here. Locally in the state series,
we can see with this dice that's on our screen at the moment with Collins and Buckley just in front of the other 2, that they've actually lost a bit of ground to the front running 3-0, where Robotham leads Rinaldi and Jack Wood. They've pinched a margin of around about 2 seconds over the next group. And the more they dice, the more that they're going to lose out.
Bit of contact there with Sidoni and Alice Buckley. Gee, she's getting a short back and sides from everyone trying to push her off here there. So the racing together, the team locally here at the track, based here in the sheds at the track, the number 16 racer.
Oh, one off wide there out of turn 2. Brings it back on. It's a 101.
Patterson there. Just bringing it back onto the track there. It is kind of normal for the track to look like they're doing the controlled burns around this area with all the dust up in the air when the XLs come on. It certainly won't help the Radicals with their slick tyres, because it'll make the track quite dusty and slippery for the first couple of journeys around. We've got a 14-lap journey, and we've still got another one this afternoon for the XL starting at 2:55, and that will round out a massive schedule of 5 races, practice, qualifying, and race 1 on Friday.
And it's really testament that most of the cars are still going.
It is. It really is. The XL fields, I guess, on reliability, there's no question they tend to be reliable. It's whether they start to tear the mirrors and door handles off them. That's where it starts to become. The attrition comes in.
At least with Queensland Raceway, there is a fair bit of room to move, whereas some of the other circuits they may go to may not have that luxury. Still,
when you say room to move, Gaz, you mean you've been punted and you can try and catch it before you hit something hard? Is that what you say? Although with the new gravel traps here, it's your speed gets arrested fairly quickly, but you also end up bogged fairly easily as well. This is probably the main category with the ground clearance that they've got that could probably drive out. Maybe except for our buggy of Rod Taylor that's running in the speed comparison.
Now Rinaldi pulls out of the slipstream as they go down the back straight. Got a great run out of turn 2, and it looks like he might have just got the lead away from Reboffin. Reboffin, of course, has signed up to race with Matt Stone racing at Sandown and Bathurst later in the year, so any time behind the wheel is very good, and he almost got that spot back, but he's on the wrong side of the circuit as they head down to turn 4. Jack Wood looking to slip under him as well. He's moved right in behind Rinaldi. Is he close enough to get away with it? He might out of turn 5, and he'll be on the wrong side of the road as they head up the 6, and this may give Rinaldi a couple of car lengths that he could break away from any group behind him.
Yeah, well, if those two are going to go side by side in battle, it's going to give him tenth of a second here, a tenth of a second there. Gee, look at the work on the wheel in the number 15 Castrol entry there. Wood absolutely feverish at the wheel. It's like, come on grip, let's get this thing tipped in. He hasn't lost any time either. Robotham is he get the feeling that he is going to fall into the clutches very soon, Gaz.
Well, we could have our third winner in 4 races at the way it's going at the moment. Rinaldi out in front, but by no means is it resolved at this point. We've seen over the period of the last 2 days just how much the lead changes in XL racing.
Just noticing that Alice Buckley on the timing screen has dropped down to 22nd at the moment. Now, I'm not sure if that's entirely true, because there's the Castrol car there. I'm not sure whether it's the 50 though. So we may have a timing glitch going on there. So there's the 15.
The 12's in 4th spot.
It's the 12, is it, not the 50? So yeah, Alice has gone backwards and continues to go backwards. So it's hanging on with George Wood. So family members there. And this is something we see as well on the 15. They're just a little bit of damage around the headlights, and they sort of get pushed back in.
Headlights are easy to get.
Apparently, yeah.
Because they go through a lot of them.
Have a look at Rinaldi and the Zeus Simply Cool entry, being chased hard by the Racer Industries unit entry of Jalen Robotham. And as you mentioned, his run in with Matt Stone, there has been...
Actually, it looks like we may have lost George Wood as well. Oh, no, he's in
4th, yeah.
Just didn't see him there for a minute.
The pathway that has been used with XLs, I guess, is equal to any other pathway, because the amount of competitors you've got here, any category, this has got, lots of competitors in XLs, and if they're trying to get a career path, then all of a sudden the percentage of people that do get through, and XLs has been seen to be a good place to learn racecraft, and we're watching that right now as these front 3 cars are just giving each other just the right amount of air to operate in, and sometimes when too much is being taken, they're given a little reminder by a fellow competitor, which, as long as it's without malice and it's it's not taking anyone out, can be done. There's Sidoni, who got through on Alice Buckley earlier in the number 16 Racing Together outfit. Home ground advantage, but looks like home ground going backwards at the moment. So that wasn't what they wanted to see out of the number 16.
It's good that you can see out of turn 3, if you take the tight line, it might not necessarily be the fast line. The wider line can give you a little bit more speed, and at times it allows you to hang on. But in that case, it didn't. We're putting mockers on that one.
I'm liking Jack Wood showing us how you can tripod an XL with the inside rear wheel lifting up, and we see actually that at Phillip Island in the Victorian series all the way around turn 2. The inside left wheel, it hangs in the air that long it stops spinning, and when it touches down, it's like an aeroplane landing. A puff of smoke comes off it.
Turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park, same thing.
Yeah, and Sydney Motorsport Park turn 1's probably where you want all 4 on the ground to hang on, don't you?
So Rinaldi now leads the way with Jack Wood second and Jalen Reboffin in third. Then we've got Tyler Collins fourth and George Wood in fifth spot. Trey Machado the next one through. He's in position 6.
On for a pass here, down into turn 1. It's the Bow Repairs Beanley entry of Bremel, and the big tank slapper of the 169. And this is right down in 14th place, and that's Mitchell that gathers it all back up again, albeit lost the impetus on that passing manoeuvre on the Bow Repairs entry.
Gives you a bit of a heartfelt moment,
doesn't it? What?
Especially if you're in the car or anyone near it.
Hamilton in behind now, got the run out of turn 1, so this car will be pushing pretty hard here. Under brakes. There's Bremel. Just up the road in the 33 there. That's Hamilton, and they're going to go side by side, 53 and 33. It's going to be the long way around for Dremel. And they fan out across the track, hoping to make some ground up as the 54 runs out wide.
And now we've got Jack Wood just going into the lead ahead of Rinaldi. Reboffin takes advantage of slipping up behind Wood.
Gaz, we're starting to see like what we see in Formula V and Formula Ford in XL racing. Yeah, you don't want to lead onto the straight because you want to get the slingshot past. These things certainly create a bigger hole in the air than a Formula V or a Formula Ford. So,
and there is benefit in the tow too. Car 60. That's David Halstead XL.
Hasn't had a good run, David. It's a shame. Back with our race leaders. Yeah, it's Jack Wood. And in his mirrors will be the team car of his brother George, and combining together to go down the inside will be Jalen Robotham.
And I think Rinaldi gave him a little bit of a helping hand so he could help himself. We've got safety car now out for a Halstead, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So they'll all pull out of that fairly quickly.
It will arrest that manoeuvre that the number 15 was just trying to put on there. That's Jack Wood on Rinaldi. So those guys combined, Gary, almost like the good old boys there. We're going to go high through 4, and by the time we get to the line, we'll all be in the lead.
Just looking for a draft partner.
Yeah, that's right. Just looking for a drafting partner. So we're seeing 77 of Collins, the fastest lap in the race, a 1:30.8167. Race being nullified for the moment. Let's see how quickly we can get that car out and back on track. Hopefully it's a speedy recovery. So we're just past half race distance, so let's not lose too many racing laps here in the XLs.
So if they can't get those cars moving again when they have a spin, it's usually a drive shaft or something, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it could be anything here, or the way it's done. A couple of different competitions around the country, whichever state you go into, is the Trophy Series and the Masters Series. The Masters Series, I guess, sort of follows on from the popularity of the Masters Series in Touring Car Masters, where if you're
40 plus,
I was going to say you're starting to get older than when you were younger. You go into the Masters, and that series is being led by Brad Smith over Dave Halstead. Dave's obviously going to struggle with getting some good points out of this race after that off to Gordon.
Brad Smith as well because of his crash, but you can see why he's gone home and got it fixed.
Yeah, correct. When you look at the points totals, it's 480, 440, 415 between those three, and they get 100. So Jonathan Crossing, Gavin Faulkner, Francesca Mascardi, Stephen Kirby, Cam Wilson in the Masters Series these days, Andrew Hamilton and Sean Beggs, who was racing in the Australian production cars for quite some time. That is the Masters Series. So the Trophy Series, which is normally your outright runners, Zane Rinaldi leading on 1,022. Tyler Collins on 911. Jack Wood on 892. Trey Machetta on 728. Then it's James Foster, George Wood, Connor Roberts, Braden Sidoni in 9th, and William Seal, or Bill Seal, in position number 10. 11 is Alice Buckley, Caleb Patterson, Cooper Barnes, Jackson Faulkner, Lincoln Taylor rounding out the 15 in the championship hunt for the Trophy Series. So a race within a race, and we're seeing that being represented on screen at the moment with the different classes, and I believe we've got a Speed Cafe replay. Speedcafe.com. There it is. Gee, that could have ended nasty, couldn't it? Wow.
It'd have you working overtime behind the wheel of that one.
The big catch there. Big thanks to speedcafe.com for all of your news. Great new podcast, Gaz.
Oh, especially the grassroots one.
The grassroots racing one, of course. Yeah, catch that every fortnight. Log on, check it out. Some
another big one coming out at the end of next week.
There is. Yeah. Check out all the race drivers that you would least expect to be speaking to on a podcast. Gaz and I seek them out, invite them on, and chat to them about their career. And we found out some pretty cool stuff along the way.
Some funny stuff as well.
Yeah, there's some good laughs in there, and that's just you and I. So we remain under safety car. And this field comes around. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Jalen Robotham over Zane Rinaldi. Then it's Jack Wood to Collins, George Wood, Machete to Faulkner in 7th as they cross the line on lap number 9 under safety car. Then it's Smith in the 38, Thomas in the 118, Patterson in the 101. Then it's Boylett, Hamilton, Dremel in 13th place there in car 53. Then it's Mitchell in the 169, who we just saw that almost scary replay, because that really could have tripped itself over and gone into a nasty incident down there. But great skills shown by Mitchell there in the 169 to keep it on track. Davies, Cheney, Smith, Alice Buckley has recovered now to position number 18. She was down into 21st going back just before we had the safety car. Brad Smith, Kirby, Capstick, and rounding out the 22 is Kemberry, and in 23 is the 112 of Boyce, and they continue on around under safety car. I would have thought we probably could get going again. Here's this 255 livery, Gaz, we're talking about, and there's the car that identifies as blue, Bradley Smith.
He's made up a couple of places.
He has, certainly has. But that I'm going to say Grice tribute livery. That's the best way to describe it, isn't it? Just looks great. And
there
Danny Bazadzic's done the same thing in Turico Masters.
Yeah, here it comes.
Here it is.
Turn 3.
There it is there. Raven Wild. That's a fantastic way to describe XL racing around the country, isn't it?
Yep. So we should be back to race conditions at the end of this lap. This will be the 10th lap. There'll be another 4 to go. And I dare say it'll be on for young and old over the last 4 laps.
So there it is. Still got, I can't see the safety cars from our vantage point, so I don't know whether the lights are on or off to be able to see whether, yep, lights are off. So we are now being done here. Gary O'Brien, with over 40 years of experience, calls it and doesn't waste any time of whacking me on the arm to let me know. We're back underway, guys. Jalen Robotham just controlling the field here until the green flags are waved, and we've got cars slowing coming onto the straight. There it is, the green flag. Robotham leads, Rinaldi, Wood, Collins, Wood, Mashotti and Faulkner. So at the back of the field, what we were just looking at there was a coming together of 2 cars on the safety car restart. That is not going to bode well in the stewards' room at the end of this one.
No, there'll be a please explain on that one. But in the meantime, it's Robotham leading, Rinaldi, Jack Wood in 3rd, Tyler Collins 4th, then George Wood. Easiest way to pick the 2 Wood Brothers cars. One's got that rear spoiler on it, and one doesn't.
So one's got artificial drag and the other one's got a clean air off the back of the car here. Massive pressure now coming through from Jack Wood onto Rinaldi.
Collins getting in the act, and actually he's going to pick up a spot out of this. He's gone around the outside of Wood, moves himself up to third position briefly because Wood comes back on the outside of turn 4. But he's sort of out in the never there.
Gee, I tell you what, you're going to get the... it's like the happy days with the Fonz, with the Mamachi brothers coming up on you, isn't it? It's like, they're going to team up on me here. How does this play out?
And it's allowed Reboffin and Rinaldi just to skip a couple of car lengths away in front.
Oh, this is XL Racing at its finest in the X3 Queensland State Championship. Challenges being thrown down all over the place. And I guess what is interesting
more
about
dramas
this...
was there at the back.
Coming together, someone's gone wide, yes. That is the 53 of Dremel, parked off at turn 6 there. Let's have a look at this. It's getting Willing at the front here. 2 laps to go.
He hasn't had a good run, lost a wheel yesterday, and now he's been deposited in the sand trap. They'll probably leave this under local yellow for the remainder, I would imagine, or they'll call it short, one of the two. More action going on back down the order as well.
Thomas and Faulkner side by side through turn 2 there. And here come the Woods.
Rinaldi wasn't there for a minute because he was so close in behind Reboffin.
Yeah, the silhouettes matched, didn't they? And look at this now. Weighing in on it is the 69, a Mashotti as well. So we're going to be bringing some more competitors along for the ride now. We've now got a group of 6 that are fighting it out for potential podium places. And I would suggest if this gets any more physical, they might be starting to slow each other down and start to bring more in. Maybe Thomas, Faulkner, Smith and Patterson, who are still inside the top 10. Good shots now out of the Blendline TV production room. Just looking at coming on to the run down to turn 4. Turn 6. And in they go. Melbourne's cheapest cars entry there. Jalen Robotham. Keep your eyes out at Mount Panorama for that name come October.
Rinaldi's still tucked in behind him at the moment. They just seem to have a better car length at this stage. Machado is the one that's making progress or moving forward. Although at the moment it's Collins who's in 4th spot. George Wood back to 6th. Followed by Josh Thomas. There's Alice Buckley back in the field, so we didn't see what happened to her, but she certainly lost her spots. And quite a few places down the order, but trying to get herself back up towards the leading pack with one race left to go later today.
Going to head to this leading pack here in this race in the XL Series. They're doing a tremendous job. And it looks like we're just getting confirmed that we're on the last lap of this race there from timing. They've managed to keep themselves relatively tidy, although Alice Buckley has gone backwards and there was a little bit of rubbing in the bits and pieces here, but we haven't seen any smashing of panels or anything quite like that. Not quite like what we saw in the Toyota 86 race when we opened the show today. Here it is, the big last move. Robotham covering off the corner nicely. The 77 of Collins looks around wide. Rinaldi just keeps the speed up so that there's no real run to the line. Probably looking more forward now at Jalen Robotham. There's the checkered flag, and that rounds out race 4 for the weekend. Jalen Robotham comes home over Zane Rinaldi, Collins, Jack Wood, George Wood, Machete, Thomas Smith, and it's a fever of them as they start to finish the race now.
Faulkner got up to 9th spot, and Buckley, good charge back through the field, gets into the top 10 at 10th spot. Patterson, Boylett, who was further up earlier. Then it's Mitchell, who we've seen had a huge moment out of turn 1. Hamilton, Davies, Smith, that's Brad Smith is the next one after that. So Smith and Smith, Cheney, Kilby, Catsby, Kevin Berry, Boyce, round out 22 cars that got to the line.
Interesting thing, just looking at the entire timesheet, Gaz, is from first to 20th. There's 18 seconds covering the entire field. I know we had a safety car. We certainly had 4.5 laps of open running towards the end there, but that is a really tight, punched up field. At the first 4 laps, they were spread out over about 30 seconds. So they've managed to keep themselves pretty motivated to keep close in that last run to the line. Albeit that they're close doesn't help on the points. You've still got to finish in a good position to drag the best possible points out of the round.
So you were saying Jack Wood leads the series. No, Zane Rinaldi leads the series ahead of Jack Wood. So and Jack's had 2 wins. Roboffin's had 2 as well out of the 4 races so far. So Wood would be in a fairly strong position, I would imagine. Rinaldi finished about 6th or 7th in the first race. Had a little moment down to turn 4. Midway through the race and dropped away from the leaders just a little bit, but he's come back strong in the last 3 races. So all to play out in the last race later today.
5 races across the weekend. It's a mechanical marvel. It really is a mechanical marvel that they've kept these things going. I don't think they, back in their day on the road, they survived peak hour quite like that, the XLs, but they've made a good race car, and they've certainly made a good race series around the country. The second race for today, but race 5 for the weekend will be at 2:55 for the XLs. Just waiting on confirmation for places in race number 4 for the weekend, race number 2 for today for the XLs. Fastest lap went to Collins, and that was a 1:30.8167. And when you look at it, there was only 2 cars in the 1:30s in that race, and it was the car just in front, which was, just behind Jack Wood. So Jack was starting to push pretty hard towards the end of the race. At the end of those 13 laps completed, the car was still going strong, albeit a bit of a relaxed, bit of a restoration of brake temperatures and tyre temperatures with that couple of laps under safety car. But certainly X3 XLs continue to entertain no matter where you go. As I said with Dean Herridge, when the gate opens at a racetrack, generally the first 40 trailers or 50 trailers that come in are loaded up with XLs, keen to go racing.
Well, they usually got the most entries, haven't they?
We will go now down to speedcafe.com, Victory Lane with Dean Herridge.
Yes, guys, and you're very happy, Jalen. What a fantastic job through there. You earned that one, mate.
Yeah, it was good fun, you know. Me and Zane working together a bit just to get away from the pack, and also Jack Wood as well. So it was good fun, and then we started dicing a bit, and then I got really lucky down the back straight with the safety car coming out just as I got in front. So it's been pretty cool. It's good to race against the boys, and big thanks to all the sponsors and the team. They've been working hard to try to get this car quick. So shout out to them.
Certainly quick, and obviously over 5 races. There's plenty going on, and you're learning each other's strengths and weaknesses a bit throughout this race.
A little. It's it's all very clean, so it's it's always fun. I have a smile on my face the whole time I'm out there, so it's I'm just enjoying it. So yeah.
Now we've got 1 race to go, and that bodes well as well. Obviously puts you in a good spot for the start, but safety car played a bit of a part in that one. You can sort of get a bit of a lead, but the safety car comes in, that puts you under a bit of pressure as well.
Yeah, you never know. So we try work together just to pull away from the other packs, but at the same time, if the safety car comes out, then it bunches us all back together. So it's we're starting pole for the last one. It'll be a good race, I think. So just got to try keeping in front.
Good job, mate. Congratulations, race 4 winner. Going to invite Zane across to have a quick chat as well. Zane second in there, very willing, and it seems like they're working together. Some of these people, will you be happy with that, mate? P2.
Oh yeah, very happy with that. It's, goes good for the championship. It's good working with Jalen with all his experience, and I'm definitely learning a lot from him. And it's a cracking race with awesome battles.
There's a few people in and around. Like you said, you guys are trying to work together, get a bit of a gap, but there's plenty going on to even try and sort of get a 1-2.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's heaps going on out there. It's just intense racing from all the top 5, really. Even there's a couple of cars from 6th to 7th backwards just getting in there. So it's awesome. It's really competitive, and I'm enjoying it.
I'm sure you're looking forward to the last race too.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to the last race. It's good to start off the front row after we struggled a little bit at the start of the weekend. But we're coming back strong towards the end. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Well done. We're going to speak to Tyler, who is on the podium, rounds out our top 3 here in the XLs, mate. Small says it all, but I feel like you thought it was a chance and didn't quite get there in the end. But P3, great job.
Yeah, thanks. We were
always a day late and a dollar short with this time certain stuff. We always just miss out. But yeah, we had an issue in quali. We've always been on the back foot since then. So yeah, it's good to finally get back up the front and start back up the front. So for next race, I'm coming for those boys.
Yeah. And like you said, the safety car caused a bit of an issue in regards to timing and things. So it's hard to judge your run, but can you do that in these cars? Are you trying to time your run, or it's all just about flat out the whole way?
Well, I have the watch on. I'm looking at the time. I'm like, oh, it's time certain. We might get 2 laps left. And obviously we misjudged it a bit there. Otherwise I would have bombed those blokes. But yeah, still P3 is nothing to complain about.
No, not at all. And like you said, bodes well for the last race. You've done a lot of action out there for the XLs this weekend. So it's going to be hard fought all the way to the end.
Yeah, pretty puffed out. Probably ready to go home pretty soon. Yeah, so keen for the next race.
Fire up. Let's hopefully get a P1 in the end there to finish your weekend. Congratulations. Great podium there for XLs. Of course, next up is going to be our Radicals. We've got a 50-minute with that one. And, of course, we're live and free here from Queensland Raceway. The weather's beautiful. The racing's fantastic. And we'll be back real soon.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Wonderful. Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
Well, we're back with the second of the Radical Cup Australia races for the weekend, a 50-minute effort. This is the second round, and if there's anyone that knows anything about Radical Cup Australia, it's certainly Richard Craill.
Hello, Gary. Good morning. Nice day for it here at Queensland Raceway. Thanks to Workhorse, Sydney-based business who's got on board with Radical One Make Racing this year. Hello to Ben and Michael Cavich and all the team for Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. Really looking forward to what will be a compelling 50-minute mini enduro here at Queensland Raceway. If yesterday's opener is anything to go by, a safety car filled affair, yes, but when they were racing it was outstanding, and young Alex Gardner moved to the lead in the series with a race win for Valente Rosso in car number 94. Peter Padden alongside him for the start of this race. But yesterday's battle was very, very cool. Elliot Shute had a great drive through the field for Arise Racing, young West Aussie, who was the round one winner overall on points. Did it without winning a race, but consistency was key at the opening round of this championship. And so many stories to work our way through in what will be a 50-minute race. There's a compulsory pit stop in the middle of it. The pit window will open midway through this race. They've got 20 minutes to service their stop. 87 seconds total pit stop time. 55 seconds of those are stationary in the pit bay, and there are a couple of combinations with driver changes. So that's the grid. Alex Gardner, the teenager for Valente Rosso, on pole. Peter Padden in the first Focus, number 31 car for Garth Walden Racing, is next. And then it's Barton Moore and Terry Knowles in car number 3. Bart will start that car number 68. Cooper Cutts, the very quick West Aussie, in car number 16, goes off P4 for Arise Racing.
Elliot Chute out of position 5, also out of Arise. Simon Arthur out of 6. And then we've got Jordan Noon and Adam Lyle, 2 sharing that Arise Racing Radical. Zig Fuhrmeister out of position 8.
And it will be Adam who starts the Arise car, so Jordan Noon will jump into that for the second half of the race. Brad Russell out of 9, Peter Clare and Josh Hunt. Very, very quick Queenslander out of number 10 for Valente Rosso. Stephen Champion, the Sydney sider for GWR, and Champions Racing out of 11. And Billy Medlin goes off 12.
In behind them, Ash Samadhi, who had a little bit of difficulty yesterday, as did Warwick Morris. And at the back of the field, James Hernandez.
So rolling start, 50 minutes on the clock for Radical Cup Australia. Thanks to Workhorse in Sydney. Great to have them on board this year. And young Alex Gardner will lead. Peter Patton, we wait for the lights to go green. It's busy in the back of the field as they sort themselves out, and Gardner immediately moves himself across in the 94 car. But Patton, as he did yesterday with a very good start, Cooper Cutts it was in the 16, has got some ground early as well, and there's contact between the 2 leaders as they run into turn 2. Patton holding on around the outside. All of that experience in One Mate Radical Racing paying off there for Peter Patton, and the first Focus car from Garth Walden Racing leads the field down to turn 3. Gardner looking to make a move. He looks left and now he looks right, and he's going to get the thing down the inside. He committed. He had some opposite lock in mid-corner, and they're battling for the lead. Patton will hang on the outside. It gives him the correct side of the road for the braking duel into turn 4.
Certainly helps to be on the outside. You just get a little bit more speed as you go through the corner. And again, they're side by side through turn 5.
Oh, this will be big if Gardner can pull this off. It is big, but 2 wheels off the road. So he's pulled the move off, and round the back goes Zig Fuhrmeister spinning through the dust, and there's cars going everywhere. Stephen Champion sailing off, I think it was, in the outside. Correction, I don't think it was Stephen, actually. And they're still side by side at the front of the field. How about this fight for the lead? Peter Patton will not say no. And into the very fast turn 1, Alex Gardner will finally wrestle the race lead away. It took almost all of the 3.2 kilometres Queensland Raceway's got to offer. Great hard racing. But it all unfolded behind them coming out of turn 5. Zig Fuhrmeister spun, and there were cars going every which way. I don't think it was Stephen, I think it was Warwick Morris in the 4 car, Gary, that ended up a long way off the road there in the exit of turn 4.
He's a long way last at the moment, but certainly a feisty opening lap for the second race. Fairly similar to yesterday, really, where they were fully into it from the very start.
Battles further down the field. So this is Brad Russell dicing with Peter Clare. That's for 8th and 9th position. Bill Medlin just in behind them. So they're going through turn 5 now. So Gardner out in front. Patton next. Then Cooper Cutts 3rd. Barton Moore shown behind the wheel of car number 68. Terry Knowles to jump into that car at the pit stop. Elliot Chute 5th. Elliot started outside the top 5 yesterday, but raced his way to the front. It's a late starter to motorsport, Elliot, but man, he is super quick.
Of course, the starting grid was based off the second fastest qualifying time for the particular driver who was starting. It may not be the fastest the car can do, but that was the way it worked out.
And nothing in it in qualifying, and the top 5 cars covered by 0.3 of a second. So One Mate Radical competition very close and competitive at the moment. Peter Clare looking for a move on Brad Russell, and we're showing yellow on our timing screen. I think we're going to go for our first full course safety car. And it's for car number 2, Ash Samadhi, who had a pretty challenging day yesterday, ended up off the road at the entry to turn 2, so it was basically at turn 1 off. So Ash unfortunately has pulled to a halt. That's on the exit of turn 3 on driver's right. So either a spin and the car has stalled there, or a mechanical, and which is rare in these cars.
We believe that he may have just pulled up, so it might be mechanical on that one. Just harking back to the opening round of the series, Alex Gardner won the first race and Peter Padden won the second. So they are the major protagonists, aren't they, in the series?
Yep, no doubt. Hello to Chris Perini, who I'm sure is watching home from back in Sydney. Unfortunately, unable to take part in this round, but we're sure he's watching on, the defending Workhorse Radical Cup Australia champion. He'll be a frustrated spectator, I'm sure, especially having wrapped up the title last year. Never count Perini out, though, even though he'll drop a round's worth of points. He is quick enough to come back from that. The next round, just a couple of weeks' time at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Then they're off to the Bend Motorsport Park, and the season finishes at Mount Panorama at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst International, which is going to be an enormous weekend of racing. And you can bet there'll be a big field of these cars there as well. Well-driven Radical at Mount Panorama, well under the 2-minute 10-second range, so they're probably
fast.
quick at that place.
It's interesting that with Alex Gardner, the heights of ecstasy and tears flowing in the pits with that first up win, and then to have the whole thing fall down to a broken gearbox in the second race wasn't what they wanted, but
well.
Tears for both, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't plan around mechanical failures, so had to bounce back yesterday and did so. Dropped a little bit of ground. He qualified on pole, dropped a little bit of ground early in yesterday's race, and they stopped very, very early when the compulsory pit stop window opened. They were the first of the leading cars to get in, and it was like a Formula One style undercut because it popped him out in clean air. He was able to punch out some very quick lap times, and when the other leaders came through, they were squabbling, they were in traffic, they were dicing. The 94 car was able to pop out in front, and from there he had to survive a couple of late race restarts and was ultimately able to streak the car home and win by about 6 seconds in a really impressive drive. Fast young guy, fresh out of go-karts. He's been picked up by the Valenti Rosso squad, who have been very active at the moment in Radical Racing and Fanatec GT World Challenge. So the Harold's Valenti Rosso Mercs will be running here next weekend at the Shannons Speed Series round. But they've got big raps on this young guy, and certainly he's living up to expectation.
We've got 3 big teams racing in Radicals at the moment. We've got Valenti Rosso, which you mentioned, Arise Racing, and Garth Walden Racing. They're the big 3, and then there's the lone Desire Racing entry of Terry Knowles and Bart Moyer, which really punched above their weight, I guess, at the opening round by qualifying fastest.
Yeah, Bart Moore, hugely experienced guy in GT racing, a lot of success in Australian Formula 3. Remember, Barton pushed Michael Caruso very hard all the way to the 2003 Australian Formula 3 Championship back in the day. Very, very fast in those cars. And now runs a very successful driver training and coaching business, working with drivers like Terry and getting them up to speed. And they've been quite an effective combination in Workhorse Radical Cup Australia competition.
Well, Terry, of course, Melbourne-based, so he turned up at the opening round, drove the transporter up himself, turned up for what was to be a learning curve for him, of course, Bart. So we're just going to go to Dean Herridge in the pits, got someone interesting to talk to.
Yeah, we thought while the safety car was on team, we have a chat to Josh Hunt, one of the team owners, and about to step into one of the cars. What an opening lap for this category.
Yeah, it's been awesome, hasn't it? I mean, the category's really stepped up this year, and it's been a lot of fun to be a part of. And, you know, watching that, you know, young dog, old bull, he's out there really showing us how it's done.
Now, what's the strategy for yourself? When are you hopping in, or is that something we can't reveal?
Well, mate, I'm just hoping that Peter delivers me the car on front, and then I can just sort of cruise home and spray the champagne.
In the normal style that you do?
Well, yeah, I wish. That's how we dream it to be. But no, yeah, mate, I'll just get in when I can. You know, as a pro, we're restricted to the amount of time we can spend in the car. So I'll get in and drive the wheels off it for the time I got on track and see where we end up.
You're enjoying this aspect of, you've been doing a lot of motorsport and been in it for a long time. You're enjoying this sort of racing and being involved as a pro and, you know, coaching an amateur racer effectively?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's Sydney. You know, Pete and I have been mates for a long time. I've been coaching Pete for a long time, and to go out there and race with him and sharing the enjoyment and the disappointment is great. And you know, I've been doing endurance racing now for about 15 years, and I love it. I really do. You know, it brings in so many more aspects of it and makes it a lot more fun.
Does indeed. We're about to get underway. Thank you. Good luck when you hop on the machine, mate.
Josh Hunt down there with Dean Herridge. Thanks, Dino. one champion race car driver to another. We're back to green here at Queensland Raceway, and Gardner leading Peter Padden on the restart, so getting the GT tyre up to grab. So this is another category this weekend that swapped from the Hankook due to the supply issues to the GT tyre. So they're all learning this new rubber as the races evolve, and they got a lot of data out of yesterday's race to understand how they play out. But a good restart, 38 minutes on the clock. Pit window not far away from opening. I do have to correct myself, Gaz. Radical not finishing an early version of the calendar, had them finishing at Bathurst. They're actually finishing at Sidley Motorsport Park the week before that when the TCR World Tour is racing there. So there'll be some Radical racing under lights, which will be excellent. So just correct myself, apologies for that. Sydney Motorsport Park in November will be the final round. So if you're in that part of the world, get along to it. It's a great racetrack for these cars.
So we're watching Cooper Cuts just in front of Bart Moore at the moment as they come through there, and then there's another group of three right in behind them with Simon Arthur, Adam Lyle, Brad Russell. Brad Russell's a Masters winner from last season.
Jim Hernandez in the mix there as well in car number 23, just coming into shot. Lovely guy. Had a really good season last year as well. So into that fast turn one, the bumps there quite noticeable. They smoothed them out a couple of years ago, but they always tend to make a little bit of a comeback. Just adds more challenge to what is already a very challenging corner.
I think that might be the weight transfer where under brakes just actually starts to dig a bit of a hole, for lack of a better way of putting it.
And Gardner on colder tyres after that safety car out to 1.3 seconds already. So great pace. Lap record here, 1 minute 10.37, set by Mitch Nielsen last year. Did a 9.9 in qualifying, Alex Gardner. It's the quickest ever official lap by a Radical SR3, the four-cylinder Radical here at Queensland Raceway. So the pace has been hot, and this GT tyre is delivering quick lap times. So in these conditions, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in race conditions, of course, where you can set a lap record. 65 off the road is Simon Arthur, the GWR driver in that bright blue car, just dropping all four wheels off the exit at turn 5.
Really like the colour on that Desire Racing, that green. It looks so much better in reality than probably what it shows up on our screens at the moment as well.
Yeah, it's almost got a bit of metallic and some pearl in it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This field is extremely well presented. It's a really good looking grid of cars. All the teams do a nice job in preparing them, and so far the drivers driving them well. So here's Barton Moore looking to put a move on Cooper Cuts, the Rise Racing driver from the West. That team is an extraordinary outfit, aside from the fact that they have to traverse the breadth of Australia to get to all the rounds here on the East Coast. They'll be in a strange situation where around at the Bend Motorsport Park in October is a home round for Arise Racing this year at South Australia. So it's only about 2,000 k's to get to instead of 3.5. But great team, massive setup at Wanneroo Raceway to Perth's north. They do a lot of driver coaching. They run a dozen cars or more in the WA State Championship. They've got a great pipeline of young talent. Cooper Cuts has been a great find for them. Elliot Shute, who's just on the back of shot there as well. And of course that program headed up with Jordan Noon doing a nice job. He'll jump into the 14 car with Adam Lyle. That's got some flashes of blue in the livery this year.
Well, Jordan Noon started yesterday, and while he was down the order a little bit early, he certainly made up some ground in the first few laps to get himself in a really good position. Ultimately ended up finishing in 5th spot. There was some controversy about something with Peter Padden later in the race as well.
Yeah, Pete had just had an off down at turn 3, but then had some moments before that at 1 and 2, so he did drop some spots, looking to make amends for that today. He was in a podium contention late in that race, but ultimately just dropped off that top 3. Unfortunately, Jordan and Adam got caught by a safety car late in yesterday's race, and they were caught up at the front of the queue, but sort of half a lap down, and they didn't get a wave by. As a result, the race went green, and they were all but a full lap behind. Then at the next safety car, they got that wave around. The safety car picked up the leader, which it didn't do the first time, mainly because all the pit stops were still unfolding in that race. But then at that point, it was a little bit too late for them to get through all the lap cars and then get back to the leaders. But they ended up being the last car in the lead lap in yesterday's race in P5, which was a solid comeback, but they thought they had more in that number 14 car from Arise Racing. So Adam starting this race will hand over to Jordan Oon for the second half. So quick driver, especially guy with a lot of experience in Formula 3 racing and pounds around in these things at Wanneroo so often.
There we're seeing Hernandez and Morris going at it. Morris, of course, had that little bit of excursion off at turn 5 on the opening lap.
Well, the safety car helped him, Gaz, because it brought him back into the back of the queue, didn't it? Because he got a long way down off the back of the field.
Does a bit of racing in production sports in New South Wales as well. Well, not so much recently. I think he prefers to do the radical stuff these days.
Yeah. Send a shout out to Sue Hughes, who's watching on back in Sydney. Unfortunately not able to run here this weekend due to some work commitments, but watching on our stream here on 7+. I'm sure she'll be tuned into the Errol Gilmore Memorial Cup race a little bit later on this afternoon in Australian Formula Open, because her son John Collins is racing in that.
Yep.
John had a pretty wild old morning driving the number 1 car for Gilmore Racing.
Pit stop's underway.
Yep, so the pit window is now open, 20 minutes for that, and Gardner comes in. Patton comes in from second position. Cooper Cutts is in. Elliott Shute in. Simon Arthur, Brad Russell's in. Phil Meister, Jim Hernandez. It's basically half the field. But what Barton Moore will do will stay out a little bit longer and get some clean air and try and go for an overcut now as he looks to hand the 68 car over to Terry Knowles later in the race. So you can run your Pro Driver in this Pro-Am formula. You can run the Pro Driver as long as you can into the race and then plug the Am in for the second half. So this is Bart's opportunity now to get some track position if he can and see if that overcut works after the pit stop sequence.
Well, I think from memory yesterday, I think Padden was one of the latest.
He was.
To make his stop.
Padden driving solo, so it's not as much of a change for him. 87 seconds is the compulsory pit stop time. That's from pit entry to pit exit. But in that, you have to spend 55 seconds stationary at your bay, much like Brad Russell is doing here.
Just keep an eye and make sure no one goes under that. We don't. That's the worst possible scenario.
There was one in GT racing last year where they were 0.2 of a second short of the mandatory pit stop time, and they copped a drive-through penalty for it. And
they're all gone over so far. Yeah, 6 seconds over.
All pretty safe with that. But the rejoin, that's Bill Medlin on the outside. So he's yet to make a stop, but sort of you lose a full lap here doing a pit stop with the short laps, 1 minute 10s and 11s, as Gardner's now looking down the inside of Peter Clare in the 47.
He was very late on the brakes. The car was squirmy going into turn 3 on that occasion, but still managed to pull it up.
Padden's got a bit of ground here on young Alex Gardner. Not much between them. He needs to clear Peter Clare, who's yet to stop. He'll hand that 47 car over to Josh Hunt. We heard from him with Dino in pit lane just before, but Padden needs to get by quickly so he can go out after Alex Gardner. But he's definitely gained a little bit of ground through that pit stop sequence.
This is working in Gardner's favour right at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Into the lane.
Moyer in the pits.
A big M on his helmet. He's going to unplug the radio. Seat insert comes out, and he's not a particularly large human being, is Barton. In fact, entirely the opposite. So out comes the seat insert that they bought with expandable
Never seen that man without a smile on his face.
He's a happy human being.
Yeah, and current World Time Attack champion. Looking forward to that at Sydney Motorsport Park. First couple of days of September. Take that Porsche out on slicks this year, so that 119 that he did last year will certainly go by the boards.
It's properly quick, isn't it, at Sydney Motorsport Park? So pit stop still underway here. Jeff Forshaw Motorsport Services looking after this car, and Peter Padden, I should say. Peter Carr drove with him last year, still trying to find a way past Peter Clare. So the Pete's are going at it, and a little bit of frustration for Padden.
Finally gets the job done.
Yeah, and technically he's a lap down, so Peter Clare doesn't have to jump out of the way. But Padden definitely fastest, but he has burnt a couple of seconds being caught up behind the 47 car, who's running a little bit of interference, probably not by design for his teammate, who will be the net race leader once all of the compulsory stops are done.
Don't you think Josh Hunt might have said, do what you can?
Well, maybe.
It is a race.
Maybe.
So it's Adam Lyle who currently leads away. Claire in second, Madeline third. Steve Champion, who's a former champion in New South Wales Super Sports in a Radical.
And Barton already with the headset on and the radio on the fence, coaching Terry Knowles, who has resumed in 10th position. Still some cars to make their stop. So the 14 running very, very long in this for Arise Racing. 21 minutes in, 28 to go in race 2, Workhorse Radical Cup Australia here at Queensland Raceway. It's part of the Shannons Trophy Series. So Peter Clay, Bill Medlin behind him, but 2 seconds down the road. He's just coming out of 4 now. That's Elliot Shute, the black and aqua and purple colour number 8 car, looking to work his way through. And Elliot is chasing Cooper Cutt, so that is for position and ultimately potentially for a spot on the podium in this race. So net 3rd and 4th when everyone completes their stop.
Terry Knowles in 5th spot. We've got 2 more into the pits. This is Steve Champion and Warwick Morris bringing their cars in. So they'll just leave 3 cars out that haven't done their stops as yet.
Radical Performance engines screaming down the back straight, and a big move down the inside. Elliot Shute gets up the inside of Peter Clare and clears the Valenti Rosso driver, and Peter with struggles mid-corner there. The car slowed up. I'm not sure if he just ran it very wide with Shute going down the inside or not. Regardless, he has continued on, and we'll hand that car over to Josh Hunt. So Shute is going to be able to go out after Cooper Cuts. There they are. And into pit lane is Stephen Champion, getting some service down at GWI Australia, who run a million race cars in a million different categories. They're another team back here next weekend in Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia. Pair of Mercedes AMG GT3s. Should take it over to Mike Sheargold, who I'm sure is watching his team on. Mike on the comeback trail from bowel cancer remarkably jumped back into the Merc with Garth at Sydney Motorsport Park last weekend and did a really good job. Hope he's going well on the comeback trail.
Steve Champion's stop, sorry to talk over there, Richard, was 86 seconds.
Ah, interesting. It's 87 seconds, is it not? I think you'll find the total time as per the sporting regulations bulletin issued for this weekend. Anyway, that's a job for race control, not us. So this race still not fully cleansed. 3 cars yet to stop. Adam Lyle, Bill Medlin and Peter Clare. Jordan Oon will jump aboard car 14. Here it is. Bill Medlin will continue all the way to the end, and then Peter Clare will hand over to Josh Hunt. And they have got a full lap over everyone else, but remember, 87 seconds. And right now they're lapping in 71 seconds. So 71 seconds, 72 second lap time. Adam Lyle's got 72 seconds plus 13 seconds. It's going to be really close. In my really dodgy arithmetic, Gary, there's a good chance that car 14 will inject itself into the race potentially as this one goes on. We'll see.
This is what we want to see head to head. That'll be interesting then.
Well, actually, having said that now, Alex Gardner has been pushing on and he has set the quickest lap of the race, and he is now in behind Adam Lyle. There he is. So he's only a lap behind.
Which means he will...
Which means he should be about 10 seconds in front after that round of pit stops. But we'll see. At the very least, though, I've got a feeling that Jordan jumps behind the wheel of car 14. He could be in a position to challenge for a podium. So what you're looking at is the actual race leader being chased by the net race leader after the pit stops are completed, and confirmation of that fastest lap from Alex Gardner at a 10.9. Still about 5/10 off the lap record, but he's pressing on.
Bill Medlin in the pits now, so that just leaves us the 2 cars out there without having stopped.
And there's Josh Hunt watching the timing screen down there at Valenti Rosso. So the race almost cleans now. 2 cars to complete their compulsory pit stops. And it's still Adam Lyle who's done a really good job. Last lap, 12-1, playing a 10-9 for Alex Gardner. So that's how much he's hauled out of the actual race leader. And this one yet to play out. So the big question mark is, where does car 14 re-emerge? I reckon you get them in now and get Jordan Oon in that car. And then you're going to inject yourself into that battle with probably Cooper Cutts and Elliott Shute. So it could be a three-way Arise Racing dice.
Well, Lyle had a bit of a moment at turn 4 in that lap, and it's allowed Gardner to get up and around him.
Ooh.
So he's taking the lap back now, so he's on the lead lap. And that gap is down to about, what, 69 seconds, I suppose, thereabouts.
13.2 last time round for Lyle and 11.5 for Gardner. So that's the pace differential between them. And yeah, it's, well, according to timing, it's 1 minute and 12, so 72 seconds. So yeah, there's a 15-second delta, isn't there, between the on-track margin and how long they've got to spend in pit lane, which will drop them, yeah, into that battle pack for 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe podium at the end of it. The pit window not far away from closing, so Arise Racing will need to get in, and Peter Clare will need to do the same.
It's interesting, the two cars that are still out there have to have driver changes.
Correct. Fortunately, it's stationary time, so you've got plenty of opportunity to complete the driver change in time. So it's pretty easy in these cars. Open cockpit, step out, step in.
As we have as passengers.
Correct, yes. Hello to James Winslow, if you're watching, over there in Europe. I'm sure he's in a race car somewhere. Traditionally spends more time driving race cars than he does anything else. Caught up with James this year in France and had a good chat. Had some good memories of Formula 3 and radical competition here in Australia.
It turned out that I didn't know it at the time, but he lived a block from me for a while.
He did. He did. Great export. Well, it was an import first, and then he became an export again, did James. He spent a lot of time coaching radical drivers here in Australia. Very experienced guy now racing sports cars in Europe. He spent some time in the States as well. So we just wait for this race. It's in one of those little endurance races. You get those holding patterns where everything's just waiting to play out and everything gets cleansed, and then we have a real understanding of where the race is going to be. A battle a little bit further back between Hernandez and then Champion and Morris, who both just set personal best laps in this little battle pack for 13th and 14th.
Not the first time that they've raced against each other, has it? In the dices. So Gardner's lead. Now, Gardner won the opening race at the first round. That was his first circuit race.
It was.
Which is unbelievable when you think about it.
Yeah.
And against some pretty hot opposition.
Quite remarkable. These young kids, they train them so well, they can get in these cars. And just, whoa, around goes Stephen Champion. All on his own by the looks of things. And we're seeing some movement down at the Arise Racing Station. And that is Jordan Oon ready to plug himself in. So they'll roll into the lane. Adam Lyle, the race leader. And yeah, Gardner is hauling margin out of that. It's now 69 seconds.
Peter Clare is in.
Yep. So that's second place out. Lyle continues. He's going to do one more lap. So Josh Hunt to jump into car 47 for Valenti Rosso Motorsport. So they were 17 seconds behind Adam Lyle. So they're going to be a little bit further down. Brad Russell, Simon Arthur sort of areas, I think, in track position, maybe a little bit back actually, as we watch car 14 in. So Adam Lyle's now dropped back into the clutches of Peter Padden, who's going to be a net second here. And into the lane comes the final car to complete their mandatory pit stop. And the race will cleanse itself. We'll get a real understanding of where everyone sits. Josh Hunt now waiting for the go. Smoke pouring off the front brakes. Oh, just get the thing in gear and away you go. So Hunt's pit stop is complete. Currently scored in 6th place. It's about to be 7th as Brad Russell goes past, and then Simon Arthur. And could well drop a spot to Terry Knowles as well as he goes past.
Oh, 86 seconds. Again, so it might have just been under.
Minute 32 was the transit time.
It updated after I looked at it.
I think they're okay.
Yep.
So, still in the race lead, still waiting for the 47 car to come through. He's in the middle sector of the lap. Jordan Oon now behind the wheel of car 14 for Arise Racing. Hello to everyone watching over in the west. The more earlier hours than it is here at Queensland Raceway.
Morning coffee at the moment, isn't it?
And here is the race lead change. So Alex Gardner goes through. Peter Padden will go through. Minute 14 stationary now. And out goes Jordan Oon. The question is, where's Elliott Shute? So Elliott goes through third. Oon's going to be back to fourth. Cooper Cutts goes through. So, yeah, they're going to emerge in front of Brad Russell. Just in front of Brad Russell. This rejoin will be reasonably tight here because Russell will be coming down to turn one at a full head of steam, but Jordan Oon is through. So it's 5th place for Jordan and 23 seconds behind the race lead. Alex Gardner now the clear net race leader with 4.5 seconds over Peter Padden, who in himself has got 7 seconds over Elliott Shute, who's third. Cooper Cutts fourth. Jordan Oon next, and let's see what Jordan's got to offer in these remaining 17 minutes to see if he can fight his way towards the podium.
Very little between the front running pair in the first sector, and again in the second sector a little bit more, about 0.3 of a second with Gardner over Padden in that second sector, so he's actually pulling away at this point.
This is Elliott Shute, the retro livery on board the number 8 car from Arise Racing. So I think the interest is in, can Shute pull any time out of Padden, or is it Cooper Cutts who's going to put some pressure on to get himself onto the podium? But what Elliott's doing is piecing together a championship here, because super consistent in round one, super consistent yesterday, super consistent today, even though he drops a couple of wheels off on the exit of turn 2, first or the last to do that.
Well, potentially he can be second in for the round.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a 5-round championship, Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. So you're consistent. You're going to be a title contender going into the final round. And there's circuits coming up on the calendar where he's got experience, where he's got miles, that he'll be able to challenge for race wins, I'm sure. Gee, it's a good-looking race car, though, isn't it?
It is. I like it. Love it. Actually, Padden pulled a little bit on him, about 0.3 or so on that last lap. But there's still a fair way to go. 16 minutes.
Padden's on to set a personal best lap time here, actually. And he does, 11.0. And pulled 0.2 of a second out of the race leader last time round. So the 31 First Focus car's got good pace. 15 minutes to go in this. Shute across the line in third. Let's go down to the lane. Say hello to Dean Herridge, I think, has got the ever-smiling Barton Moore.
He is the ever-smiling Barton Moore, and Bart, I feel like you're the driver, the coach. You seem to be everywhere. How do you play this role of multi-talented man on the pit lane here?
Well, I don't mind it, and believe it or not, Terry Knowles and I actually drove the truck up here and all the way back, so our day's not over after this race.
Now, how did your first stint go out there, and how's it feeling from your side of things?
Oh, look, to be honest, I was disappointed. We slipped back from third to fourth, and then the safety car, we didn't get much laps after that, but the pace is hot out there. Terry's out there now, I think we're PA. So if we can finish around there, I think that's a good result for us.
Now, it does seem like the Radicals is getting quicker and quicker and more, I guess, combative in a lot of ways, which is awesome for the category.
It is. You know, we've got a lot of pro drivers here. We've got different combos with the Pro-Am and then the AMs. And you're right, the tempo seems to be rising, which means I've got to dig a bit deeper.
No wonder you're driving the truck home, mate. But quickly on that, I just want to ask, what are you doing in coach? It seems like you're hanging off the wall, you're talking. How are you guiding through the times? What are you doing as a coach?
Yeah, look, I'm literally telling him the markers we've been working on pre-race, things like braking technique, trail braking, even gear change differences for corners as the tyres get older. And Terry's pretty light-hearted, so we might talk about dinner options soon.
Well, the way you're going, mate, I wish all the luck getting the truck home first place tonight, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Dino. He's a great character. Versatile man is Barton Moore. I once saw him in a go-kart race down at Tasmania, where half the Formula 3 paddock and both drivers and mechanics got into each other, and it's remarkable we didn't end up with anyone in hospital that night, but he was fiercely competitive in that, as he was in the F3 car a day later.
Good scrap going on here between Hernandez and Morris. Morris gets it right out over the white line to take the widest possible entry into turn 1. And it brings him out quite quick in turn 2. Actually, I think that Hernandez car was in the wrong spot for him there.
Yeah, and just lost the aero on the front of that car, caught up in the dirty air of the car in front. These cars do produce legitimate downforce, aerodynamic effect in that front wing, the under-tray, rear diffuser and rear wing. You can see the diffuser there on both of those cars, funneling the air out, creating that negative pressure that sucks the car to the ground. And when you get up behind them, you're in that hole in the air, and you lose the aero on the front of your own car, and the thing just wants to drive itself off the road. And that was a big tank slapper. But now Hernandez runs a little bit wide. It could be a change of position here. Down the inside, and position done.
Job done.
What is actually impressive, we're talking about the fact that the category has, in a way, by force majeure, had to switch itself over to the GT tyre, different brand of tyre, and as a result, different construction, different compounds, different performance. They heat cycle differently. It's been an impressive tyre in that it produces good lap time late in a race, and it seems quite durable. And right now, a little bit of personal best happening on the timing screen, but there's also Jordan Oon pressing on in 5th place, having just set the quickest first sector of the whole race. So as they get on top of this new tyre that they will use for the remainder of the season, it will be interesting to see how they perform and what learnings they take out of this that they can then translate to subsequent rounds of the championship. And Jordan Oon just sets the fastest lap of the race at a 1 minute 10.9 on lap 26.
The lead is actually coming down. It's just over 4 seconds now, so that has dropped a little bit from where it was early on. That could be a bit of tyre wear, I guess. Would have a bit to do with that.
Yeah, hard to say. I think a lot of it, perhaps management as well from Gardner, and Chris Papadopoulos and the team at Valencia Rosso will be on the radio talking him through that race and the battle for the lead as Josh Hunt gains one more position, gets himself up to 8th in front of Terry Knowles between turn 1 and 2. I think management is part of it for sure for Gardner. He's got 4 seconds. He can afford to manage the lead without having to push super hard to get that car home. And there is the race leader, Gary, going into turn 1, and Peter Patton across the strike now in 2nd, and that gap 4.3. So it swings back the other way, and they basically do identical lap times to the 10th of a second last time around.
The carrot's out for Patton, though, isn't it? He can see Gardner up the road. Whether he can do much about it is the thing, whereas the gap back to shoot is now just over 10 seconds, so it wouldn't be so much a draw card for Shoot to get there because he doesn't see the second place car all that often on the lap.
And in fact, Cooper Cutts is catching Elliott Shute in the battle for the final step on the podium. So there's now 2.8 seconds between the two of those drivers. Car number 8 and car number 16 with 34, so there's a little bit in that. Padden was just catching his teammate Stephen Champion. Stephen's off to the Radical World Finals this year at the Portimao circuit. Sounds like a funky European pop band, doesn't it? But a great circuit there in the Algarve. Car number 34 is Stephen, business advisor from Sydney in New South Wales. And
that's where all the Radical champions from around the world get together.
Yep, correct. And he will go and represent Australia at that and have a crack against some of the best in the world, which is going to be exciting. That's an amazing racetrack too. And in one of these cars, with all the aero and the slick tyre and the performance that they've got, I think that will be a pretty special experience for Stephen. He's got John Collins on the headset. We're talking about John earlier on, and has brought John on just to tune him up a little bit, basically, to get him ready and prepped for that world final. Jordan Oon. So Oon's catching Cutts in 4th, who is catching Shute in 3rd, slowly, but catching nonetheless with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, that the time between Shute and Cutts is fluctuating a little bit. It came down for a couple of laps, and then it just eked out just a tiny bit on that last lap. Simon Arthur in 6th spot, Russell in 7th, Hunt, as you mentioned, picked up a spot. He's up to 8 for Head of Knowles, Boomeister, Bedlin and Morris. And as there is clear of Champion, who we've seen had a little bit of a spin at turn 3 a couple of laps ago.
Cooper Cutts, the son of WA Speedway notable Terry Cutts. Good day to the West Aussie Speedway fraternity over there. So 2nd generation driver, and he's certainly been very, very impressive so far for Arise Racing, and still chasing Elliott Shute down. The margin has just crept out in the last lap, and in fact 1.1 seconds, the difference between car number 8 and 16 last time around. Jordan Noon's not hanging around. He took almost 2 seconds out of Cooper on lap 29, so there's still some hope for an advancement for car number 14 in the dying stages of this race.
Yeah, and the lead gap went out by a full second on 1 lap between Gardner and Patton. But the gap between 2nd and 3rd remains about where it's been for the last few laps.
So a very professional performance this has been for Alex Gardner. Had to race his way hard to the lead, and I think both he and his supporters and family and the Valenti team will appreciate the racecraft that he's had to develop and learned a lot. Peter Patton's one of the hardest and most experienced guys in one-make radical competition, so to be able to outrace him is a big tick in the box.
Multiple champion in the category.
Yeah, correct. It's good to see this category, Gary, being a launching pad for young guys like Gardner, like Cooper Cutts. Elliott Shute is in sort of a different position in that he's not a teenager, but he's a young guy still coming up through the ranks who started motor racing very late, relatively to everybody else, but getting up to speed and getting that experience. But it's a great Pro-Am Formula one-make radical competition where guys like Peter Patton, who do take this incredibly seriously, but it's their game of golf. It's fun. This is what they do for their enjoyment amid a busy personal and professional life. They can still race, and the good ones can still win, which is great. And the 2-driver format, if you elect to go that way, can be very, very effective, and you get that coaching side benefit as well.
I dare say less frustrating than golf as well.
Certainly more exciting. No doubt about it. Now, Jordan Noon is almost to the back of Cooper Cutts. A pair of Arise Racing cars are going to duel over 4th and 5th place. So Oon has dragged the margin down. It was about 30 seconds to the race lead when he came out of pit lane. It's now 22. He has consistently been the fastest guy on the circuit. Wow, he taxed that entry into turn 1 and in fact got onto that concrete apron there at pit exit before it even started, and it bounced the front of the car off the ground. He felt that through his back when it landed.
John, sorry.
He's got the toe.
I was going to say that Josh Hunt's picked up another spot too, so he's on a bit of a charge. That was P7. This is where the action is.
He's got 5 seconds to get to the back of Simon Arthur to get his car into the top 6, Josh Hunt. Yeah, so this is for 4th place. Really aggressive through turn 1, Jordan Noon. You'd see the car working through 2 and just close enough to get a little bit of a helping hand from a toe, from an aero assist. The sun has disappeared a little bit, so the track conditions will be changing as this race goes on. A little bit of cloud moving over the Ipswich region at the moment. Bright beaming sunshine earlier, but now a little bit overcast. Some of the locals, Gary, telling me earlier, the threat of some rain, but I don't believe them for a second.
Well, not during this race anyway.
No.
Hope it's not around for the last sports sedan race.
Those things are hard enough to drive in the drive. Looking forward to that. Great to see the Gods of Thunder, as the great Darren Smith dubbed them a couple of years ago. The better part of a decade ago now, I reckon. It might have been longer than that. And cool to see them back in a belting race yesterday. This has been good too. So Gardner continues to lead. 4 minutes to go. About 5 laps of racing here at Queensland Raceway, and Jordan Noon's still looking to find a way past Cooper Cutts, who is stepping up to the task of holding out the team boss, but also a vastly experienced racer behind him.
Will he hold him out? That's the question.
Yeah. Championship points up for grabs. Every position important in such a short series where there'll only be 10 races, possibly 11, depending on the format they run at Sydney later in the season. They may go to 3 races potentially, but they will be every race so vitally important in a short championship to maximise your point score. So 4th is an important position to hold on to, and that's Elliott Shute in front. So they've caught him a little bit too, and they took about half a second out of Elliott last time around.
Lead gap is out now to 8.5 seconds. Gardner seems to have this one pretty well under control, but what's happening in the background is totally different.
Yeah, I think Patton's pretty content that second place is where they're going to be today. A good haul of championship points for car number 31, who raced last year with Peter Carr. So it was the Pete's having some good fun. They really enjoyed it too.
Peter Carr does some off-road racing as well. Yeah. When he's feeling inclined.
Fast guy in Aussie racing cars, very successful there. It was Peter. And Payton driving solo for this point in the season. How does this play out? Does Jordan Oon? He used a lot to get to the back of car 16. That's the problem. He punched out the quickest lap of the race at 10.9. He worked hard to get there, and then it's all good getting to the back, but
had a bit of a slip up out of the last corner there. Ran a little bit too wide.
He used a lot of the car and the tyre to get to the back of the battle pack, and then he got nothing to use in the battle itself. 2.5 minutes to go. Race 2, the 4th of the series for Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. If you're in the trucking industry, go and say good day to our mates at Workhorse down there. They're based at Eastern Creek. And yes, that is literally just around the corner from Sydney Motorsport Park. Wow, Cooper Cutts backs his car into turn 3. A little bit of a slide on the entry to the corner, so struggling for rear grip. And does that open the door for Jordan Oon to strike? And they've got a little bit of traffic in front. Stephen Champion, who they're going to come up and place a lap down in car number 34. If there's an opportunity for Oon to strike, it could be now. Car moving around in that dirty air. He's got to get it down the inside here at turn 6, and he'll do just that. And heads up driving from Stephen Champion, who opens the door. Well, he opened the door early, and Jordan followed him a little bit there. It was an awkward manoeuvre. Champion was trying to do the right thing, gentlemanly driving, but Jordan Oon followed him, so I think Stephen was going, well, maybe he's not going to go through, I'll take my usual racing line.
And then he's put a wheel off the out of turn 1.
It was awkward.
But I think the horse may have pulled it now. We're over on the penultimate lap or the last lap.
They've got 50 minutes plus 1, so I'd suggest there'll be 2 to go.
Yep.
Watch them through the checker this time, history's a guide. And 9.3 seconds for Alex Gardner. He's about to take his 3rd race win of the year. So 3 wins plus a DNF. Oh, and yeah, the flag is out. It's called it. So Alex Gardner with the Formula 1 style celebration wins race 2 of Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. And that's a really emphatic drive by the young man for Valenti Rosso Racing, who makes it 3 out of 4 so far this season and will entrench himself at the top of the standings. Well done, Alex. Peter Patton, great drive. Gee, fought hard on that opening lap. That was thoroughly enjoyable car racing. And he ended up in 2nd. Elliott Shute across the line in 3rd. Elliott building a super consistent championship campaign. So he gets across the line in 3rd place, then Cooper Cutts in 4th. Held on at the end from Jordan Oon, who walks away with the quickest lap of the race. And Josh Hunt right there just misses out on getting Simon Arthur for 6th and 7th, but Josh got to 7th at the end. Good comeback drive. Brad Russell's going to be 8th. Simon Arthur wins the AM class, by the way. It's a really good performance from a newcomer to One Make Radical Racing.
Yeah, I don't think he had a real good round at the first opportunity, but certainly picked up this time through.
Bill Medland across the line in 11th, and then it'll be William Morris, Hernandez and Champion, a challenging race in car 34. So, Alex Gardner wins another one. Well done to the young man, graduate out of karting, straight into these cars. He's got aspirations to go sports car racing, and this is the best way to do that. We're going to hear from him in a minute to celebrate what's been an emphatic weekend. One thing bringing such youth into the championship, the winning celebrations get quite exuberant, Gary.
Yes.
You got the double fingers going and the fist pumps and the wiggling across the line.
Unfortunately, you can't taste the champagne, though.
Not yet, no. Can only spray it at the team, which I'm sure they appreciate.
With mouths open.
Yes. So good stuff. It's turning out to be a spicy little championship this year, the Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. And there's a lot to like about how this is going to play out all the way through to that finale at Sydney Motorsport Park in November.
Well, we can see some have got good pace, or phenomenal pace, and we've got others that have got consistency. The likes of Elliott Chute against Gardner and Padden. But at this stage, so can Gardner still win it with that DNF?
Oh, yeah.
If he wins every other race, he will.
Oh, not even that, I think. Everyone's going to have one bad race generally in a championship. There is young Alex celebrating down there, and we'll hear from him in just a minute. Great Michael Stratus from Motorsport Australia getting in to celebrate. There's Pete Padden. That opening lap was terrific. They'll replay that a bit, won't they? That was really good fun racing between the two of them, and he had to work hard for that. Confirmation of results in Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. Gardner Padden Moore, the correct shoot, was third place there. In the end, Cooper Cutts, Jordan Oon, Arthur, Hunt, Russell, Knowles and Fernandez. So Bart Moore, we heard from him towards the end there, got home in 9th place. So that truck ride home will be entertaining, no doubt. Barton and Terry driving the truck back down the motorway to Sydney.
I think Bart gets dropped off at Sydney and Terry goes back to Melbourne.
Correct, exactly.
So it'll be halfway home.
We're waiting for the sports sedans to roll, so stick around, folks. Lots more to like about today. The Errol Gilmore Memorial Cup and Australian Formula Open. The final race will decide that trophy. So we look forward to that. That's the overview here at Queensland Raceway, and the amazing upgrades continue. Let's go and hear from our winners in Workhorse Radical Cup Australia. Here's Dean Herridge.
Yeah, thank you, team, down here in Victory Lane, and mate, congratulations, a fantastic win. You look delighted, the celebration said it all. You must be really pleased.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really, really good feeling to win technically my home race, the closest one to home. So yeah, it was a really good race. Awesome battle with Peter on the first lap. That's the stuff that we like to see. So I can't thank the team enough. They've put so much work into me getting this car as fast as it is. So big thank you to them.
And it's now fast across a couple of venues. What's making you just seem at one with this? You know, limited experience in this category in your overall motorsport career. Why are you adapting so quick, do you think?
I think it's mostly all the hard work that I do behind the scenes, and this car suits my driving style very well. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Bit bumpy out there, just managed the win in the end. I mean, like you said, opening sort of laps were awesome, but there was just sort of about then managing the rest of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, just keeping the car in a good window, make sure we're treating it nicely, keeping the tyres cool, keeping the brakes cool, just all those things that help keep the car in a good shape.
And championship's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I'm really thankful to be where I am now in the championship, especially after all the hard work that I put in. So yeah, just can't thank anyone enough.
Mate, congratulations, well done. Go and enjoy the celebration with the team. Peter Padden will come in next. And Peter, a fantastic opening exchange, obviously second, but you must be very, very pleased.
Yeah, well, that's why we come to race, isn't it? Laps like that. You know, you remember him for a long time. That was very, very cool. The young fella's too quick. He absolutely thoroughly deserved it. His qualifying lap was absolutely stonking, and he deserved the win. So, you know, I was doing everything I could to hang on to the back of him and try and make a race of it, but he's just too fast.
So what is the plan now? Obviously, as we move forward to the next venue, have you got a game plan of how you might be able to catch him?
Drive faster. Yeah, or get younger.
I know the feeling with that. But it's awesome to see some young people coming through this particular category. And like you said, it's growing and the pace is hot.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, the category's been around for a long time, but for some reason it's flown under the radar, and I think it's a spectacular category for young kids that want to drive aero cars and progress their career. I don't think there's a better category in the country. I think you saw from the opening lap, the cars are identical in speed. I mean, how many times were we side by side in drag races? So, you know, for a parity series, to learn aero, it's a fantastic category.
Well spoken, and we'll remember that lap for a long time. Congratulations, well done.
Thanks very much.
And Alec coming through, another podium, which sort of matches up to how even Sydney went. So congratulations with that one, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was that was hard, I thought. Yeah, it's a tough track, but yeah, better result than last year. Last year was 2 DNF, so I'm pretty happy with that.
And you're building steadily a championship campaign. Like I said, you've got a little bit of work to do to get those guys at the front, but, you know, a couple of podiums and you look good in the points.
Yeah, I think we're slowly figuring out how to make the tyres work. But yeah, it's super competitive this year, and it's good to have a proper race every single time.
Are you finding that in those opening laps particularly? How do you feel the pace has stepped up even from last season?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're just all so close, and also the playing field is quite level in terms of no success ballast or anything like that. So yeah, it's wild from the start.
Congratulations, fantastic job for P3, and I'm sure it'll be a nice trip home for you.
Thanks very much, appreciate it.
Good on you there, so a fantastic race there, and of course we've got more action coming to you live and free here. Next up is the very spectacular sports sedans. They're going to be up next, and we're live and free here all day at Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Wonderful. Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
The #1 on the door means last year's champ, Jordan Caruso. Welcome to the Shannons Trophy Series. You just come out of the car. It wasn't a perfect race for you. Started off well, but talk us through that.
Yeah, well, this morning we got pole with a pretty big lap, so that was good. But yeah, had the lead for the first couple laps, and then a little engine issue sort of got gradually worse and worse. So once the other guys sort of caught me and I was back in third, I was like, all right, I'm just going to back out to try and minimise whatever's wrong with it, I guess.
It does look like it's going to be a real great fight at the front. You must be looking forward to the next couple of races.
Yeah, we haven't had like a few really quick cars at the front for a while like this, so no, it's awesome. Tony's obviously, he's always going to be quick, and it was good to see Stevie right at the front. So 2 more races tomorrow, hopefully it's good.
Now talk me through, obviously it's reigning champ and stuff, but talk me through the esports stuff, because you're a bit of a superstar in that category. Tell me what you've sort of won and done there.
Yeah, so this year I managed to win the Porsche Esports Super Cup, so that's an iRacing World Championship. So yeah, the first sort of 6 months of the year I was just flat out grinding that, and yeah, I was stoked to get the win in that. But now the sim stuff sort of slowed down for the last half of the year, so I can focus on the real life stuff. So it's good doing both.
You're the most equipped being a champion at both. Tell an old guy like myself, simulator, how close is that versus the real deal? Tell me what the differences are and what you like and I guess prefer about each of them.
Some aspects are spot on, like a lot of the tracks are laser scanned and they're perfect. Some of the driving techniques don't exactly translate perfectly, but I think the feeling you get and the pressure you have in like a big sim race is the exact same as on the sim, and the way you race against other cars and stuff like that. Yeah, so a lot of similarities, and I guess I love the competitive side of sim racing. Everyone's got the same equipment, so I love that aspect of it, but obviously you don't get the same feeling as you do from the real car.
Now this is an absolute beast behind us. Talk us through the stats. Tell me about this machine.
Yeah, so 750 horsepower, 6-litre Chev. I think it weighs like 1,200-ish kilos. So, yeah, crazy fast. Every time I, take a step back for a month or whatever and haven't driven it in a while, I get back in it and it's like, geez, you forget how fast it is. So, yeah, especially a track like this, a lot of full throttle, it's a lot of fun.
Fantastic. We're looking forward to the races that are to come. Congrats on what you've done so far and keep it up.
Thank you very much.
Queensland Raceway, round 2 of the Shannons Trophy Series. Welcome back. The gods of thunder are on the track now, and the most successful of those gods is in the front row of the grid. There he is, 11 times champion, Tony Ricciardello. Right beside him is Steve Tomasi, pushed hard yesterday. Jordan Caruso succumbed to an issue yesterday. Ash Jarvis leading the championship coming into this round. Tony Cox, Curry, Michael Robinson in the 32. Humphrey in that big menacing Falcon. Then we go back to another Falcon of Donnelly there as well. Duggan in the Aston, and away we go for race 2 of the weekend. And Gary O'Brien right alongside me. This is different how we started yesterday. Ricciardello gets into the lead. Jordan Caruso in the P2.
Yeah, Ricciardello was back to third after starting on pole in yesterday's race, and one's gone off there in the background. Hopefully it's just on to the... There's Steve Tomasi trying to get past 2. Caruso goes down the inside of Ricciardello at turn 3. Gets the lead away. Can he hold on to it? Ricciardello comes back at him out of that corner, but he's on the wrong side of the track as they head up to turn 4.
Well, this is reminiscent of 7 or 8 years ago, Hossack versus Ricciardello, the same 2 cars in the battle, and they are battling on cold tyres, both of them. This silhouettes match in the run between 4 and 5, and Ricciardello goes back into the lead in the course of 2 corners here at Queensland Raceway. The Precision International Sports Sedans turning it on. And into turn 6 they go. Caruso right up the inside. Ricciardello looks over and goes, not this Audi again. We have to keep doing this. Look at the power on that Alpha. He gets it down magnificently. I believe the issue yesterday with Jordan Caruso's Audi was a header pipe issue, a crack or something. I haven't actually had a chance to meet up with the team, but that was something, a rumour I heard down the back of the paddock area in between races this morning. Ricciardello running wide. He did it all day. He is absolutely exploring the grip limitations.
Now Caruso goes down the inside at turn 3, and we have another lead change. Goes ahead of Ricciardello. Ricciardello will now have to fight back and try to go down the inside at 4. It's no good going the outside unless you can stay out there. He gets alongside. This is something we haven't seen from the Alpha. It's got the straight line pace of the Audi.
Wow, this is the battles of old, isn't it? Look at Stephen Tomasi. He is just sitting back there, poised. His dad, Dan, will be pacing up and down the pit lane wall. He was beside himself with excitement after the race yesterday, albeit they didn't get the one. They came home in 2nd place, but he was just frothing at the potential with sports sedans in season 2023. And I think we all are, guys.
Yep. Now I think Ricciardello is just going to sit in behind him for a period. Maybe see if he's used up a bit more tyre. They only have 8 tyres for the meeting, 4 new, 4 used that they can use.
Good look into the side window there of Tony Ricciardello's Alpha, Chevrolet powered, all built in-house at BMN Ricciardello. There's the Tomasi Calibra, the beautifully presented precision for all of your engine requirements, precisionintel.com. where you can catch it all out, and that is where this car absolutely sings. Great horsepower always been produced by the Tomasi cars. Oh, understeer there for Tony Ricciardello. He just caught that. He gave it an early turn in to try and gather up some real estate, but it bit him back there and he lost a bit of impotence. And you cannot be slow off turn 5 heading up to 6, otherwise you'll be exposed pretty much by the end of the front straight. You've got to carry it, sweeping it around turn 6 and carry it down the straight.
Well, it's a racing free at the moment with Ash Jarvis protecting his series lead by just continually scoring good points. He is in 4th position in the Monaro Chev.
I've spoken to the first 3 guys yesterday, and that's not lost on them. They're like, we've got to win races, because Ash is just sitting there gathering up points as well. His car is not in the same horsepower league as these front 3. In fact, he's 7.9 seconds off the back of the leader now. Coxie in the Saab is 9.2 seconds off. We're getting good shots of them here. Michael Robinson, he's doing a brilliant job here again. A guy who has come 2nd and 3rd in the championship more times than he wants to even remember anymore.
Here's Steve Lacey coming through the field, just got ahead, although Darren Curry's bringing the Mark car down the inside. They're both trying to get past Mark Dagan in the ex-Kerry Bailey Aston Martin Chev. Of course, most of the front-running cars in this category are Chev-powered. That's apart from the Saab, which is running a Dodge engine.
Well, look at this. This is a nice move here. Curry gets through on the 2012 championship winning car. Debuted in 2012 and won the championship in 2012. No one had an answer for it with Kerry when he came out, had they?
And now Duncan comes back at the Coyote-powered Mark car through turn 6. They've got a new Mark car coming for Jeff Taunton, which will be a full sports sedan spec GT car, their latest innovation.
Tim Tritton just in the background there, car that was driven by Scribblehead himself, Rand McGlurkin, who's covering off all the social medias for the category. Had it for a year or 2, moved it on, and these guys have given it a very, very happy birthday update in numerous areas. It's a famous sports sedan. It's had numerous different owners across the years. James Phillip, I think Dean Cam as well, and it's a weapon. It really is, and the more Tim gets used to it, the more that Honda will start to push up the field.
Well, unfortunately, it pulled up in qualifying just on the outside of turn 2 and pulled up in the same place in the race. So it must have had something over there they needed to retrieve. Not sure about that, but good dice here between Curry and Duggan, and now Triton moving in onto the back of the Aston as well. Steve Lacey, of course, didn't finish yesterday, had fuel boil in that car.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation because they were pulling the car apart and they'd actually taken the heat shield out. Have a look at that, a 108.1054. That's a shame. This is a really interesting iteration on a sports sedan. A little Corolla with an LS-type engine in the front of it. Ran some sort of, I guess, junior sports sedan type series, some more freedoms, like a tin tops
category. The safety car out for this.
It has too. There's that big XD Falcon. Wow, they travel some distance too. They come from Western Australia as well. I think it was coming over on the back of a, I don't know, like a high ace delivery van or something like that they were towing it over with, and fantastic. We're starting to rack them up here, and this can be a part of sports sedans. That's Anthony Saint in the Mazda RX-7, and he's
a local, and Triton's joined him over there as well. So
both locals, actually.
Triton, I thought he's from Victoria.
And there's Condon. I guess that's the one that's probably in the dangerous spot coming off that previous corner
that car
there.
Lost a pressure relief valve out of the sump in Friday practice, and they thought their weekend was done, but they managed to get it going again and took in race 1. Unfortunately, not so much in race 2.
So let's hope it's just a hook and run for these cars to get them into safety.
What happens when we go back to greens? We've got the top 3 line astern, and it'll be on.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to throw a bit of a wild one amongst this. I'm going to say watch Michael Robinson and Humphrey and Chris Donnelly, all sitting in 6, 7 and 8. They've essentially seen the leaders drive away from them. They've now got them back in sight. and they're going to try and not let them skip away. Going with them is going to be hard. Let's face it.
I think the one that impressed me most out of race 1 was Tony Cox in the Saab. Who would have thought that car, given on past performances, could have been in 5th spot?
Certainly, yeah. Well, it was a front-running car back in the day in the Mike Imrie era, but I was most impressed with that guy. The old 11 times. He just, age does not weary him. He's not even old yet. He's just been around for a long, long time.
It seems like he's been going since he was born.
Yeah. And look, I've gone on the record many times. As soon as he decides to stop driving that car, and I nearly went over during COVID and took it off him and put it in a humidity crib and hoisted it up on top of a building somewhere so we can all pray to the gods of sports sedans. But he's got his work cut out for him. A couple of old heads, some old war horses from sports sedans yesterday were not left scratching their head. They were going, Tony is just messing with them. He is just, he'll be able to come up to the rise to the top before the end of the weekend. They said, I don't know, he's working very hard. And they're like, yeah, he's working hard, but you just watch Tony race.
My apologies, Trident is actually a Queenslander. But I wanted to mention the Saab again because it's Dodge powered, and one of the guys who's watching in is Paul Boschert in Canberra, who has a Dodge powered Corvette.
Well, that's an interesting
rebuilt, and hopefully we'll see that one out before the end of the season.
Just so that everyone knows, you've got a Valiant parked in your driveway, so you're a Mopar guy, just like on the Shannons insurance ad. I'm a Mopar guy through and through. Gary O'Brien. Ray Hislop going through the screen there as well. Great to see Ray finding a happy home in sports sedans. He was a dominant force amongst a controversial era in improved production racing, but we're going to have a chat to him on the Grassroots Racing podcast in the not too distant future. So keep an eye out on that on the Speed Cafe podcasts, because it's a very interesting story to tell for Ray Hislop. But he's here next weekend racing, and he wanted to be here this weekend so he could qualify to get on the final round of the championship, round 5, which will be held at Boost Gold Coast on October 27, 29.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
I bet you will. Well, for the first time in I can't remember how long, a full national sports sedan field will be welcome to the Bathurst 1000 in October 5 to 8.
Indeed. And then on the Gold Coast, it's been a long time since these Tyler cars have raced on the Gold Coast.
Yeah. Well, both those tracks, iconic Australian tracks. Here this weekend, this track has been suited overtime to Tony Ricciardello, but he has got a couple of young guns. Tomasi's now a multiple champion of the category, and of course, number 1 leading the race, Jordan Caruso, won the last Australian Championship as well. So Tony has got, as I said, 11 times championships, and that is a world record. That is in the Guinness Book of World Records.
But it was in the Guinness Book of Records when he got to 8.
Yes, it was. Just kept reprinting, didn't it? Being that the CAMS and Motorsport Australia events are FIA accredited, that's where the record can be absorbed or displayed, and you can't take those championships off Tony Ricciardello. It is it's just something to be really in awe of, isn't it?
Safety car lights out. So
and interestingly enough, Tony doesn't wear it as a badge of honour. Tony's there for this race and to win this race, isn't he?
Well, he preps all that car himself, does all the work on it, spent a long time over the off-season getting it ready for this championship, and you can see it's all worked so far.
Certainly has. A couple of different iterations on gearboxes, Hollinger's H6, sequentials, Modena 6-speeds, Tremex, and we are away. The ground thumps, the gods of thunder race one more time here for today, but we have got 4 more laps to go in this one, and Jordan Caruso has got the forever in the mirror. The snake, look at the snake's eyes. I love that on the front of the Elf with the twin headlights with that those snake eyes on there. And he charges them. Tomasi not being able to go with them. The guys that come here with a different brake setup.
Will Fletcher off the road in a Chev-powered Toyota 86, and he's not moving.
Not the only one of those being currently built out there for Australian sports sedans. There is another Toyota 86, and no, we're under yellow. So Tony Ricciardello wants to be very careful. He's just noticed the yellow come out, so he has pulled back in behind Jordan Caruso. That's not what we wanted to see here. These cars are not displayed well under safety car. They are displayed well when they're allowed to run wild out there in the environment. And that is exactly what they are. I would encourage you to check it all out on their social medias at National Sports Sedan Series. And we see the cars coming around. There's the Humphrey car as well. Here's the back end of that, and the 86 just came into screen. Unfortunately, not really giving us an indication of what had happened there, but came in out of position number 12, was in position number 12, so not mucking around, getting on with it there, and Tony Ricciardello is going to have to hustle on here to get onto the back of this, because there it is, it's up and out. And gee, I hope we can get that away, because we don't want to suffer too many more laps under safety car.
Front splitters are good for picking up all the gravel.
Oh, they're terrific, aren't they? And then distributing all over the track as they leave.
That's been a quick recovery.
It certainly has. There's been some Motorsport Australia officials brought in from all over the country to work with the recoveries on the Trophy Series, because it is the biggest absorber of race time, and we don't want to lose time because of that. 47 there, that's the Fergus Coots car. This was a car that was run over a decade ago with his dad, and they are out there running around, albeit down the tail end of a national field. They are in the race and pushing hard.
Ash Bright just ahead of him. That's an ex-supercar, but it runs an LS in it, so.
Sadly, just noticed the yellow car of Nick Smith, the number 69, has gone to the pits, and wow, there's a guy that I don't know how we can keep him motivated. It just seems to be, and he does. He to credit to himself and his wife and his kids. He often remarks, "Gee, I'm so lucky to have the family I've got." His dad heavily involved in it as well. Of course, a racer as
Former
well.
racer Graham Smith had a Fiat 131 Turbo in racing New South Wales sports sedans for many years back in the Oran Park and Amaroo Park days.
Now it looks like we're going to go again, Gaz. That's the zone of the track where the safety car should be turning out its lights. So what does that leave us with? It will leave us with...
We're on lap 10 at the moment.
Yeah.
In third place for round 2 of the championship for GWR, ladies and gentlemen, Peter Butters.
So it's still Caruso from Ricciardello, Tomasi, Jarvis, Cox, Robertson, Humphrey, Donnelly, Steve Lacey up to 9th from the rear of the field, Curry in 10th. Then it's Duggan, Hislop, Jake Camilleri, who I haven't mentioned, he's in the Mark 1 Mazda. Matt Longhurst from South Australia in the Time Attack Honda Integra. Is currently running in a 14th position. We've got Ash Bright and Coots, the two that we just mentioned, at the back of the field, just in front. Oh no, Furcher's gone to the pit, so he's obviously called it a day in this one.
Looks like Tim Tritton in the Honda as well has ailed there, because he's not showing in the pits, but not...
Yeah, but he's parked. He and Tony Saint are parked off together.
Yeah, that's right, sorry. I try and keep up with that. The 43 there as well, a number that Alan Moffat made very famous. And in behind there as well is Mark Duggan. And we're just being informed that possibly this is going to finish on this lap here. So we will we'll continue to run down through the field. Disappointing end for everyone competing in the Precision National Sports Sedan Series. PrecisionIntel.com for all of your engine componentry and parts. Make sure you talk to the people at Precision. They know exactly what you need when you're trying to go fast, that is for sure, or trying to go reliably as well. So make sure you give them the chance to be part of your automotive experience, and let them know that you were watching the Shannons Trophy Series and you saw Stephen Tomasi racing in the Precision Intel Calibra. He represents the brand very, very well indeed. There's the Elcor property developer's car of Jordan Caruso, who will, I guess, if we go to the checkered flag behind safety car, will inherit himself a worthy win in the series. and Tony Ricciardello as well. Ash Jarvis, P4, just dragging those points
Tony
in.
Cox in 5th and Michael Robertson in 6th. So that's a good mix of cars on pretty even pace in that group. So if we get some full laps in the next race, which is the last race on the program this afternoon.
There it is, checkered flag. Ryan Humphrey for Carlton Wines out of Western Australia, representing very, very well. And I hope they're all very happy with his rapport or his performance here so far this weekend. Coming home 7th place, and the cars in front of him is absolutely no disgrace. In fact, that is something to hang your hat on. Done a terrific job. As the cars finish off the race, it'll be Jordan Caruso that takes the win for race number 2 for the weekend, and the cars just making their way back to the pits now. Tony Ricciardello pulling up alongside and just acknowledging the race win, which he's had to do that a number of times over the years with Darren Hossack at the wheel and Jack Perkins at the wheel of the John Gourlay owned Audi. Round of applause from our volunteer officials trackside. They always appreciate the big bangers coming trackside here to Queensland Raceway.
Where we're situated, perhaps just off the back of the scrutineering bay, the ground shakes when those cars go through.
Yeah, well, I mean, even when they start, and the start line's 300 metres from where we are, and they do. So that sees the Precision National Sports Sedan Series race number 2 for the time being over. Ash Jarvis leads the championship coming into this round, and I would say at the moment he probably still does just hang on. Michael Robinson in P2. And again, as I mentioned, Robbo's been 2nd and 3rd in this title hunt enough times now to not want to do that again.
Well, final results aren't quite right. Chris Perini's in the Radicals and he's not even here this weekend, but it was Jordan Caruso from Tony Ricciardello, Steve Tomasi in 3rd, and unfortunately Tony Cox has stopped. Must be a drive issue. Won't be the
Mopar's resting.
Engine.
Yeah, the Mopar's resting. The drive line has let it down. But back to those championship points. Jordan Caruso in 4th place on 86. Tony Ricciardello on 73. Bill Furcher on 73. Mark Duggan in the Aston on 72. Hines Cox, the car we're looking at on the screen there, the RSR Smash Repairs outfit. Then it's Steve Lacey on 48. Steve managed to finish 9th in that race to Williams, Mannix, Scott Cameron, who had a failure earlier on this weekend.
Split the block, unfortunately.
That's a fair old failure, isn't it? A split block. That's a nasty.
Lucky it was the older engine, not the new one.
Yeah, well, that's true. Great to see Chris Donnelly here in the number 43. That Falcon in that, I'm going to say it's almost like a Fairmont red.
Chocolate brown, I call it.
It's a very distinctive colour. And there's our protagonist just getting out and I guess ruining what could have been a full race distance there. The programmed 13 laps certainly didn't come about. 11 is they've got to be happy with, and this is where the stories can start. Tony Ricciardello, who learnt off Kerry Bailey, just get straight in their ear and start talking to them and learn more about their car than they'll will off you. Remember Tony Ricciardello saying that Pouch or Kerry Bailey was the master of that. He'd just talk to you, keep talking and talking until he'd get out of you what was going on.
Well, every time I ever went to speak to him, the first thing he'd ask is, what was Tony running?
What did Tony say? Jordan Caruso takes the win over Tony Ricciardello. Steve Tomasi, Ash Jarvis in the 44 is in a very happy 4th place there. Tony Cox, Michael Robinson, Ryan Humphrey, Chris Donnelly, Steve Lacey and Darren Curry. Fastest lap on a 108.1054. That goes to Jordan Caruso. The lap record is still 107, and that is held by Thomas Randall in the Saab. We'll go down to pit lane now to Speed Cafe Victory Lane with Dean Herridge.
Yes, happy Jordan Caruso. Obviously a bit disappointing to finish under yellow, but it wins the win. Great opening duel in those first couple of laps.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was definitely the best battle I've had in Sports Sedan so far. Awesome race with Tony. You know, it was hard, but fair, and that's what you want. The car was wicked. I think it would have been interesting to see how it played out with tyres. I think, you know, Tony does a really good job of sort of managing the end of the race, but stoked with that. Awesome race.
So obviously the repairs overnight worked a treat, so the team must be happy about that.
Yeah, we had a bunch of people helping out welding whatever was broken. But stoked to get the car back out, and hopefully we can have a good race 3.
Well, the good news for us is there is a race 3, and obviously, do you think you can hold these couple of guys back?
It's going to be tough. They're both really quick, but I think as long as we've got the car and I just got to minimise mistakes, I think we should be good.
All right, plenty of pressure on. Well done for this one. As we get Tony across, congratulations. Good luck in race 3. Tony, I feel like he's probably a little disappointed that you probably had a run planned, no doubt, knowing you, but obviously finished under yellow. But it's going to be a good cracking run between the 3 of you guys, isn't there?
Yeah, look, it was a good battle. I think the safety car let Geordie off pretty on the light side. But, mate, look, we made some big changes last night, and I think it sort of helped. The track changed quite a bit yesterday, and I think we found a pretty good setup, and the battle was on later in the race. But, you just got to thank Precision Parts and the Duggan family as well, Hotel. They're putting a big effort in the support in the category, and, great racing, great cars and great people, mate, so it's really enjoyable.
We're absolutely enjoying as well. Now, I spoke to you a couple of hours ago, and you're always just tinkering away. You're always trying to make it a little faster. So you made improvements last night. You got anything up your sleeve that you need to play around with before race 3?
Yeah, look, we're pretty close, I think. Probably going to be, we'll have another reset and think, this afternoon at 3 o'clock in the Arvo, the track will change again. So we've got to just manage the changes and try to get the best that we can out of the car for the track conditions. So, but it should be exciting. It's going to be on.
We're going to be excited for it, mate. Good luck with that one. Like I said, well done for P2 and a win yesterday, of course. So it's all to play for coming up.
No worries. Thanks.
Good on you, Steve. Come in third. Didn't see you in the mix yesterday. Didn't quite have them today. Have you got anything up your sleeve for this afternoon?
This race we tried to play a bit of the long game with the tyre pressures, and if the safety cars weren't there, maybe I could have caught up on that ground that I would lose early on, which was all sort of part of the plan. But unfortunately, that's racing, and the strategy didn't go to plan. But no, I was on the pace and feeling good, and this is sort of like the closest I've been to these guys in a little while. Race 3 should be pretty exciting.
And the thing is, you are so close. Yesterday, your fastest lap time between you was like a tenth of a second apart. So you all are trying to find a little sneak somewhere. Like you said, you tried a bit of strategy there. So it's fantastic competition. We love watching it.
Yeah, the car's great. The engine's even better. Thanks to Precision International for their the engine parts that they're supplying us. They're unbelievable, and their service. All the questions are getting answered, and it's all coming together.
Well done for P3. Can't wait for the next race.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Good on you. It is going to be a cracking final race here at Queensland Raceway. We're, of course, the Shannons Trophy Series live and free here. We've got a small break during the lunch, and then we'll be back. And back in action will be the Toyota Scholarship Series coming up after the break. Plenty of action still coming up. Stay with us, live and free.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
We're on like a half-hour break. Do you need to be run to the bathroom or anything?
Yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah.
To a degree, keeping a little bit of hands away, as you do. Darren's joined me now for what will be the first race on the program, and we're just about ready to go. 5-second board is out, and that means that the green flag has been shown, and away they go. And it looks like Buxley's just got a little bit better off the line. Bloxham tries to go alongside as they head down towards turn 1. Parker in third spot, and they disappear from our view momentarily as they go down through turn 1.
Great field of Toyota Gazoo Racing 86s here, Gaz, this weekend, and as we alluded to in the intro, the racing will be really, really strong indeed. So just watching them going up the back straight now and disappearing down into turn number 3. Right on the outside there is Lockie, and the number 50 charging on through there, Alice Buckley in the Vi Financial ACL car. Weighing in on it, up the inside, and that's a good bit of drive off turn number 3 for Bloxham. And then white car, they can't quite pick up the number on that one, but we've still got some terrific racing. What has been interesting, Gaz, about this series is the fact that we seem to have someone at each round that is dominating. And Liddell dominated round 1. Then we had another one of the contenders dominating round 2. Yeah, and then Max Gagan dominated the last round at Sydney Motorsport Park. And Max has got the lead in the series. In fact, he's got a healthy 50-point lead in this series, and we're seeing them go side by side across the line to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, Lincoln Taylor going down the inside of Charlie Parker as they get down towards turn 1. This is where the big battle was yesterday. While out in front, Buckley held off Bloxham for the whole of the race. It was on for young and old in third position, and as you can see now, the battle is on between these two at the moment, and Taylor looks like coming through is Ebbett, who was fastest in the first practice session yesterday, and he's moved up with position as well. You might notice that Ebbett's car has a little wing on the back of it. It is a production Toyota rather than a scholarship series car, but running on as an invitational vehicle amongst these cars, so very close in performance. A little bit quicker in a straight line, I might say, but other than that, very similar in performance. Doesn't seem to be as good a handler as the Gazoo Racing 86s. So they make their way out of turn 5, head down towards turn 6, and at the moment it's Parker being relegated to 5th spot. Shane Nowicki from South Australia is the next one, followed by Brogno. Then Colin Roberts, who had Glenn Seaton helping him out over the last couple of days.
Right. Zoe Woods just got back into the top 10 now.
Oh, we got one off.
Warner. There's 2 actually down there. There's Warner and that's Summer Rintoul as well down in turn 3. And the car's continuing to battle this out. Method wheels and on the side, reminding us of the bit of action we're going to see later on today. There it is there. The 6, 7, 8, that's Lincoln Taylor, reminding us that we've got a speeds comparison going on later on today. A really interesting speed comparison that we've got. We've got a Formula car, a Dallara, a bespoke Dallara, with Dean Ty at the wheel, and he'll be going up against a rally car, a Subaru. In fact, the car that Molly Taylor drove out of Les Walkden Racing, and then we've got an off-road buggy that's going to be part of that as well. So that's going to be a really cool aspect of.
Well, it's an interesting scenario there. We've got Dean Ty with that Dallara is something really special because it's got a Judd Formula One engine in it. So it'll certainly wake your ears up. It's a beautiful sounding car. You can remember back to when Judd cars were in Formula One.
We were sort of hoping that we might be able to sneak a little bit of time out of the program for today. And get that car to do an extra lap to see if it actually can get a lap record.
Oh, great.
So that would be really interesting if we could try and get that.
Yeah, and of course the Pro Buggy is a Holden Alloy Tech turbocharged car.
Yeah, it is twin turbocharged.
Single because maybe it is twin.
Yeah, V6, the Holden configuration, and some 700 horsepower out of that, and it was quite amazing.
It gets a lean up coming through the corners, that's for sure.
Not getting off the power, like just absolutely stays on it.
Well, we was suggesting yesterday that perhaps what it should do is cut through turns 1 and 2 because it's an off-road buggy. Well, it was the time.
Well, it was suggested that, and it was suggested not to use the link road either because it's just going to overheat the tyres. Just go straight across the grass. Here we go. Just seeing the 44 coming out backwards there. The Carly Warner car. And yeah,
it's a fair bit of damage down the left-hand side.
There
and
is.
Right-hand damage on the other car. So obviously there must have been a brake move happening down at turn 3. Replay coming up of what happened down at turn 3 under brakes. Here we go. We're just coming back to, we'll get the tail end of that as they go into the sand trap there. The sand trap doing its job, and certainly a fair bit of damage on the number 87 car, that's for sure.
Geez, I tell you what, the facility here at Queensland Raceway, it had taken that shot back down the straight a couple of years ago, would have been a simple old yellow building, wouldn't it now? And with all the improvements, and the big one that you notice coming in is that Race Fuels fuel compound, or Bowsers there, which are 24/7 now, that you can come down and use those and fill up whatever events here, like there's drifting and various different test days, and you can just fill up straight on the course. So that's really handy for a race team. Of course, where Dean and I opened the show from this morning, up on top of the pit building, the new viewing areas.
Multi-level building at that.
Yeah, it really is. Tony Quinn, when he wants to do something, he puts his stamp on it, doesn't he?
Yep. He doesn't do half measures, does he?
Not at all. Summer Rintoul now in the 87 JGI racing. This is really interesting because I wouldn't say the racing's been heavily willing like we've seen at the last race of each round. It's been quite a willing race, but it's just very early in this race, while the field's still compacted up, there's managed to be some fairly significant comings together.
Yeah, well, there was yesterday very late in the race, which took Mason Harvey out of the equation down to turn 6, which is similar looking corner to this, but it's the next one after they go up to the turn 3 and 4. 4 and 5. That sort of almost one corner, I guess, in some respects, but it is a double apex.
So let's have a look, Gaz, at the way the points are situated coming into this round. This is not corrected after yesterday's race, but coming into this round, Max Gagan leading by 50. Lockie Bloxham, another 62. Then it's to Cody Bircher, Oscar Target, Marcus Liddell. Marcus Liddell's managed to hang in there after his first round, dominated 3 wins from 3 races, got the 100 points up. Matt Hillier in 6th in the title hunt. And, those 3 times 100 points have got him in good stead as well. So it's a shame that we're not seeing that car here this weekend. Obviously achieved what they wanted out of the scholarship series and have managed to get that job done.
Well, Marcus Liddell's here this weekend. He's running a couple of cars, not himself personally. He's running Mason Harvey, and he's also running Ben Stewart, the 99 Motorsport outfit.
Quite a big burgeoning outfit, isn't it, the 99 Motorsport? They've got a number of cars here. Alice Buckley leading the field around and really has had a terrific lead into this weekend's event. Cars just weaving. No, they're going to go around one more time.
Yeah, so at this current point, it's Alice Buckley in front from Lockie Bloxham, Lincoln Taylor in third, Charlie Parker in fourth. Then it's Ebbett, Nowicki, Tom Setsu, already made up a few spots, starting out at 12th position. In Brockno, Roberts, Woods, Harvey, Stewart, Frost, Zoling, and of course we've got the other cars involved in that incident. I suspect that perhaps at the end of this lap, lap 5, we'll be back underway. Track has been cleared. You can see they're going through the process of keeping the tyres warmed up because heat means grip.
Interestingly enough, we've only had really 2 competitive laps in this race. Yesterday, Alice Buckley in the afternoon did a 1:25.83. It wasn't the fastest lap of the race. It was that was held by Lockie Bloxham on a 1:25.77. A 1:27.6 is the best that Alice was able to do on the first couple of laps. And the lap times came yesterday on lap 2. So I would suspect restart, reset, it'll end up being lap number 6 for the race, then lap number 7 is when the time should start to come back.
And weather conditions probably ideal at this point.
I reckon perfect air temperature, still just under 20 degrees.
And I think this is the first time the Toyota Gazoo Racing 86 series is being at Queensland Raceway. Just trying to remember if it'd been here before, either the scholarship series or the main series, but as you can see now they're lining up for a restart at the end of this lap.
Certainly the scholarship series has only been to Phillip Island and Sydney Motorsport Park for 2 adventures this year so far, but I'm pretty sure the Gazoo Racing series has been to Queensland Raceway. We'll get the Craig Nader and the crew from the series to update us on that. We like to try and keep across many things, Gaz. Sometimes you can't be across everything. The 50 leads into turn 1, and it is a hot pursuit with Lockie Bloxham. He knows he needs to get the car back up to speed, try and draw alongside Alice. The mind games, who's going to be the big one under brakes as the 6-7 tail remains. Just in back of shot there, the Method Wheels entry.
As you can see, Bloxham now going for the inside move at turn 3, and they hit. And that's pushed Buckley wide, and she may lose second position out of this. As you can see, Parker alongside, they've had a little bit of a rub as well. But Bloxham goes into the lead, and he might get penalised for that.
Yeah, it is a feature of one-make racing, particularly when it's so heavily controlled like this, that there will be a little bit of tete-a-tete. There'll be the odd melee here and there, and one of the good inclusions of this series is I guess an incentive not to do that, because they do have demerit points. As Bloxham
so he
Buckley goes through, I'm not sure that they've got a redress rule in this. The 27, a big move there. Ryan Thompson just pushes right through there on Shane Nowicki. Gee, that was a big, bold move coming into turn 6. Well done. Thompson again.
It went better than the one yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Ebbett in the mix there as well. Looking good for a strong down there.
Now Thompson gets another spot there. He's moved ahead into what will effectively be 5th spot, getting past Alan Jones and
championships, I think you're sending a big signal when you put a 27 on the side of your car in Australian motorsport.
Well, Ferrari carried it for a long while too, didn't they? Oh, this time it's between
Shane Wiki just got a bit of a bang up there
from Salvatore and Brogno.
So that will happen because they've all got the exact same brake and suspension package. There's
Someone's just using it a little later.
I'm going to say, yeah, he's getting brave with it, that's for sure. And look, the opportunity is you can go deep into the corner, but you're not going to be able to do it lap after lap.
No.
You're going to have to, ease the car and give it some opportunity to cool, particularly the brakes around here. That really does get a hammering, and we'll see that on display when we see
Here we go again. Thompson down the inside. Oh, and he's taken out a couple in that one. That's a big hit.
Wow, the Bondi Carpet's 27. That was another dive bomb. And the 182's gone in there as well.
That's the Ebbett car and
Glenn Ebbett.
Looks like the other one's going to get
Charlie
out.
Parker. Okay. Charlie Parker goes away. Well, that was a big drill in the door.
Parker will be going to the pits, I would imagine.
I would think so. Jeez,
grandson of Greg Crick, actually. Greg's here, keeping an eye on him this weekend.
No, that's...
yeah, no, I'd switch that off. So we're going to go safety car again, I would imagine, or they may flag this one at this point.
Yeah, I would think we probably won't get another safety car in this one. We're 8 laps in. It's an 8-lap journey, so... sorry, it's an 11-lap journey. Yeah, they could call the result at this point in time. Certainly the field is continuing on.
So we still haven't got a yellow flag as yet, or a safety car. So they may try and run this under a local. Wave the yellow. And also there's many moves still happening back in the field. So we'll just see what's going to happen here. So Buckley has the lead back from Bloxham, but I don't think they have a redress rule in this category or any other category outside supercars. So they're continuing with the race at this stage under a local yellow, and they got
What it's done though, Gaz, is it's brought Connor Roberts right back into a podium
Checker flag
position.
out. Alice Buckley takes the win. Lachlan Bloxham just behind in second. Connor Roberts gets up to third spot. Mason Harvey's come from the back of the field up to fourth position. Lincoln Taylor in fifth. Shane now Wiki, the next one through. Ahead of Zoe Woods, Salvatore and Brogno, Ben Stewart, and in 10th spot is Cruz Frost.
Which is, I tell you what, that coming together has given some drivers an opportunity to get inside the top 10, hasn't it? They taking each other out. Gee, there's a big run there in the 27 of Ryan Thompson. I would suggest he's got some explaining to do. After that one, it was certainly a couple of laps in a row. He made it work, and then on the third time, the dive bomb didn't really come out. Here we go in the Shannons Trophy Series, a reset. There it is. Looks to get down the inside of 2 cars. Gives the 49 a big old nudge in the back. It's given a fair old whack in the front end, and we did see a whole lot of smoke come out when he tried to get moving there as well. So I would suggest there'll be some fairly heavy conversations going on around that for the rest of today, I would suggest.
Well,
that's not going to be resolved instantly.
It's hard to imagine that car will be back out again.
Having said that,
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Welcome back to the Shannons Trophy Series here, round 2 from Queensland Raceway. We're obviously in a little lunch break at the moment, expecting the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia Scholarship Series out next. But Darren Smith, you join me again in this little break. We thought we'd have a quick look actually in the pit area. You love these sports sedans. What a great opportunity to have a look up at some of these close and personal.
I certainly do love them, Dean. I'm actually still wiping the sweat off from that race call as the 86 has come down. Car we're standing right in front of here, Mark Duggan's car, won the championship in 2012 with its original owner at the wheel. And Kerry Bailey, or Pouch as he was known to his mates. Some really cool things on this car. I just had to ask the team, the rocker covers for Dale Earnhardt written on them, and you know, it's very little introduction, NASCAR champion and all of that sort of thing on there. So we can see a lot of modern technology because this car was only built in 2011. Some of the other cars, you know, even the Audi are, you know, sort of almost 20 years old. The Alfa of Tony Ricciardello, you know, 30 years old. So this car here uses a lot of carbon technology, etc., etc. And who doesn't like their main sponsor, the Duggan Family Hotels? Have obviously got an association there. Another ripping one here is a guy who's won many state championships, but I don't think anyone's come second and third in the championship quite as much as Michael Robinson.
I've made a career out of being run right, mate. So.
Yeah, well, that's you can do that too. You made a good career out of it. You know, an iconic Australian coupe shape, the Monaro. Not a Monaro left there, is there?
But that's the thing. That's what makes the sports sedans is the highly modified from what we'd see from supercars or a production car. Is, you know, there's a lot more freedoms in this particular category.
Certainly is, and the driver Michael Robinson has had a lot of modifications done to him over the years as well. He's right behind me now. He's probably going to tackle us down to the ground here. This car here, originally driven by Darren Hossack, Jack Perkins, and now Jordan Caruso, the fastest Audi in the world. There's no doubt about that. And you had to sling a Chev into it to achieve that.
No, it's been, like I said, I think it's extraordinary. It's going to be fun. They've got a last race. They've got sort of gypped a little bit on the safety car, but we're looking forward to them coming back as our final race for today. You're getting back in the commentary box. We've got those Toyota 86s getting on the line very shortly. Thanks for staying with us here live and free. We're here at Queensland Raceway.
Yeah, some good insight there from Dean and Darren as we see the Toyota 86s out for their third and final race at round 4 of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Australia 86 Scholarship Series. So far, it's in this series, it was Marcus Liddell that won the first 3 races at opening round, and then Matt Hillier won the 3 races at the second round, which was down at Phillip Island. They were back at City Motorsport Park for round 3, and Max Gagan won all 3 races there. So this is an ideal opportunity for Alice Buckley to perhaps be the 4th driver in the series to win 3 races at a round, and she's off pole position with Lachlan Bloxham alongside. Connor Roberts will start out of position 3, and Mason Harvey racing out of position 4. Lincoln Taylor is in 5th on the grid. Shane Nowicki from South Australia is 6th. Zoe Woods and Salvatore Imbrogno is out of position 8. Lost a couple, unfortunately, out of the previous race today. But they're all set and ready to go for this one. 11 laps will be the distance. We'll certainly shortly see the green flag waved at the back, and then we have about a 5-second, or a metric 5-second as they like to call it, because it is a very fast 5 seconds before they get them underway. So the lights are out, and away they go, and they're going to go side by side, Buckley and Bloxham, down towards turn 1 on the first occasion, and slotting in the third spot is Connor Roberts. Now Bloxham goes around the outside, takes the lead away. Darren's back with me now to pick up on this as well, as we watch Harvey, who is in 4th spot. He's made a good comeback after a DNF in race 1. And he sits just behind Roberts as they head down the back straight.
Yeah, Harvey returning to the front end of the field after a bit of a battle there. So the number 9 running out wide there. Alice just getting right onto the back door there of Lockie Bloxham. Great turn 1 by Lockie, swept through there. Cut off the charge from behind, which was coming from multiple angles, in fact. So it wasn't just Alice that was having a crack at it. There we go again. There's the Tribridge number 9 of Harvey. Looking back to behind him, which will be now Wiki.
There was a bit of a nudge there from...
Whoa, 2 positions there. 3, 4 positions lost there. So that's not ideal. And that's Roberts just making way back onto the track there as well. So there's Zoe Woods at the 210 and looking for a good improvement here. I remember her in the fight in the night last year here at Queensland Raceway for the Australian production cars. She did with Luke Yulden, and certainly coached her in all the right ways and is still doing a terrific job at the moment. Just looking where 210 is. Yeah, that's coming into 5th place here, so that's a good run out of the start of this race. Number 19 there as well. That's Roberts, Parker, and we're just battling just inside the top 10 here.
Lost out as a result. Bloxham covers the line into turn 1 as we see Harvey Tom go around the outside. So he's picked up a spot.
Harvey round the outside there. Mason Harvey in the 99 Motorsport entry. It's a wish and a prayer, that one, going out wide, because the idea is that you're on the inside running for turn number 4 to 6 and be able to sweep back across. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked that way. Out wide out of turn number 5 now. Wiki being chased by Parker, Roberts, Rintoul, and this is a great battle. In fact, that takes it out to the top 10. Up the inside, Parker looks there, has a good look. Gee, that now Wiki car's moving around a lot. Spent a long time on the dirt trying to recover a lap ago.
So Bloxham continues to lead. We've got Buckley into 2nd position, and she's trying where she can to see if she can get past. Harvey's doing a great job. We didn't see his pass on Taylor, but those 3 have actually moved away now, haven't they?
They have. They've got a race in 3, and at the moment Tyler is just trying to get amongst it. Side by side now. Alice Buckley goes. This is a great move. She had a terrific run down to the bottom of the straight, carried the pace all the way through 1 and 2, puts it in there, but Lockie Bloxham knows the old switcheroo. She cuts him off, and that is fantastic driving by Alice Buckley in car number 50, the Castrol entry over Lockie Bloxham, the Optian outfit. Wow, that's a good manoeuvre to be able to hold back and not let that gap open up around through turn 3 here at QR. That's a move you want to be able to perfect if you're going to do a lot of racing on the national scene, particularly here at Queensland Raceway. It's a very effective way to do it. Bloxham left and right, covering all sorts of real estate in the Team Navy Optian entry. Is that the high beam on and looking left, looking right, see if we can do some distraction?
I think that's more of a case of I'll feign left, go right, vice versa, all that sort of situation, because there's no other way you can do it.
No, that's
You've
right.
got to manipulate the move to give you the advantage, as it were, in track space.
I wonder if Alice even gave that the respect it deserved.
I think she ignored it all.
Exactly.
And just drove.
Exactly. Got the high beams on though, trying every trick in the book there.
Well, the problem with Bloxham is he's got Harvey right behind him as well, so he's got to mind that he doesn't leave the door open for Harvey to come firing through.
Last lap around, Alice Buckley, fastest lap of the race, a 1:26.03. A 1:25.74 is her fastest lap, which was set yesterday. So, in fact, looking for a string of fastest laps is Alice Buckley. This is a really good weekend, and it's sort of staying in form with what we've seen out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series. Oh, the car slowing there.
That's Taylor. He's had a drama because they weren't that close to him. And all of a sudden, they've just both fired past.
Yeah.
So that's...
backwards at a great rate of knots.
Nowicki and Roberts.
Back at the front of the race, the number 50 Castrol entry. Wouldn't say doing it easy, Gary, but she certainly got the manoeuvre done and is holding the course. Still got 7 laps in this contest to go. Taylor moving around all over the place then. Not sure what that's about. There's no real threat from
Harvey's dropped back.
Yeah, absolutely gone back to Taylor. Is it Taylor just getting around Harvey because he was going slow? Maybe it was. There's Harvey.
And then Woods in the next one in the feed. That's her best result so far, up to 5th spot.
The Lulu Lashes outfit.
About your next put a call, is it?
go and get a fix up on the way home. Get the eyebrows tinted or something. What do you think?
We all need a bit of that.
Stewart going
and Taylor
slowly.
Is it Taylor? Stewart. Ben Stewart going slow there.
Salvatore and Brogno there coming through. They all remain tightly knit with each other. Brogno, Frost and Parker. Zockling a distance in the rear there, but going through going through on the Ailing car there.
Just a slight little touch, just to let them know that you're there.
Brogno in the Apex Racing outfit. I wonder if that's Joe Colliga entry.
Here's Parker trying to make a move as well on the comeback after being given the heave-ho down at this corner in the last race. Fortunately being able to get that car back to this race, and unfortunately Ebbett was out as Tomset was too badly damaged to repair in time.
Yeah, no surprises there. That was not a good one. That could have ended up in a fair bit worse manner than what it did. Gee, the 30 hanging on here for Metro Waste. That's certainly letting Parker know. You want to get through, have to work hard. Bit of battle-worn damage on the 30. No, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up 12th place in this race for anybody.
That's right. That's the thing about the Toyota 86 Racing. It's on all the way down the field, whether it be in the Scholarship Series, which we've seen in the previous rounds, or here, or in the main game, which we've seen last weekend, and also up at Townsville.
Great little cars too. They've been really an awesome addition to the Toyota range of cars, in the vein of the Celica and things like that over many years.
Well, they go to
Celica DNA.
They go to the GR version next year. These cars will go down into a feeder series that may be based state to state, from what I'm hearing.
So Alice Buckley leads Lockie Bloxham on lap number 6 completed. This battle is right down the back of the field, believe it or not. Parker just locking up there, losing impetus in that battle.
You probably have some handling issues from that earlier incident, so maybe it's not the way they came into the race meeting.
Toyota Kintu program emblazoned on the front and rear number plate areas of these cars. A very interesting program that Toyota have. Check it out on the Toyota website. And quite an interesting program that they've got going on there, and all these cars displaying that on the front. Underpinnings coming adrift there, Gaz. That looks like the under radiator protection
just the
plastic work.
Keeps the dust out of the engine bay.
Well, it could be giving a bit of air, a bit of downforce here at the moment, the way that's
I think that's working the wrong way.
Yes.
Oh, here's a challenge for the lead going down to turn 4. Blocks him on the outside. If he can stick with it, he'll have the inside running out of 5 and the run up to 6, and looks like he has.
Ooh, good run. Out wide.
No,
Will lose a
didn't
whole
quite do
lot
it.
of ground by going that far out
Still
wide.
a great battle going on behind. Those three cars are Taylor, Harvey and Woods having a good scrap as well.
Here we go. He blocks them out wide. Still just not being able to get that all-important sort of half car length up the side of the car.
It looks like his car might be a little bit quicker, but getting past is going to be the hard part.
Good on Alice. Hold him up as much as you can. We've seen that more than once this weekend, that's for sure. And she's on dual duties. And Gaz, you said there was some issues.
Yeah, gearbox issues with the XL. We'll talk about that more when the XL race comes up later in the day.
No such issues with the Toyota product, that's for sure. Alice Buckley now the fastest lap at 126.03. Got 3.5 laps remaining. And this series, in every race I've seen all of the McBath 3 that you did see at Sydney Motorsport Park, have been absolutely enthralling battles. And I'm sort of actually waiting for this one to tee off a little bit.
You think it might happen?
Well, it's their last race for the weekend, and that's the one that's been the willing one across the Phillip Island and Sydney Motorsport Park rounds that I've seen these.
There's this race for third position at the moment, where it's Lincoln Taylor ahead of Mason Harvey.
We've been watching Mason Harvey in the Tri-Bridge number 9 throughout late yesterday and today to I guess, come back from buried down the field, and the charge is still on. Fourth place is not a bad place to land a charge from the rear, but certainly there's no giving up to try and grab at least that third spot on the podium for last race of the weekend.
Yeah, he was a victim of a similar incident down at turn 6 of what we've seen in the earlier race today, which involved Ebbett and Tomset and Parker to a lesser extent. Warner, Ritoli, Imbrogno. They're dicing out there for 8th, 9th, 10th. And that's been a race that's been going on for a couple of laps now.
Summer Rintoul in the JGI racing entry. Just tucked in behind there now on the
having a
Warner.
look.
Why not have a look? Toyota Gazoo Racing entered car. Looks like a bit of an indigenous artwork on it. And just losing that run when you take the wider exit to turn 3, you do manage to gather it all up.
Well, sometimes that wider run can help you at turn 3.
Sure,
because you carry more speed around the corner, and your ideal line for turn 4 at that stage. When you
problem with that is that you're covering more metres of track. If you're out wide, you're covering another 20 metres. But yeah, you do carry the car speed. Imbrogno now looks to the inside on Rintoul, running to turn 6. Does it very nicely in the apex entry. Understeers mid-corner, just about ends up taking the JGI Racing entry of Summer Rintoul out on the way through. Roberts Nowicki. This is for 6 and 7 on the road in this race. Gee, you can commit yourself. I guess it's like any tin top races here at Queensland Raceway. If you commit yourself, like Salvatore and Brogno's just done to the turn 1-2 complex, you can really carry some speed out, can't you?
Indeed.
The car's moving around underneath you a fair bit too.
Well, they're on the penultimate lap now. Just one to go after this one. Buckley still holds on the lead, not by much, less than 0.2 of a second, so it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Similarly so, the battle between Taylor and Harvey, and there are our race leaders. That's how close it is. And Bloxham's been trying all weekend to get past that yellow and green car just in front of her, and just hasn't been able to do it.
There's not an inside run on that corner. You got no chance.
This time at least he managed to get ahead off the start, but it didn't last long before Buckley came back at turn 3 and got underneath him and took the lead away.
Running down the front straight here at Queensland Raceway. We look back up. The pit lane is empty at the moment, but it will very, very soon have the speed comparison vehicles in there. Hang around for that. The rally car versus the off-road car versus the purpose-built open-wheeler track attack sprint type of car. And we'll be that'll be on track straight after this race as we're on the last journey around Queensland Raceway for this round of the Toyota Gazoo Series. This will be race at 12 of their series. Alice just hanging on there. Lockie Bloxham getting a good run off turn 3, just what we've been talking about.
And she's covering the lines, isn't she? Just going to the inside of the circuit.
Got to get round me, fella. You got to get round me, and that's racing in its most basic nature, isn't it?
It certainly is. And this is quite a feather too. If she pulls this off, this will be the fourth driver in 4 rounds to win all 3 races.
Yes, clean sweep the thing. It's been probably the main feature of this series when you look back at it from this point of view anyway. Oh, this is going to get feisty for the line. It hasn't been as feisty a race as I promised, and I apologise for that, but you should have watched the last race at Sydney Motorsport Park. And there it is, 3 from 3 to Alice Buckley in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series. Car number 50. The Norwell Motor Complex on the front, Castrol emblazoned down the side. And what a terrific result. Another round and another 3 from 3. Fantastic result there. Alice Buckley takes the win over Lockie Bloxham. And it's Taylor, Harvey Mason, Zoe Woods. Welcome to the top 5. That's a really good drive and a really good hang in there as well. Terrific drive there. Roberts, Nowicki, Warner and Brogno, Rintoul, Parker and Frost rounds out the finishes. And again, in this race, the entire field has finished within about 30 seconds of each other, and that was when it's whole distance. So nice to have a race that's gone the entire distance, and it's been fantastic to have the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series be part of the inaugural and the second round of the Shannons Trophy Series. I think it's a good fit. It's a hand-in-glove type of situation, Gaz.
While we were watching the battle of the lead, there were certain things going on behind him. Taylor actually was passed by Harvey on the last lap, but right at the death, right as they crossed the line, Taylor got that spot back and got it back by something in the region of about 0.05 of a second. Woods was just in behind in 5th spot. There was not much between Robertson and Nowicki at the end, nor between Warner, Imbrogno and Ritoli. And look at that cloud coming over from the southwest at the moment. It's not looking all that good.
No, it isn't, is it really? I mean, we're still a good couple of hours, 2 hours away before we see the last sports sedan race on, and I would dearly like whatever precipitation is going to visit the region to hold off until we can get that one done.
Do you want to talk to the big bloke upstairs, sort that out?
Yes, you mean my dad. So cars exit the track there, and that we bid them adieu for this round, and it's been really cool to have the 86s as part of the trophy series, and I think it will be a long-standing relationship that we will enjoy for years to come, as we just get a look at the lockout shot of pit entry here at Queensland Raceway. Up next, of course, is the speed comparison. There we go. Final results and confirmation. Car 50, Alice Buckley wins over the 23 of Lachlan Bloxham, the 6, 7, 8 of Lincoln Taylor. I do not know where they get these numbers from. The number 9 of Mason Harvey, Zoe Woods in the 210, 19 Connor Roberts, the 52 of Shane Nowicki. 8th place is Carly Warner. Salvatore Brogno in position number 9 in his 26, and 10th is Summer Rintoul. We will be back after this with more here at Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 13 46 46 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Well, what a final race of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Scholarship Series, and Alice Buckley 3 from 3. That was a difficult one.
Yeah, Lockie didn't make it easy. We were battling the whole time. He got out in the lead for the first few laps, made me definitely panic. So I'm glad I got clean sweep, but he didn't make it easy.
Did you enjoy the battle this way? You've been defending the whole time, so to fall back behind and have to make a pass, that's pretty satisfying.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with myself. Realistically, we've got good pace, and I'm going to go test at the Bend next weekend. So we realistically weren't going to do both categories, but luckily we were fast this weekend. So.
Did you? Obviously, it sounds like you weren't expecting to maybe even get a race win, let alone 3 from 3 here this weekend.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it, but I'm new to the Toyota series this year, but always making improvements, and that's where you want to go. So hopefully by the end of the year we can get podium in the main game.
Well, congratulations, because you had absolutely raw pace. You were under immense pressure, and you've done well to get all the 3 wins. So well done and enjoy the spoils.
Thank you very much.
Lockie, come in, mate. You absolutely tried your hard. You had the lead at one point, gave it up, fight all the way to the end. It's been an amazing three races.
Yeah, no, it's been good battling with Alice all weekend. Like, she's done an unbelievable job today, and I've been putting the pressure on her every single corner of every single race, and she hasn't faltered yet. So I got the lead at the start of the race. We had some good pace, but no, I was just keeping up with Alice for the rest of the race. I threw a few moves at her, but none of them sort of stuck. So yeah, no, good to have P2.
And like you said, you're building a championship. It's another podium for you, which is fantastic. But this is what this racing's all about, isn't it? Try and learn the racecraft and things like that. So you must be enjoying that.
Yeah, no, it's nice. I think we got the championship lead now. So battling with Alice all weekend was good, and I got to learn some new stuff around here in an 86. And yeah, it's just been a good series, the scholarship series. For like, we're racing the national series as well, but to get all those laps around before we even got to the national series was great. So big thanks to Toyota for that.
Yeah, no, well done, mate. Congratulations on another fantastic weekend. Good job.
Thank you.
And Lincoln Taylor coming in for a third. He gets his first podium, mate. That was an unbelievable last lap.
Yeah, it was good. Me and the guy in third, well, who was in third, had a really good battle. Got him in the last corner, which is really good.
I bet you were not happy when on the second last corner he went underneath you. It was obviously Harvey was coming on a come. He's got some good experience and stuff. And then you dive bombed him on the last one. Do you think you're going to pull it up?
Yeah, I always knew I was going to pull it up. I was a bit back, and I was like, yeah, I'm just going to do it. But pulled it up. He got past me because my own mistake, so fair enough, and got it back. Coming home in third.
Mate, I spoke to you yesterday after fourth, and you were delighted with that. You must be tickled pink that you've got a podium spot here in such a tough series.
Yeah, it's awesome. My first race, so I can't complain.
Yeah, no, well done, mate. And as you can see, three very young racers here as part of this Toyota Scholarship Series. It was a fantastic effort. Now, if you've ever wondered what it's like to have a 4x4, an off-road champion, take on a rally car and an open-wheel series sprint car, well, we're about to do that here and the speed comparison here at Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at Queensland Raceway for round 2 of the 2023 Shannons Trophy Series. We've got some great activity making its way around track now where we're doing a speed comparison here, and we've got 3 very different vehicles. There we go. There it is, the big beast indeed, the off-road racer. This is a Tatum chassis with an Albans sequential gearbox in it, running those beautiful Method wheels and the Tensor front tyres. Ryan Taylor is actually the Method wheels dealer in the north of Brisbane area, and he is the guy at the wheel of car number 1. Talking about number 1s, Michael Stratus has joined us in the commentary booth now for this speed comparison. Michael, you've been living this speed comparison all weekend, just making sure everything's going very nicely indeed as we see the big figure of Dave Morey wandering onto the straight there to wave the stick around and make sure everyone does the right thing.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Darren. It's been a pretty exciting weekend so far. The speed comparison has been quite fantastic viewing for a lot of people watching this weekend. they've been, a lot of the fans have been watching.
Okay, we're about to go down. Sorry, we're going down to Dean Herridge on the grid. There he is with Ryan Taylor.
We thought we'd come down and have a bit of a chat here to the team. They've done all their hard work. Ryan Taylor, he's the off-road reigning champion out here in a foreign territory, mate. But I think I watched the last one. It's about time you gunned it home and try and don't worry about all that sort of comparison. Let's just try and go for the win. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we'll go for the win, mate. When that flag drops, mate, it's on.
The thing was, obviously, we're orchestrating the start. You're sort of trying to keep a consistent lap time. On that last one, your buggy has some pace, though.
Yeah, it's got a good straight line speed. In the corners, I've got to be a bit wary because the thing just wants to slide out on me, which I'm used to. But, yeah, she's got some good straight line pace.
So difficult for you, this thing. Big suspension, big tyres, braking's a drama. That's what we've got to watch out for you under brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Braking is a problem, but, yeah, we'll be right.
Have you enjoyed it? Been fun?
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah.
Awesome to have you here. Well done. Good luck for this one. Let's go to our rally man here, Cameron Henry. He's on board the Subaru STI. Mate, they've dusted you up in the last couple. You've got to represent us rally guys through this one. Nice and tidy and fast we want, okay?
Yeah, I'm thinking about cutting the corner a little bit early and going through the grass and getting the beast where it knows best and see where I come out.
I actually don't mind that attitude because Dean Ty will not like that at all. But us rally guys don't mind hugging the corners and we sort of get a bit of represent by a bit of dirt on the inside. What do you reckon?
Yeah, definitely. It should be a rally cross comparison. Bit of tarmac, bit of gravel, and we'll see who really can steer around this track.
Yeah, you like Ryan. Obviously, this is your foreign territory. But look, you've got the gravel rally tyres on full gravel spec. It's difficult out there and difficult for you to keep it straight and not too sideways.
Yeah, definitely. The full gravel rally tyres just don't like the corners here, but I don't mind. I don't mind throwing in sideways, but yeah, very difficult to keep it on the track at the moment.
I said to Ryan, they want to go for the win, so tidy's faster around here. Not too sideways, so I want the rally car across the line first, okay?
No worries.
Good luck there. And this, of course, is the former Rally Championship winning machine of Molly Taylor. We're going to quickly fly across to Dean Ty here in the absolute beast. And that last run through, mate, you were dynamite.
Yeah, we went pretty well last time. We held up a little bit with the off-road car through 6, but it wasn't a real game to go around the outside of him there, so gave it a bit of space.
You've enjoyed this battling a couple of foreign cars out on the track?
Yeah, always good fun. You know, it's good entertainment, and the cars are quick. And the first run yesterday, all I could smell was rubber. The two of them sliding around the place. It was pretty cool.
Well, at least that wasn't coming from you. You struggle with a bit of traction. You've got so much horsepower. Remind me again how much horsepower this thing's got?
About 680.
And you're okay against this? I reckon your body's going to need a massage tonight.
We'll see how we go. Let's do a couple laps and see how quick we can go.
Now, the speed comparison means first across the line. We're trying to pick it as close as we can. I'm going for an outright win, whatever happens. But I believe they might be trying to sneak you in for one fast lap around here. You'll be looking forward to that.
Very much looking forward to that. The record here is a 104. Let's see if we can get that a bit of a dodge.
All right, well, there you go, everybody. It's going to be an amazing run through here. It's a speed comparison at Queensland Raceway. Let's see how they go.
Thank you very much, Dino. Gee, I tell you what, he wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? He hardly even hung around, didn't quite get the maximum motorsport plug in there for all your Subaru competition components, but the car in the middle's got Dean Herridge written all over it, doesn't it? The Subaru, he's lived his life with the brand, and he's certainly barracking for that. I've got to say the off-road vehicle has massively impressed me, Michael. You do a lot with off-roading. Really exciting form of the sport, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's just so great to see this off-road buggy around Queensland Raceway and a WRX as well. So definitely unorthodox, but really great viewing.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's what the Trophy Series allows us to do, doesn't it? If there's something different, we can try and fit it in and do something different with it. It's really cool to see. Look, I guess the other thing is it acts as a bit of an advertisement for a couple of different genres of motorsport, off-road racing and rallying. You know, representing the Australian Off-Road Championship and the Australian Rally Championship. We've got, you know, all of the great categories involved in Australian circuit racing as well. But have a look at those tensors on the front of the buggy here. The method wheels, giving him all the feedback. I'm not sure what the feedback is, but I'm saying leaning over quite a long way. Flashing lights off the back there as well.
He's had issues this weekend. He's got problems with his road, and it's just because the car's not used to doing turns like this. He needs to be on dirt, and Cameron needs to be on gravel, but they've done a great show this weekend.
Yeah, they have, and Dean Ty will get out in hot pursuit of these two, and I believe that Dean Herridge might be right with the fact that they're going to try and sneak a second lap in for Dean Ty in that Dallara 392 with the Judd F1 V8 engine. With all the dirt sprayed across the track, that's going to not make it helpful. But I tell you what,
he's not going to catch it.
The handicappers have certainly gone in favour of the off-roader in the rally car. It doesn't look like Dean's going to actually catch these ones, but he will certainly come blazing on through.
And here comes this lap.
Cameron moves over in the Subaru, and away Dean Ty goes on one opportunity you get in your life to have an entire racetrack to yourself as the buggy goes off. No harm, no foul. You can just go out there.
Familiar territory, I reckon, for Ryan
absolutely.
Taylor. And here he goes. This is an unofficial lap record at Queensland Raceway. I mean, technically they've all got...
at it anyway.
Well, technically they've all got... Ryan Taylor has broken the record for off-road buggy, and Cameron has broken the record for Subaru WRX.
Certainly has. This car screaming its way around the track. Magnificent note. Clearly got a couple of big mufflers hanging off it there, so it doesn't grab too much noise, but really does have a magnificent note. We're going to keep an eye on the timing screen. It was a 1:17 on his first lap. He did a 1:06 yesterday, so let's wait with bated breath. Out of 5, wobbles around, bumps around up to turn number 6.
And apparently there's a bit of rain out there, so this will affect it. But here he goes. He's about to cross the line, and we're about to see if he's broken the unofficial record. Darren, has he done it?
Let's have a look. There he is, Dean Ty. Hasn't registered on the official timing screen yet, and I'm not joking. I'm not hanging you in suspense because I want to see this lap time as much as you do.
That's a 1:17. I don't know. That's what we've got so far.
That's what we had. That hasn't changed. But it looks suspiciously like a timing glitch at this point in time.
Maybe the powers that be. Maybe the powers that be didn't want the unofficial record to be broken. Maybe it's a conspiracy theory, Darren.
We're hearing down our comms as well that's what they're seeing. Everyone's seeing the same thing at the moment. So is this a chief timekeeper just keeping the suspense, building the drama? We don't have another one. That's it for our speed comparisons. Here comes the off-road buggy. A big thank you to Ryan Taylor and the crew down there at the Method Wheels in North Brisbane. They've done a terrific job representing their sport, and off-roading is growing fantastic in Australia at the moment, isn't it?
It is. It's so is rally. The Bosch Motorsport Australia Rally Championship is flying at the moment. We just had the AXA Bench Shops Rally Queensland a couple of weeks ago, when we had the Love Day 400 for the AORC last week. So it's been a busy few rounds, busy few weeks for all motorsport around the country.
Certainly has been, and. This was the car here that was running, in the AORC, and the Subaru was running up at Gympie, so not too far from here, a couple of 100k up the road for Australian Rally Championship.
Darren, I have a theory. Maybe the timekeepers weren't sure that there was going to be a second flying lap, and maybe they weren't timing it. So right now it's a 1:17, so maybe that's the unofficial record. But hopefully we can figure it out.
I can tell you what, Dean Ty right now is looking at his dashboard. He knows exactly the time he's done because he'll have captured that on board. Apologise, ladies and gentlemen, we're not mucking around here, the timing screen, and in my ear is people saying, yeah, that's what we're seeing as well. It was clearly a faster lap than that, but I guess, Michael, your job now is to try and work out off the dashboard of Dean Ty's car what time he did.
Well, we have Dean Herridge down there who will be chatting to him right now, so hopefully Dean can find that information out, because it would be a real shame if we can't announce it on live television.
Dean Herridge is looking to us going, I don't know, I got no screen to look at, tell me what it was. But these guys just winding it down, and we're leading into the final race for the weekend for Formula Open, the final race for the weekend for the Excels, and the big bangers of Australian motorsport. The Gods of Thunder will round it out today with the sports sedan. So still 3 races to go, a 20-lap affair for Formula Open. The Excels will see 14 laps. Let's hope they get the entire 14 laps. I can't read the dash. All it said was N for neutral.
Yep.
And no lap time there, but Dean will get himself out. That will have been a very, very physical ride around for 2 laps for Dean, and then a warm-down lap. The F1 style super soft P0 Pirellis with that purple sidewall riding.
Yeah, and I mean, Dean's won quite a few things last year. He ended up steering a Empire around the Sydney Motorsport Park to win the Australian Super Sprint Championship. He won the Hill Climb Championship last year, so he's won quite a bit lately, and who knows, maybe he he could have won this record, which I really hope. Hopefully we find out soon, but congratulations to all three for hopefully breaking records.
Yeah, that Empire Wraith with the Hayabusa supercharged engine in it. Different to this. It's certainly a car that was used.
All right, and I think Dean's ready to speak to Dean and find out if we have this record.
Well, I think Team Dean Ty, you had your crack, but of course two things went against you. There was a little bit of light rain, but also Ryan went wide. He did the right thing, got off the track, but he sprayed you apparently.
Yeah, he did the right thing. He got off the line and went off road, but then he just covered me in rocks and shit coming through turn one. So you get that. We had to go.
So you said to me your timing display said a 104.8, and we believe it's 104.0. So you'll have to come back next time, is that right? You'll have to come back and try and knock it over. Is that what you're saying?
104.0, you said?
That's what you said the record was?
Yeah, 104.0 is the record, yeah. So, we'll get there.
We've
more development.
We need your timing because our timing screen's glitched apparently. Would you believe? So it's all your unofficial records. It's on the dash. It's on the dash? Okay, there we go. 104.8. So have you enjoyed being out here having a run?
Great. Good to see everybody out here and entertain people, and running against the two cars is great. Fun. Good fun.
Fantastic having you in this beast. Good to catch up again, mate. Yeah,
thanks, mate. Thanks, mate.
Let's go and have a chat to the team here, the two gravel guys, and you can see that you're supposed to do a speed comparison where you keep it sort of close at the end, and these guys have been foxing the whole time. Cameron, your start didn't help you through there. You bogged it down a bit off the line.
I know, I couldn't believe it, but we got off after that. But it started raining around the back of the circuit and couldn't pull the car up.
I was going to say, gravel rally tyres. Have a look at the front around of Cameron Henry. So they're gravel rally tyres. Mate, when they're rounded off like that, you got not much grip in gravel, let alone on tarmac.
No, definitely. I was definitely about to do a timed gravel lap, that's for sure. Maybe next time.
Enjoy being involved though?
Yeah, no, it's been really good. It's been good out with a couple of Australian champions and ripping around here and showing the fans what we can do in a gravel rally car. So it's really good.
And good luck for the rest of your season, the Queensland Rally Championship as well.
Cool, thank you.
Good on you, mate. Let's chat to Ryan. He's the man of the moment. He wins that fight. And it went wide, did a bit of rock throwing, but made it a heap of fun.
Yeah, mate, yeah, I knew that Dean was on a flyer, so I didn't want to get in his way, but as it turned out, I went off the track which is, to get out of his way, but I think I've caused more damage.
Well, at least you're in the right machine to go off the track, though.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, it felt comfortable, actually. It was good out there.
Maybe next time around we'll have a separate course for you out there, and maybe we can have a bit of a rally sprint track for Cameron. We'll come back and do it again.
Well, that's it, mate. We've done the speed comparison on track, so let's go off track next time. So
it's been awesome to have you part of here. You're a Queenslander. We appreciate you coming in. Good luck for the rest of your season.
No, thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks for having us.
Good stuff. Heap of fun there, the speed comparison. And when we come back, it's Formula Open here, live and free at Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com. First, fast and free.
Live Golf.
Wonderful.
Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
Created history. Certainly Alice doing a wonderful job after Raceway had a number of different podiums placed in it. Congratulations to all involved.
Those championship points. Oh, Jarvis
slides the car around. Gee, in a straight line there, those double directors come under a lot of pressure.
Motoring enthusiasts, Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7 Plus. The biggest and toughest go head to head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship. Exclusively on 7 Plus. Stream free.
Welcome back, and while we've got a short delay here, why wouldn't you come and talk to one of the legends of this game in sports sedans, Tony Ricciardello, Welcome to here. It's been fantastic to have you as part of this series. I want to talk, we'll get a bit of a gap, about this amazing machine and what you've been steering. I remember this as a kid myself many years ago. Tell me about the evolutions of this Alpha.
Yeah, look, so the car was built in 1992, and obviously over the years, rule changes and obviously development, everything's changed. So, the aero's changed. So we've been picking up a lot of things over the years and developing the car. And mate, everyone keeps going, oh, the car's still around, but it's as good as any of these other cars getting built, and we're racing. So, the old girl's going all right.
So what I remember as a kid then, you're saying, it's like grandfather's axe. It's got a lot of great technology in it now, but it's still got that soul from back 30 years ago.
Yeah, look, the car's still got its original roof, steel panels, steel doors. So it's carrying a bit of lightweight Alpha technology. So, yeah, no, look, it's really good. And the car's, like I said, it's always getting developed. And really, the car's just part of the category.
It almost is the stablemate of it, but it's actually important for your family as well. I mean, you play with it. I've pulled you off the tools because you want to tweak it a little bit. It is just really part of your DNA in a lot of ways. Yeah,
look, everything on the car is done in Perth, and with a couple of guys there, I build the engines, do a lot of the work on it, and we've got other supporters in the team, and without them, obviously things wouldn't happen for us. So, but everything's done in Perth, and the development of the car, we've got a lot of good guys that we deal with, and then regroup and obviously make some changes. So, but look, the car's good to drive, and mate, when you're not feeling happy, it gets you going, mate. It makes you feel happy at the end of the weekend. So it's good to be here, though.
Has that technology over time made it easier to drive? Because it must have been a bit of a beast back in the day. Is it still that way now? Can it bite you if you're not careful?
Mate, any sports animal will bite you. But, it's one of those things, it's about making it nicer to drive, but also being able to keep with the technology and everything. 13 laps for one of these things is pretty hard work. And, managing the tyres, managing drivetrain, managing all the engine, everything's highly strung. So, and managing the driver as well, But you just got to keep on top of it. The maintenance side of things is always important. Lifing parts is important. And if you don't do that, it's hard to finish races. So you just got to be on top of it. And, we've had a bit of experience in that. So we'll just keep pushing the way we're going.
Just a little bit. And there's a few cars keeping you honest around here. But I think you revel in the competition. You want those fights. You don't want to be out there blazing away on your own. You want to be in the tussle.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I remember when I was coming in the category, and there was old boys like Kerry Bailey and Voidy and all the older boys back in the day. Even the late Des Wall. So now these young guys are coming in, and they're not going to have it easy. And I've had 4 kids, and they reckon every kid that you have, you get faster. So it's happening, mate. I'm getting faster and faster. So it's just great to be here and racing against other good races.
Yeah. No, indeed, mate. My final question on original bits. Is the Alpha badge on the front still the original Alpha badge?
Original Alpha badge and grille.
You're kidding me. You haven't damaged all this. That's the original.
That's one of the originals, yep.
Well, there we go. There you go. You heard it first. I wanted to chat to a fellow West Australian while we had a bit of time on the off-track action. It's going to be back real soon here. We're live and free, of course, at Queensland Raceway.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews. All in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Live Golf. Wonderful. Teeing off on your home of golf, 7 Plus. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at Queensland Raceway, where we have enjoyed a great day of motorsport. We opened up with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Series with Formula Open next. Then we had the speed comparison, which we've had 2 of. XLs have still got a race to come as well, and sports sedans. But Formula Open are going to be the next category on track. I'm joined by a bloke that started his career in commentary and perfected his style and is now world famous from Le Mans to Mount Panorama and back again. Richard Crail, welcome to, well, where you cut your teeth, mate. This is not only where drivers learn how to do it, commentators do too.
I'm not paying you for this, by the way. Thank you, Darren. It's nice to be here. And you're right, Formula 3, as it was a massive part of my development as a category, and a huge amount of learnings came from that and some really good times in my career. So looking forward to getting stuck into what is now Australian Formula Open with F3 and F4 cars on the grid and some great talented young drivers looking to battle it out here at Queensland Raceway. So here at the Shannons Trophy Series, looking forward to Australian Formula Open, and this race is a particularly special one because it will be for the Errol Gilmore Trophy. Errol was a great member of the Australian motor racing and open wheel community, and for a long time ran Gilmore Racing, a team that would ultimately win the Australian Drivers' Championship and the Gold Star Award, both with Chris Gilmore, but also Formula 3 championships with other drivers after Chris moved on to his racing career. So this race is a significant one. Chris Gilmore is on the grid, all of the Gilmore family here watching on. This is the one they all want to win. And before the race, we caught up with Chris Gilmore to have a chat about his old man and the significance of this trophy.
So this race is quite special to us. You know, this is the Errol Gilmore Memorial, and obviously last name Gilmore. So Errol was my father, and we lost him 2 years ago, but we're trying to keep that legacy going. And you know, we had a good result last year for the first year of it, and then you know we've come back again to fight for it again for the second year.
So Chris Gilmore, the Australian Drivers' Champion, back on the grid, and there is car 17, the number that team made famous. A big moment in their career was on the Gold Coast in 2004, Darren Smith, when he was a narrow runner-up to Carl Reinler in the Australian F3 Championship. They won the Formula 3 national class, and then ultimately culminated in sealing the Australian Drivers' Championship, the CAMS Gold Star Award as it was. And he starts from third place, the best starter in Australian open wheel racing, and looking forward to seeing him have a shot at his dad's trophy today.
Certainly, here is the grid that forms for the Errol Gilmore Trophy race. The number 74, Trent Grubel, representing Timmy Macro and the Dollara, will be off the front row in pole position. Miles Bromley, after a terrific race earlier today for the Oil Baron Supply, will be out of position number 2. Chris Gilmore, we've touched on it, and well, the car number 17 could quite easily split these two and lead into turn number 1. Ryan Howe, Transdig, and Tim Macro Racing in the number 27 out of position 4.
John Collins, the rear, was disconnected from the front in car number 1 in the earlier race, so they've tuned that up. Winston van Lehoven is next off 6. Brodie Norris leads the way in AF04.
Field continues through Ryan McMillan there in the Pajitsi Corsa SP Tools McGale. Formula 4, number 21 out of position 10 is the number 16 for Timmy Macro Racing, Han Ming Huang. Then we go to Thomas Gallagher in the Motorcoat entry 25. Number 99, Ryan Astley for 99 Motorsport in the Dallara out of position number 12. Cars looking set, getting themselves all through the processes, going through those driver idiosyncrasies and all of the things that the engineers tell them they have to do. And I'm pretty sure by the time they get up the back straight, they've done all the things they have to do. The rest of them are superstitions and idiosyncrasies and seat of the pant type feelings as to what you have to do, swerving the car from side to side, etc., etc. And look, the human condition is what makes motor racing so spectacular because, gee, have a look at that. This car 74 is doing exactly what he saw Chris Gilmore do earlier today, aiming across the track just to sweep through turn number 1. The car on the second spot of the grid. Bromley now facing straight down the straight there. There's a good shot from the side of the car.
Expect to see car 17 to come into view pretty quickly. No one launches an F3 car better than Chris Gilmore. Start somewhere in the 2.4 second to 100 k's an hour dash in one of these cars if done correctly. 20 laps the scheduled duration for the Errol Gilmore Trophy at Queensland Raceway and Australian Formula Open. It's a good start for Gilmore, but he might not have anywhere to go in the middle, so he goes to the outside, and yeah, sure, you betcha, of course he's going to lead into turn 1. It was never really in doubt, was it? And to make it even better, Bromley's got past Trent Grubel and got himself into second place, so firmly got a car race on our hands now, and there is a little bit of light mist around the venue at the moment as well. Ryan Howe is in the tow, so there's the second, third and fourth, and they're going to run 3 wide in the braking zone to turn 3. Grubel has to get himself behind Chris Gilmore now. He cannot let car 17 pull away too quickly, and he's going to do the job. And Ryan Howe might be in the right position to get himself to third as well. So Bromley, by the nature of racing at Queensland Raceway, finds himself on the wrong side of the road for turn 4, but might have just enough to sweep on the outside. He doesn't. Howe gets down at 5 and finally wrestles that spot away.
The 9 fought back bravely there, but it was never going to hang on for that long indeed. Now his biggest concern is John Collins. Have they been able to tune up this car to be able to connect the front to the rear, as you intimated before this race, Richard? And it looks like they've got it working nicely on the opening stanza of this race for John Collins. As he looks to the inside, Bromley now would feel very much like he's been enveloped by a whole lot of experienced races. Sweeps wide right across the front of the 1, and that's a really good move for Bromley. He has sent a clear signal that he's not going to give up for anyone. I don't care if you got the 1 on the front of your car, John Collins. I'm sweeping across here because I've got to chase down Trent Grubel, and more importantly, we've all got to chase down Chris Gilmore.
Yeah, I spoke to John, and they practiced this car on Friday on their Hankook tyre that they've been running on, and he said the car was brilliant, really hooked up, really fast. But when they switched to the Jitty tyre, when they put a new set of tyres on for practice and qualifying yesterday, it fundamentally changed the balance of that car. So the battle for the lead well and truly on. Grubel has got to the back of Chris Gilmore, and this race 6 laps longer than anything they've run so far this weekend. So there's no doubt Grubel is quicker, but can Gilmore hold on? And what part does Ryan Howe have to play in this battle in third place? Because this is the best he's gone. And finally got that car off the line for the first time this weekend. Gilmore blocks. He covers his line on the run down to turn 1. It's a big ask to go around the outside here. I don't care how much downforce you've got. And Gilmore will be clear. And Ryan Howe's going to look down the inside. Good scrapping. And Chris Gilmore will be very hopeful that Ryan Howe does him a solid and races Trent Grubel, but already we've got the Formula Ford style train of drafting on the run down into 3, and Chris Gilmore puts his car right down the inside. But we've seen Grubel, that thing's got so much braking performance at aero. The F3 12 Dallara sails around the outside, and you feel like that might be all she wrote. As hard as Chris Gilmore will try, that could well be the pass for the lead.
Richard, the big thing here isn't, wow, the 27 looking up there, Ryan Howe onto the 17. 74 drives away with it, but Ryan Howe goes through there. The interesting thing here could be a management of this race. Chris is not doing a lot of racing these days, but he understands 20 laps in one of these cars is the most physically demanding workout that you can do. I think it's fantastic thing that Chris can still slide into the same driving suit that he's been wearing for quite some time. Not all of us can manage to keep age and gravity at bay.
Irritating, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it is. Absolutely, but he could also be going strictly into a management, maybe let's call it fatigue management process.
Yeah, look, he is definitely, but he is in older machinery, and you don't want to blame the car, and he does everything he can with it, as does the team, but he's in an F307 Dallara compared to an F312. It's 2 generations of evolution in Formula 3 cars between that and the car Trent Grubel's driving. And Ryan Howes in an F308 Dallara, which is the next model up as well, was quite a big upgrade from an aerodynamics point of view especially. So Chris is fighting with one arm tied behind his back. I'm not making excuses. That's just the reality of the situation. And the braking performance of that Trent Grubel car is extraordinary on the outside at turn 3. And then to have the confidence in the aero to go around the outside there and know the thing's going to stick, really impressive.
I tell you what, Richard, the romance of this trophy in this race is not lost on us. So seeing that Chris in the number 17 is hanging there in P3 at the moment, I guess gives us hope that by the end of 20 laps the positions could have changed around a lot. But when Trent Grubel is confident, when he's got his confidence at a level, and all race drivers rely on that particular emotion, he is exceptionally good. Unfortunately for Trent at the moment, he swings and ebbs with that kind of confidence level thing, and he'll be fine now. He'll be taking big steps and big gains and living off his confidence right now. So executing in a newer car is going to make it a bit easier. Gee, under brakes, all of these cars move around down at turn 3, don't they? That's a real demanding, violent part of the track.
Just saw it out of shot. Bromley went around the outside of Gilmore at turn 3, but couldn't get it done there, but he might now at 4. Chris with the inside front, the unloaded side of the car, just locked up momentarily going into that corner, and then they sweep out of turn 5. On new tyres, almost flat that corner in these cars with all the aero they've got, and then the braking zone down into turn 6. So Chris under pretty serious fire. I wonder if they've just worked on car 17 to set it up to come on later in the race as well. Maybe with lower tyre pressures, it might not be great to drive now, but as the race builds on, it might get better and better. So it may yet come back to the Queenslander. But right now he's under pretty serious pressure from Bromley, and Winston Van Lahoven just behind, and then John Collins as well. And they had a pretty busy exchange for 5th and 6th place, with Collins slipping back to 6th.
Let's have a look. 25% of the race distance covered off. Howe in the number 27, Ryan Howe, just on a 1:06.72, sitting in position number 2, trying to drag that gap back down under a second to our race leader, Grubel. So it's Grubel to Howe. Chris Gilmore coming under consistent fire now from Bromley. Van Lahoven not too far back. John Collins working really hard in behind the wheel of the number 1 there. Then it's Norris in the first of the FO4s, or Formula 4 McGales. Then Buzinina, Bazilis. Then we go to McMillan, Gallagher and Huang there as well. So that is the way it stands on the Race Fuels Championship Fuel Supply leaderboard.
Bozinellis.
Bozinellis, thank you very much, Richard. I knew you'd have a correction there for me. Field continues on. Good drive off the corner there in the older car for Chris Gilmore. Great to see the interest of the open wheelers from the public there, standing up on top of Tony Quinn's castle. Down the pit exit there, those great new buildings that he put up, giving the place a good upgrade. And strangely enough, our leaderboard, sponsored by Race Fuels, they've just tipped a whole lot of money into a great new permanent facility for delivering fuel here at the track from Race Fuels.
Bromley with another good run out of turn 2 and in the toe. It's almost like they put a little bit more aero into Chris Gilmore's car, a bit more downforce, which will make it more draggier in a straight line. And around the outside goes Bromley. So hasn't got much to fight with in a drag race, does Gilmore at this one. So it makes it really difficult when you're trying to wrestle position down at turn 3 and then you get the typical QR move like that. And Miles goes around the outside and then the inside to sweep that position away. And now Van Lahoven's going to try and grab that spot. So John Collins is watching on. So Chris Gilmore tumbling backwards. He led early, and Winston now gets down the inside the 22 car, and Chris Gilmore finds himself in 5th. Trent Grubel continues to lead, 1.7 seconds the margin over Ryan Howe. Bromley now 3rd. But let's see what these two have got. Gilmore on the fight back. Never say die approach Chris O. He's always good fun to watch driving one of these racing cars. And he raced and beat on occasion the best. He's battled with James Winslow, with Charlie Hollings, with Leanne Tander, with Tim Macro, more often than not, had some cracking battles. Matt Sophie, the Halcon days of Formula 3 from sort of 2006 all the way through to 2011 really were peak Formula 3 racing in Australia, in my opinion. And some of the racing in that period was pretty breathtaking stuff. And at the peak of F3's powers, it was a formidable category with a lot of hugely talented drivers, and Chris was right in that mix, and it ultimately ended up in him winning a championship, which was a huge result in this very car, by the way, which was sold after that, but Chris has purchased it back. So it's come back to the family, and in fact Chris tells me he sold a couple of houses and then went and bought back his old Formula Ford as well. So he's got his racing car collection back, which is really cool.
There is a lot of romance to it. I mentioned that earlier. There certainly is, and that getting those cars back. And I mean, spoke recently to Richard Davison, who won the Victorian Championship in the car that both his boys drove as well. So there is in motorsport some romance. There's also some commercial decisions that have to be made from time to time. Cars have to get sold.
This is for the lead, Daz. This is for the lead around the outside. Ryan Howe sails around the outside of Trent Grubel. So I think negotiating that traffic down the back straight has opened the door for a lead change. And Ryan Howe finds himself in front. Grubel will try and fight back on the run into turn 4. It's a long way around the outside there. Get hung out to dry, but this thing's got a lot of aero, and he's got a lot of talent, but can't quite pull it off. So lead change, Ryan Howe in front. He has set the quickest lap of the race as well. So it might have been traffic assisted, but he has got the pace to do the job.
I'd like to see the times from both of them at the end of this. I think that Grubel's made a blue somewhere.
No, I reckon it was that traffic. So the F4 cars in the background.
Yeah, 109,
they got
66.
They got to them out of turn 2.
Yeah.
So that I think was the issue, and that might have been all the opportunity that Ryan Howe needed, because he was 1.4 seconds behind at the start of the previous lap.
He's been wanting a race win for a couple of years now, has Ryan Howe, to do it really, really well. And getting into this category has been it's been pretty good for him so far. So on that last lap, just to give you the difference, it was a 109 to the car we're looking at now, the number 74 there of Trent Grubel, and a 107 to Ryan Howe. So there was a 1.6, 1.7 deficit. That's where it is. It's made up there. The car that's now in P2 had lost 2 seconds in that one lap.
Yeah,
it's almost like the bottle out of the cork now, isn't it?
Well, we'll see what the response is now. So if it was an issue from Grubel, does he continue to drop back, or can he reassert himself? So
fastest lap.
Yeah, well, he does, but only fractionally. So let's see this time round. We'll give you a lap time comparison. Ryan Howe crosses the stripe, 107.06, 107.66 for Trent Grubel, and they're now in clean air just behind them. Miles Bromley, what does he do in car number 9, a 108.4? So they don't quite have the pace to go with the leaders. The 10 to go scheduled duration in this one. 1.4 seconds the margin. You can see the best laps for the drivers in our timing totem there. So 106.6 and 106.5 for the 2 fastest lap for Trent Grubel. Everyone else in the 7s and 8s. Young Brody Norris in AF04 leads the way. 47.5 his best lap. Well, his margin off the lead, but just leading on by over a second in the class, the race within a race. Lots of cool stuff going on there with those McGale Formula 4 cars. AGI Sport here this weekend. Tim Macro running a car for the first time. There it is, car 25. Gallagher and Patrizzi course here for the first time as well, which is cool. So Michael Patrizzi, the former Supercars racer, Porsche Carrera Cup race winner, running his karting graduates into F4 cars to get them some experience, and having a good chat with Adam Gotch of AGI Sport fame recently, and they've built a really cool program with the Ferrari Driver Academy and Motorsport Australia, working closely to shuffle lots of young Aussie talent from this part of the world over to Europe and to have a real good crack at an open wheel career. And after Australian Formula 4 disappeared here, it's good to see those cars being utilised for what they were designed to do, which is develop young talent. And F4 wasn't a success in this part of the world, but it's good to see those cars being utilised. And here are 2 of the AGI cars, the F4 Driver Academy. They've got an amazing new facility that the Australian Racing Drivers Club and MA have been involved in at Sydney Motorsport Park, just there on the start-finish straight. It's an incredible setup. A whole bunch of cars based there. So AGI in there. Adam, back in the day, was running the ship at Australia's A1 GP team for Alan Docking Racing and heavily involved in open wheel racing. They've run cars in Formula 3. His brother Nathan's raced very successfully as well.
Of course, they won one of the, or two of the Formula 4 titles here as well. And that F4 Ferrari Driver Academy as well, which MA are involved. I think there's 3 or 4 of those drivers here this weekend in various different forms and categories. So, yes, it is good to see those F4 Megales that are a purpose-built open-wheeler racing car. Why not use them? They're still a relevant proving ground. And as you said, Richard, we're probably in the place that they always should have been.
Yeah, and it's great to see. And Adam's built a really strong program out of this. But Petruzzi course involved as well as is Tim Macro Racing. So a internal ladder system, why not? Give them the opportunity to drive one of these cars and then step into something with a little bit more aero and more horsepower and certainly less lap time, and then you can project them over into Europe and have a red-hot go, which is great.
Well, the good thing is they're sharing garages and racetrack time with those faster cars, and it's motorsport's an aspirational thing. It always has been and always will be. And if you're aspiring to be the next car up the road, and you've been sitting on the grid with them, it motivates you no end to be able to jump from one to the other and be faster at the next race meeting or at the next season that you go to the racetrack. But this is doing well. Norris now leading the way.
Nothing's changed up front other than the fact that Ryan Howes pulled 3.2 seconds now over Trent Grubel, who in his own has about 9 seconds over Miles Bromley, who's running in 3rd place at the moment. And just to confirm, there will be obviously a round result, which at the moment I would imagine will go the way of Trent Grubel. However, the Gilmore Trophy, the Errol Gilmore Trophy, goes to the winner of this race. So this is literally the trophy race at the Shannons Trophy Series. So Ryan Howe in the box seat to win the EG Cup, which is tremendous. Here are the 2 Gilmore Racing boys, Chris Gilmore and John Collins, just in behind him, so they're running line astern.
Interestingly, the Gilmores have got 2 of the most experienced drivers out on the track driving their cars, isn't it?
I wonder, and I'm only postulating a theory here, and it could be a bit off, but I wonder, and knowing Chris, I wonder if they just threw the kitchen sink at that car to see if they could make enough of a difference that it might be enough to win the race. Because they haven't had the raw car speed to go with Trent Grubel this weekend, certainly. It's just a theory. It might be off base, but I wonder if they've just threw the kitchen sink at it. Okay, let's have a massive swing. If it works, it works, and we know Chris can get to the front. If it doesn't work, well, at least we've had it go.
We know that by the run down to turn 1, Chris will take the lead at some point. And he did that, and he held on to it for a lap or so there. But this is actually really interesting to see the surnames of Gilmore and Collins racing line astern with each other here. 2 significantly different eras of F3 racing, but certainly driving in the Gilmore cars has always been the way. And for mine, the racing that John Collins did against Ricky Capo, and it really was a season between 2. There was no one else that could take it up to them. That was some of the most fearsome racing in open wheelers in Australia that I've seen. Not discounting the era you discussed earlier with macros and tanders and things like that, but that was just 2 blokes going at it.
Yeah, you're right, and it only takes 2 to have a championship fight, and they had one. It's still...
They did.
Australian Formula 3 as a championship started in this part of the world in 1999, and their finish at Wakefield Park at the end of that championship that year, which ultimately would be a somewhat controversial decider, was the closest finish in the history of the whole championship since day dot. So, yeah, they had some incredible races. Of all the circuits, I wouldn't have picked it to be Wakefield either.
Yeah.
But it was incredible racing. John Collins is going to get a run on sort of the boss, I suppose. Chris's older brother, Matt, now runs the team, but John's going to get a good run and switches one way to the other. And is going to look down the inside here, and the door's not quite open. The rear end of that bright yellow Gilmore racing car still doesn't seem particularly attached to the front. And that was the comment John had. He said, we got the front better, but the rear was nowhere. And we talked about it earlier this morning in that race about how that thing was trying to swap ends on him. And you can see that. And John's a better driver than P6 by far. And a lot of it's down to this new tyre. It's not a complaint or a criticism on the tyre. It's just getting the car tuned into the tyre is so critical. And for whatever reason, they haven't got it to work on this jitty tyre. And yeah, it's been a massive struggle.
And John's always been a guy that is not shy of a challenge either. He'll keep working and working and working and working until he can get it right. It just hasn't. They haven't been able to get it pointing in the right direction to make a difference. Just watching him come through turn 6 on that last lap around there, the car is still looks like it's trying to drive off the rear, steer off the rear, not drive off the rear,
and
steer off the rear.
These cars aren't fast when you drive them sideways. F3 cars reward being driven smooth, and that is not a car that needs to be driven or can be driven smooth. A bit of battling continuing on here. This is for the lead in AFO4. Norris under some pressure.
Brody and Peter here going toe-to-toe on this one and hanging on to it. This is a good battle. They'll have enjoyed this, and they certainly have over about 15 laps now. So does Peter have an answer for the AGI Sport car of Norris in front of him? Well, I guess we've only got a couple more laps to decide that, haven't we?
Wasn't their loss.
It's off to Europe with that name, aren't you? Racing in an Italian championship of some description.
He could be getting a trophy soon because he's right in the mix. They're just dealing with some lap traffic. Well, lap traffic's dealing with them the other way round. Miles Bromley in third place. To catch up with Miles, his family here this weekend watching on. This is for the lead. He's going to look one way and look the other, and all the midst as there's F3 cars trying to scythe past him as well. So this is a hairy little moment because these two have got their own car race going on. This is for the leading class. It's important, but at the same time, they've got F3 cars that are 7 or 8 seconds a lap quicker, trying to thread the eye of the needle and squeeze their way through.
It's lively, very lively indeed, and have a look at this. But Sinellis gets through the 77. They go side by side.
2 to go. Around the outside at turn 1. Car number 6 is led the whole way. He's going to surrender the lead.
Wow, throw a wild card in the mix and it does start to mix things up, and I guess that's when you start to mix a couple of classes up and they're definitely not matched in performance. That is what you get.
Jeez, you can hear those cars bouncing over that exit curb at turn 2. A little bit of slipstream. The Gilmore boys coming up on these two at a great pace behind them as well. I think it's about 30 metres difference in braking for these cars, but about 25 k's an hour in mid-corner as well in terms of speed. The F4 cars don't carry anywhere near the downforce that the F3 cars do. Norris looking to the outside. Ellis had to defend, and it's compromised the exit. But what are they going to do with the two Delaras barrelling down on them? And they'll go to the inside. But what it does for Norris is just remove an overtaking opportunity. Oh, that was big.
John Collins gets up the inside there. Chris was giving everyone polite room to race with. John Collins takes full advantage of that.
Well, it really cost the 77. As Gilmore over the bumps, the thing bucking and weaving.
I believe it's Ecker here in Brisbane next week. Yes. That looked like a ride at the show, that did.
Didn't it? He was hanging on, and Collins finally gets through. Whoa, big moment sideways for the 77, and it's going to open him up. Final lap. This battle for AFO4 will go right down to the wire. Norris will go down the outside. Good stuff. It's just come alive right at the end. Ryan Howe's not far from winning this race outright.
This is a grand battle, but certainly the race leader must be nearing the finish line here. And these two go side by side. There it is, the checkered flag. And that is an emphatic victory. And thank you very much, Fernando Alonso, for that sort of celebration at the end of a race of open wheelers.
Ryan Howe wins the Errol Gilmore Memorial Trophy. No, Norris right at the end is off at turn 4. And you can only speculate what happened there with the pair of them side by side battling for the class lead.
Well, we had to go to the race winner at some point.
Wow. Oh, that'll be talked about. So Bozelenos is going to get the win in AFO4 and has, I think, Norris far enough in front that he might get home in second. And yeah, he does. And I'm not sure if that was a happy fist pump or an angry fist shake. So let's have a look. I think we've got this for you. Well done to the team in the Blendline TV truck.
Speedcafe.com replay. It got feisty about a lap and a half before this. Let's see what happens.
So this is the braking zone into turn 4. Oh, he did it on his...
Overcooked it.
I think he did it on his own.
Absolutely overcooked it.
I don't know if there was contact there. I don't think they were close enough. Wow.
It was a gentle spin too, so yeah, you're on your own. Whereas if it's you get a second party involved, it doesn't generally tend to be gentle. But you know that's what happened. That was a great battle. He led, I reckon, what was it, 18 of those 20 laps in FO4 in the Formula 4s, and it all came down to it at the end. Bitsenellis comes away with that victory in FO4, but it's Howe, Grubel and Bromley that fill the podium, and Van Lahoven in 4th again. Here's the speedcafe.com replay again.
Yeah, we'll have another look at this because it was really, really close. So they were side by side out of the corner, and now they're line astern. So the 77's got back in the draft, and then they're braking. I don't think there was no contact
touch
there. That was just, it just went into the corner a little bit too hot, and the rear end stepped out, and Norris, unfortunately, spears the car off into the gravel, a nice 360, and was able to live to fight another day. Fortunately, they had such a margin over, who was it, McMillan was next, and he was still able to finish second, so ultimately just lost the one spot. Remember, the round result still counts. Well, there's Ryan Howe. That is one of the bigger wins of his young career. A really impressive drive and a move.
He needed that too,
yeah, he
Richard.
so did. And the move to get Trent Grubel was super impressive. And I really enjoyed Miles Bromley's performance in 3rd position as well.
Yeah, I must agree, actually. In fact, those first 3 all should be pretty proud of what they've achieved in that last 20 lapper. It can become quite difficult when you've been running 13 and 14 laps for most of the time, and then you throw an extra 6 laps in here. The demand on particularly the neck and the head.
Yeah.
And again, we saw it this morning, actually, Ryan Howe stretching his fingers on the grips on the steering wheel. They're not a steering wheel. In fact, they're 2 levers that come off a centre pin called the steering column, really. And he was having cramps in his fingers. So that, that's the physical aspect. That's the human condition involved in racing.
No power steering, a lot of camber and caster, and a lot of downforce makes for heavy steering. Yeah,
it certainly does.
Kill me in a lap, no doubt. So confirmation of results in Australian Formula Open. Ryan Howe, the winner, 8.6 seconds in the end over Trent Grubel. Miles Bromley 3rd. Well done. That is an outstanding top 3, and it is one that I know Errol Gilmore will approve of. Speaking of that, let's go down. Dean Herridge has got our winners. A great finale in the Errol Gilmore Trophy in Australian Formula Open. Dino?
It certainly was, and winners are grinners. Congratulations, Ryan Howe. That is a mega effort. Well done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a really tough race. It's been a bit of an interesting weekend for us, with the first race getting jumped by 2 cars and then stalling in the second race, but the car had pace all week, and I can't thank Tim Macro enough for all the work they've done to the car. The car's just been excellent all weekend.
And he just got out of the car, so that was a hard half an hour. It's hard work hustling around here for that long.
Yeah, it's a lot of G-forces in these cars, especially through turn 1 and 2. It's a lot of high-speed corners, so it really puts a strain on your forearms, neck, and etc. So it was a hard one, but I'm happy.
I'm sure there'll be no issues when you raise the Errol Gilmore Cup. That's one that you guys love to win. That must be a pretty proud moment as well.
I feel quite honoured, to be honest. It's just such a nice opportunity for them to do that for us, so I'm very excited.
Mega way to finish the weekend. Congratulations. Well done for that effort.
Thank you.
Going to speak to Trent, who would no doubt be disappointed. Mate, you've done such a great job all weekend. Couldn't quite get there today, though, on this last race.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the fact that I couldn't get there. It was things out of my control, inexperienced lapped car, which held me up. So congratulations to Ryan. He got the win. He had a lot of luck on his side today. We were just very unlucky and unfortunate, copped some damage as well, and just couldn't push any harder than what it was. It's really disappointing. The Errol Memorial Cup meant a lot to me, and this was definitely one that was looking to be mine, but yeah.
Mate, I can see how disappointed you are, and it's gut-wrenching. You must be very delighted with your speed and the racing up to this point as well, though.
Yes and no. Like, having speed here is great, sure, but the records book show the result in the future, you know what I mean? And the fact that my name is not on that trophy this year due to someone else's inexperience is definitely frustrating, but that's racing, it can't always go your way. I definitely had a great weekend, but we'll just look forward to the championship for the rest of the year.
Great attitude. Congratulations from my end, and go get them next time.
Easy. Thank you. Will do.
Thank you. We're going to speak to Miles, who should be pretty happy on the podium again, mate. This has worked out to be a pretty good weekend for you.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy. I mean, it's great to be on the podium here. This is my third ever race meeting, so I'm super stoked. Oh, it's just incredible. I don't know what to say.
What are these cars like to drive around there? That's an this is the longest race you did on the weekend. Did that take it out of you physically?
Yeah, I don't feel too bad, to be honest. I am worn out, don't get me wrong, but they're a beast to drive. They're so much fun, and those first few opening laps for me were really ugly. It just understeered so much, and it was hard, but after a few laps we got there and made some overtakes, so I'm super glad to be on the podium.
So obviously the smile says that you would hopefully be back behind the wheel of this thing again soon.
Yeah, I sure hope so. Our next race meeting's at Sandown, so I'm super keen to race there too. That's a great racetrack.
Congratulations, another podium effort. Well done. Enjoy it tonight.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Fabulous effort there, and well-deserved, spectacular racing. And of course, when we come back, the weather's been indifferent actually. Let's see how the XLs tackle it here. Of course, we're live and free here at Queensland Raceway. This is the Shannons Trophy Series.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7+. Stream free.
Welcome back trackside here at Queensland Raceway, the Shannons Trophy Series. We've got 2 races to go to round out round number 2. The XL's on track, and then basically we invite the complete opposite end of motorsport to the track. The Precision International National Sports Sedans, the big bangers, the Gods of Thunder, will be our last category here. 13 laps they will have to do to round out this round. And I'm looking forward to that race, but we've got this one on our plate now. It's like dinner. You've got to get through the veggies on one side to get to the steak on the other. Let's get this tidied up. The Series X3, race number 5, that's it. 5, 1 on Friday afternoon, 2 yesterday and 2 today. And it's the Victorian Jalen Robotham that will lead the way on pole position next to Zane Rinaldi. Then to Tyler Collins and Jack Wood in the 680 racing car out of position 4.
And his brother George Wood start out of position 5 with Trey Machado next to him. Gavin Faulkner in position 7. Alice Buckley up into position 8.
So Trey Mashogny and Gavin Faulkner rounding out position number 9 is Caleb Patterson.
And position 11, Ed Mitchell, followed by Andrew Hamilton in, of course, kinetic entry, followed by Aston Davis, Josh Thomas, Michael Smith and Gordon Smith round out our top 16.
17th off the grid will be Bradley Allen in car number 11. The 59 of Tyler Cheney out of position number 18. The 987, the craziest number I've ever seen. Stephen Kirby out of position number 19. Dylan Capstick in the 131 out of position 20. 21 will be Maverick Kemenveri in the 255. A 112 there for Mitchell Boyce. The 53 of Josh Dremel out of 23. Out of 24, David Halstead. Let's see if David can get back from the rear and push up hard. Braden Sinotti as well, another one to push hard in the number 16. Will start out of position 25. John Crossing out of the last spot on the grid. There is our official green flag, and we should be set to go. We're waiting in the top right-hand corner where it says hashtag LoveQR. The red light is on. And away we go, and that was a real quick red light. That was lucky to get about 0.8 of a second, and away we go. Robotham drives straight over into the middle of the circuit, has another look at it, gets right over to the right to be able to swing the car through turn number 1. And Collins in there, just getting a little bit of a bump there on the way through from the 15. That's Jack Wood. We've got the 15 and the 12. This is the brothers. Oh, a little bit of a lift to the back on the 77. A bit of a hurry up there from, that was George Wood.
And Trey Machado in there as well. Pretty heady stuff for the opening lap of the last race of the day. And, of course, they're fighting for a championship, so points are needed. Alice Buckley trying to go down the inside of George Wood. And there's just a little bit of contact, but all fair, game on. And she gets ahead of her teammate and may get Machado in the deal. In the meantime, car 53 just didn't get off the line. That's Josh Dremel. Well, he's had a shocking weekend. He's had a wheel come off. He's had himself deposited in a kitty litter in race 4, and now not even off the line. Fortunately, we might get this one out of the way before a safety car's out. And Buckley does get off turn 5 and takes away that position off Machado. That moves her up into position 5. So that's been a good start.
Good charge, absolutely. There's the 169 ailing around the bottom end of the track. Oh, there's a bumper and a whole couple of headlights sprayed all over the circuit there as well.
Well, that was off the Michelle car.
Safety car. So the safety car has been called. The Hyundai i30N is our safety car. And it's had a couple of laps to do here today, and the XLs will all just slow down. They'll tidy it up. And Gaz, I would suggest, I mean, we're looking pretty good for time here, but I would suggest if we get another safety car, the 14-lap journey may start to get knocked around a little bit here. That sort of seems to be the way it's been working, that if you get 2 safety cars, race controls start to look at the time certain program and you start to lose a couple of laps off your overall race distance. Speedcafe.com replay.
Yeah, Mitchell caught up in into a position of 3 into 2 won't go. Oh, and got a clip from someone from behind. That's what took the bumper off it. That's down at turn 4, turn 5 complex.
I wonder how that got carried all the way down there. Hooked on the front of someone else as it's gone through. Didn't quite see who made that contact, yes?
No.
Would have been a fair wake-up call, though, I tell you. Swiping across the front of another car like that.
Give me back my bumper.
Yeah. So, I guess something that sadly is synonymous with XL Racing is seeing the safety car controlling the field. We did see, we have seen some fantastic racing in XL Racing over the last 8 or 9 years with this category, but every now and again, when it really counts, like the last race of the weekend at round 2 of the Trophy Series, things get a little bit willing. And then again, the other thing is, the more cars you put on the track at the time, the weighted percentages says you're going to have some coming together.
Oh, of course you are. That's certainly natural, and everyone's fighting for position. You're looking forward, you're not looking side on or backwards, are you?
No, that's true. Well, although that time was looking sideways and facing backwards, that's got to be the biggest horror story, that one, when you're facing back into the field. Or, you know, you're on the front couple of rows of the grid and you stall at the start of the race and you've got a full grid coming storming
We're going
through.
straight back to green, so this is good news.
Get it back underway. The Hyundai i30N safety car storms away here at the Shannons at Trophy Series. Let's hope it's the last time we see that car. They can fill it up, pack it up, fill it up with fuel and tuck it away, ready for the Speed Series here next weekend, I would suggest.
Yeah, we don't want it out for the next race.
That's it. We do not want to see it. With that weather now, looks as though it's passed us by, albeit there's a little bit of precipitation in and around the Formula Open race. It didn't really play too much of a part of it, and it certainly wouldn't worry these guys all that much if it got wet, but the sports sedans, they wouldn't enjoy that at all. Collins looks out. There's Alice Buckley, and she's already got an oversteer going on there. Better be even off the block. Putting into it, and has lost a couple of positions, bouncing around there as well. Has lost his teammate there in the number 12, which is Jeff Wood, and also Machado has gone through. So got a little bit untidy down there at turn 1, and that's going to affect straight line speed up the back straight.
I think she just got over on the ripple strip a bit there, and the back wheel come off the ground. All of a sudden she lost car balance, and unfortunately a couple of positions in the bargain. Now
cars always tend to work well with all 4 wheels on the road. That's generally the best way to make it happen.
Not with front wheel drive cars.
Well, and yeah, XL Racing, they prove us time and time again you don't actually need all 4 wheels on the road. This is the 23 of Faulkner diving down now, so getting a short back inside is Alice Buckley after she's won a couple of races already here this weekend. Well, in fact 3 in the Toyota 86s, and clean swept the weekend, so joins Matt Hillier and joins Matt Liddell and also Max Gagan in that series. And she must be starting to get a little bit tired, I would suggest, with all the racing going on.
And alternating between a rear-wheel drive car and a front-wheel drive car wouldn't be easy.
No.
So she's effectively had 8 races this weekend.
And qualifying practice sessions to go along with that too.
Indeed.
So good weekend, good learning curve to be able to juggle that around. How many times do we see the likes of Jim Richards running 2 or 3 different categories over a weekend? John Bow as well has done that sort of thing.
Seems as though there's a little bit happening at the back of the field. So 118 of Thomas leading a freight train of cars behind him.
Boylett, Patterson, Smith, Davies and Cheney all mixed up here.
Oh, lead
Not this
change.
group, this is the lead.
So out of those top 3 cars, Rinaldi's the only one that hasn't won a race yet. So is it his turn to break through and snatch a win off Robotham and Jack Wood, who have 2 wins each leading into this last race?
It is a 14-lap journey. I would suggest on lap 3 that, or 3.5, it might be just a little bit premature, guys, to be announcing that.
Collins in 4th place. The thing I notice about this category as well, that some will break away, but then all of a sudden they'll be caught up again, and it continues on. all the way
there's
through.
a push in the back, the 15. Free kick there.
Didn't help in the end.
No, it didn't, but boy, that was very, very willing there. That harks back to the Suzuki Swift series, doesn't it? With bump drafting being invented, or not invented, but employed by Ben Grice.
And Collins moves up on Robotham, so Robotham's gone from first to fourth.
Outlawed.
And Rinaldi's managed to eke out a little bit of an advantage, about 4/10 of a second.
Here we go. If that's not bump drafting, I don't know what it is.
It was back in those days, there was that much bump drafting that the exhausted.
Yeah, we're burning holes in the plastic bumpers. Oh, heavily at work there at the 77. Soaring away at the wheel is what I think that's called. In fact, might have thrown the saw into the back seat and got the grinder out there, Gaz. I reckon he was busy at the wheel.
So while this is going on, Rinaldi's just pulled out another 10th. He's loving this. The more you like get stuck into each other, the better I like it. But then that group of cars can work and negate that gap pretty quickly because of the slipstream effect and the drafting.
The thing is it's like herding cats, isn't it? You've got to all get them thinking in the same direction. That one of them looks at it and goes, I'm on my way through here, I'm not going to work with you. Big look up the inside for the 77 running across strip. Not being able to get the move done there, but will certainly stays right in contact there. Where's Alice Buckley gone to? Back down in 7th place, so just out the back of this particular group. There she is, car number 50. Has had a ripping weekend and really should be congratulated with her time in the 86s. Toyota 86s, done a brilliant job. And she'd dearly like to weigh into contention for this one. Rinaldi over Jack Wood, Collins, Robotham, George Wood, Shetty, Alice Buckley, Faulkner, Thomas and Boylett round out our top 10. This is at the front of the race.
And look how much it's changed. So Rinaldi had 4/10 of a second there a lap ago. Now he's lost the lead.
Yeah.
Actually, he's lost second and could well lose third out of this as well as Robotham starts to make a bit of a comeback. But it's Jack Wood now who takes the lead. Tyler Collins second. Zane Rinaldi in third and looking to go back to second. He's on the right side of the track, but I don't think he's going to get in there, and he can't do a lot about it after turn 5 because he'll be on the wrong side of the track. Unless, of course, Collins gets shifted a little bit wide, which he goes out on a rumble strip a little bit, but that's about it.
Race leader now, Jack Wood, in the second position being argued about. In fact, all the way back to 6th at the moment, 7th even, where Alice Buckley is in the back of this pack here. In the 69, it's Mashotti. Mashotta. Down the straight now, side by side. No, P2 on the road is now held by two cars, the 77 and the 155. And just going back a spot there again, Rinaldi. So we'll be brewing the moment where the lead of this race only a lap ago. Collins in the 77 still hangs on. A 1:31.23 is the fastest lap by Collins in the 77 entry. That's Tyler Collins.
Now Collins is making a move for the lead here at turn 3 and briefly gets it. But I think he must have ran just a little bit wide and it's allowed Wood back up the inside of him. But has he got enough overlap to enforce it? He doesn't. So therefore, Collins gets a hold of the lead, or does he? Wood on the outside. How close is this? It's still going on. Side by side through 4 and 5. And Wood will have the inside run up to turn 6. Rinaldi will probably give him a little bit of a helping hand there as Robotham goes for an outside run, and he might be able to help Collins out over there.
Looking for friends with a helping hand, Gaz.
Drafting friends.
Don't go XL racing.
It's like NASCAR, isn't it? Look for a mate.
Very much so. You've got to look for a mate. Side by side here. This is the challenge. You've been hung out to dry.
Plenty of
someone behind you goes, oh, I could go left or right here, and chooses the wrong lane.
Yep.
155 there. Probably going to drive out of turn 2 with this. I say probably because I'm not going to predict it, but Robotham is the other one that's fighting back here and wants to maintain the rage in this this round of the X3 Queensland XL Series. Look at that. 4 of them working with each other now down the inside. And they fan out under brakes. This is the lottery, isn't it? Who comes out of the corner?
Well, we have to be on the last lap. We're on lap 8 now. But where do you need to be on the last lap out of this group? You can't be in 7.
No, you can't be that far back. But you want to be in 1, 2, 3 or 4.
I think
that's where it's going to be. And at the moment, there's 1, 2 and 3. And no one else in the back of that shot, albeit that there's only sort of half a car length. Jack Wood likes to hang that wheel up for a long, long time, doesn't he? Exposes himself to attack there from Rinaldi as well. Because if he gets a little tap at that point, it will go round very, very quickly with only 3 tyres hanging onto the road.
So Machado making him, gets a hit from behind from George Wood. I was only trying to help, he'll say later. It didn't in the end though.
I was only trying to help. My intentions were good, not sinister. Yeah, right.
And now Alice Buckley in an opportunity to repass a teammate who she did on the first lap, and then down to after that.
Well, yeah, take the stairs, and the office on the left is where we're going to sit down and talk about that situation. This team really do look good, don't they? They've done a fairly complex livery based around a couple of sponsors' requirements in Bendworks and then Castrol.
Will this be the first time that Tyler Collins has actually got the lead for more than a quarter? No, because he's locked everything up into turn 3, but somehow manages to keep it pointing ahead of everyone else.
I don't know of any other category that relies so much on so much steering wheel movement mid-corner.
But the cars are forgiving too. You can have an error like that and still keep the car on the track, which is really good. And here they are down at turn 4 going through. So this is the longest Collins has had the lead. Wood second, Rinaldi third. Raboffin's still not out of it, I don't believe. I think he's still a good chance. Machado and then the other 2 Castrol cars of Buckley and George Wood make up the 7. So this has been the race on for numerous laps now. Continues through.
5 laps to go.
It's like an enduro, isn't it?
It is like an enduro, but
they must feel like it when they get out of the cars.
They're working hard for it, that is for sure. Side by side into turn 1 in any cars, and then hanging in there for it is I guess you and I are looking forward to very much seeing a couple of 750 horsepower sports sedans doing the same thing at about 280 kilometres an hour.
I don't think they could quite do this.
Well, don't throw the challenge down either, and be careful what you wish for. But certainly the XL racing, this door-handle to door-handle racing, lap after lap after lap, doesn't really happen in any other tin top categories quite like it does with these cars.
And Rapoffin now picked up a position, and out of all that, Jack Wood now back in 4th spot. So Raboffin's still a chance for this one, I think. Although Rinaldi, who leads the series, doesn't he? Yeah, I think he does. Going around the outside of Collins at turn 4. Not going to get that done, and I think there goes his chance of... he did that in race 1 when he was amongst the group. Same spot. And I think that's cost him pretty dearly, although he's still got laps ahead of him.
He's still got 4 1/4 laps to go here, so you can certainly recover from that in any category. Collins to Robotham, and I think as you're picking out a Robotham amongst this group as potentially the, I guess, the favourite to take this final race win.
Yep.
5 races though. I mean, this is amazing value.
I think he might have got a touch from Jack Wood from behind as well, eh?
They're sharing that yellow and green paintwork around, aren't they? Robotham getting wide there. It's mostly yellow across the front, isn't it? So that's the there's the telltale colour.
Yeah. But the good thing about that sort of contact is usually accepted by the drivers. They don't get up in arms about it.
It's when it's a malice hit and someone gets speared off. That's when it's not acceptable. It really is. Like, you just don't have other people off. And it rubs it even worse in the wound when you have someone off in a bad situation and you drive on. That ends up in fisticuffs.
Well, no, it doesn't. You drive straight on the trailer and get out of there.
Yeah, before they recover.
Collins
77 locking up there. Out wide is Jack Wood. Alice Buckley now also in the mix there. We're starting to hear some of the fans oohing and ahhing about the closeness of this activity. So we'll see the end of lap number 11 as they come around the strike now. So 3 to go. Someone off down. Knocked around there in the 69 as Machado. In fact, it was up to P2 and has now been relegated down to P5.
And Buckley looks like going back to P7, so that's how quickly it changes. And Collins back in front. Wood second. Buffett in third. And it's Rinaldi. Machado's about, and George Wood and Buckley about the only ones that haven't led this race at some stage.
Yeah, absolutely correct, guys. Pretty exciting stuff. And when the cars get that close to the side of each other, you can't see the silhouette of the car beside them. You know you've got a race on your hand. Gee, we're going 2 by 2 by 2. The ants come marching. 2 by 2. Wow, that rear suspension bouncing around on Collins' car. Holds on to the lead, runs exceptionally wide. They all sort of follow, in fact, so that's worked out well for Collins. There it is, there's the nerf. Keep going. Now, the Jack Wood's handing out a few don't argues, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just helping along, and now we see Collins get out into the dirty stuff on the outside. And will this allow Reboffin in front? It does. Collins off the track completely, but still in the fight.
Not off the throttle though. Not for one iota. Kept into it. Lost, you've got to say, 2 spots there. Robotham's going to be pushed wide. He'd be looking for the run to sweep across the 155 into turn number 1, but at the moment not ideally situated. Wants to get up through the gearbox quickly.
Oh, there's Buckley off the track.
Is that her bumper or is that one of the bumpers from earlier?
Have to check that out later. Now Rinaldi leads the
Wow. Robotham goes backwards. You wouldn't expect to be able to fight back from there too much.
And Tyler Collins has just got the right gap.
There's Rinaldi back to 4th now after that. That was a pretty exciting run through turn 1 and the shoot up to 2. No, that's not what we wanted to see.
Yeah, and that's Jack Wood taking Machado off at turn 3. So it was close for 13 of the 14 laps, but unfortunately, I guess after 5 races, they're getting a bit tired.
Sidoni now getting mixed up with the 15 of Jack Wood.
Sidoni in the Racing Together team, which promotes Indigenous First Nations peoples into motorsport.
3-wheeling it round through there now. Jack in the number 15 car. Back down through the field, just hanging on to the inside of the top 10. And this is our race leaders now. This is the most spread out they've been over the whole journey. And they will head off now on their final lap of Queensland Raceway.
Well, it did get a bit desperate on that lap, and it certainly spread the field out somewhat.
That's Collins in the hot seat for the win here to Rinaldi, Wood and Jalen Robotham. A lap ago it was Jalen Robotham that was almost in an unassailable position.
So Zane Rinaldi has got some good results after a less than happy first race. And I would expect that now may hold on to the points lead, with Jack Wood having that bit of an off down at turn 3. Here's George Wood in the winged version of the Hyundai XL. Don't know what the wing does.
Pretty cup of tea.
It's an accessory that's available with the car, hence that's why you can run it.
Like the little deck lid on this one here of Collins, our race leader. Lap 14 of 14 is just about over. It is this car, number 77, leading the way, and I am not prepared to put anything on it other than it's leading the way right now.
Well, I think he's got enough to get away with this one. Down
Certainly
to the last
biggest
corner.
lead of the race, isn't it?
As Rinaldi locks up that left front coming into the corner. Not quite close enough to do anything about it. So the monopoly of race wins to Jack Wood and Jalen Reboffin, beaten this time by Tyler Collins, who takes the win. Rinaldi in second, George Wood in third. Then we go back to into Reboffin in fourth. Then it's Boylett who got up to fifth, Machado in sixth, Jack Wood ultimately finished in seventh, Gavin Faulkner in eighth, Braden Sidoni in ninth, and
speedcafe.com replay there is picking up.
That's Thomas
bouncing along there. Yeah, that was earlier on.
That was the auto parts machine going off the road there.
And the 91 just coming to the line there, which will be the final of our finishes. So five races this weekend. What great value weekend of racing for the X3 XLs here for the Queensland Championship.
And we still get some 19 cars finishing. They don't
in all various forms of repair. The AC Delco GMSV entry.
Yep.
Good
Knew
for
it was a
your
parts
GM
mob of some
parts.
sort.
Yeah.
I think they do everything now, don't they?
Don't know. AC Delco is owned by General Motors.
General Motors don't exist here now, do they?
Yeah, GMSV. It's written on the side of the car. Tyler Collins takes the final win in number 77. 155 of Zane Rinaldi gets home in second place, and Tyler Collins got the fastest lap there at a 131.231, rounding out those results. There we go again. George Wood to Jalen Reboffin in the 54 in position 4. Matt Boylett, Trey Machado. We go to Jack Wood, Gavin Faulkner, Braden Sedona, and Andrew Hamilton. Rounds out the top 10 finishes for the X3 Hyundai XLs. One more race to go here today for the Shannons Trophy Series. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast and indeed trackside. There's a number of fans here trackside, and why wouldn't you get back here next week for the Speed Series, which will be another fantastic weekend with the TCR Championship hotting up, and get back to Queensland Raceway and have a look at that. They're pretty happy with themselves, and so they should be, getting towards the end of the weekend and continuing to keep it on the black stuff. Not too much damage.
Good, congrats all the way around. They know they have a bit of rub and touch up in the race, but they all come back all good mates, and here comes the Buckley machine. So it's still moving. Maybe a reoccurrence of the gearbox problems they had in qualifying, and then they had a synchro issue with it in the last race.
Well, Gaz, that will bring us into the lead-up for the Precision International National Sports Sedans, and we will be talking to the race winners from the Hyundai XLs very soon down there in speedcafe.com Victory Lane. You can see all of the lockups as they come into turn 6, a famous area for a big lockup, and plenty of them held down into there as well. All of our volunteer officials still working very, very hard. They've been here across 3 days now and are doing a tremendous job. The Motorsport Australia officials, you can join them and enjoy fun old time at the racetrack. We will go down now to where the winners will be grinners with Dean Herridge.
They most certainly are. What a fifth and final race. Tyler Collins, that was an epic race. I mean, there was green all the way, but the battles, you were 1 minute leading, 1 minute not. Talk us through it.
I have to say, it's the most insane XL race I've ever done, and for XLs, that's pretty insane. So, yeah, I knew we had the pace to win. I just had to get it all right, and once I got to the front, I knew I can't let it go. So, on the full inside, every corner, just blocking as hard as I could. You know, I had a bit of rubbing, but that's XL racing, and managed to get it back and had a cruisy last couple of laps and came in with the win.
Well, it's probably quite comforting because, like you said, the last 2 laps were probably your easiest laps. Were you starting to try and strategise where and how you and where you wanted to be? Like, being in the lead didn't necessarily seem to be the best place to be when there was no gap.
Yeah, well, I just honestly, in all the 3 braking zones we got, I just full inside, just checking mirrors, seeing if there's enough gap. As I got enough gap, I'd go to the racing line, but that was rare. So it was basically just full inside, block as hard as I could and try not to get done on the exit. So pretty insane stuff.
Mate, the smile says it all. Insane racing. Congratulations. What a mega effort and a great way to finish what's been an amazing 5 races, really, with the XLs here.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to go to bed.
Good on you. Zane, we're going to get him in there. Another great effort. We're just talking about, it didn't matter where you were, just to get a podium is actually a pretty good effort here.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most hectic races I've ever done in my life, including go-karts. It was just insane. But no, to come away with another P2 is pretty good, and yeah, definitely looking forward to the next one after that battle. So no, I'd like to thank all the competitors, the officials, all my team, the engine, Pete Harriman for the engine and everyone. So no, that was awesome.
Mega. It was 2 by 2, 3 wide through there. I mean, at the end of the day, did you even think at one point you were even going to get on the podium?
No, not at one point, because I made a mistake through turn 4 and went off the track, so I dropped back to like 7th or 8th. So, no, to come back to seconds, yeah, no, incredible. So, nah.
Well done, great way to finish the weekend. We're going to chat to George Wood, who third. Mate, did a great job to get to third, to be honest. That was a mega race.
Yeah, it was very wild. Thanks to the boys. Congratulations to Tyler on the win. Just a massive thanks to my team, 680 Racing, Castrol, Zenith Racing Solutions. You guys get us here, so big thanks to you guys.
Well said. Your 3 cars were in the fight a fair bit of the time. Does that play on your mind that you don't mind rubbing around, but teammates on teammates, that get a bit nerve-wracking?
Yeah, it does, but once we're out there, it's gloves off, so it's good fun. Yeah.
Did you think you were going to end up on the podium at one point or not?
To be honest, no. There was 4 or 5 cars in front of me that had great pace, and yeah, very lucky to be where I am. So,
well done to you and your team. Well done on the podium.
Thank you very much.
What a mega way to finish 5 races of the XLs here, and to finish what we say. How about we're going to finish the National Sports Sedan is up next. That's going to be an awesome way to finish our Shannons Trophy Series here from Queensland Raceway. We're live and free. 1 to go.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to the 2024 Monaco Historics. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, Monaco Historic race hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle FTR Sport. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike, and 5 entries for new Shannons home insurance. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
Speedcafe.com, your #1 source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Champion martial arts fighters are battling it out for the Premier World title.
I beat the best to become the best.
Live Friday fight nights are exclusive to 7+. The biggest and toughest go head-to-head.
This crowd is going nuts right now.
The collision course we all knew would happen.
It's all part of the One Championship, exclusively on 7 Plus, stream free.
Cars on track now for the final race of the weekend. The shadows are starting to go longer on the track here, and fantastic to invite out onto the track the Precision International or precisionintel.com National Sports Sedans Series, and they will be getting underway very, very soon indeed. Let's have a look as they roll out. There's Ray Hislop in the ex-supercar. He's getting some good, valuable miles in here this weekend, racing here next weekend as part of the Speed Series in the V8 touring cars. So he's having a really good look at QR over there the next week as well. So he keeps motoring out on the track as well. And here is the track map here at Queensland Raceway. Turn 1, fast bump right on the entry there. It's almost like a mogul's course on a snow skiing track or snow skiing mountain. Turn 2, fast. You've got to carry the speed all the way down here. Hard under brakes into turn 3. Go wide, go short, and then it all starts to fight out on this shoot up to turn number 4. And the short little technical shoot up to turn number 5. Carry so much speed as you possibly can. And that's what it's like here, getting out of all these 90-degree corners at Queensland Raceway. It's about carrying the pace all the way through.
They call it the paperclip. It looks simple. It certainly isn't.
That's right. 3.1 kilometres, been open since 1999. 6 corners, and the lap record has stood ever since that first weekend with Simon Wills in a Formula Holden, and the Formula Holden were good at point and shoot. Cars forming up now. On the front row of the grid, it'll be Jordan Caruso taking pole position next to Tony Ricciardello. And we have Stephen Tomasi for Precision International in car number 9 out of 3. 4 is Ashley Jarvis playing a long game in 2023.
Series points leader as he is, and he's continuing to hold that lead. Tony Cox out of 5, stopped on the slow down lap with a fuel pump issue in the last one. Michael Robertson, Ryan Humphrey and Chris Donnelly round out the top 8.
Chris Donnelly in that Falcon just coming into screen now. The Mark Carr, which was the next one through there, is Curry, then Duggan, Ray Hislop, Jake Camilleri. We haven't seen much of Longhurst, Bright, Coots, Fetcher, Trenton, Condon, I'm not sure he's got out there, and Nick Smith, I'm not sure he's got out there as well. I can't see the bright yellow. Maybe there it is, bobbing around. No, that is Stephen Lacey, but they're away. That's getting desperate. In fact, I think he's had an extra reef at the wheel to get over there.
I think it threw it sideways just very briefly, and he managed to salvage it.
Let's hope he hasn't torn a tyre at all going up the stretch, but Tomasi's got blood in the water now. He's going straight out after them, and this trio are already pushing on. Have a look at Coxie in the Saab. He's found some impetus. Ryan Humphrey up the inside there on Michael Robinson in the big silver number 30, and that car has got whole horsepower on board.
Certainly has, and Duggan in there behind him, followed by Donnelly. Steve Lacey after a DNF in race 1 coming back up through the order. But off the start there, Tomasi tried to thread the needle, go past the first 2, but the door was shut on him. And then, of course, we've seen Ricciardello had that little moment out of turn 1 that almost pitched the car sideways.
Ray Hislop or Jake Camilleri have gone off wide there, and Ray following him, coming around turn number 5. Lots of dust in the air now. Let's see Lacey, he goes through and takes up a spot on Donnelly. There's a couple of New South Wales protagonists doing working pretty hard on each other here at the moment. They've come to the National Series. And they're working very, very hard. Right in front is Duggan in the Aston Martin as well. We had a bit of a look in there in the lunch break around there with Duggan. And certainly a great build and a really special car in the Australian motorsport landscape.
Lacey finally got past Donnelly. He did it down the back straight, got a good run out of turn 2, carried the momentum down to 3. Now he's got to try and get past someone he knows pretty well. Races against him in the State Series in New South Wales at just about every round. That's Mark Duggan in the Aston Martin.
Gee, that car 30, it's a lot of car to push through the air, isn't it? Chasing down Michael Robinson in that iconic Australian coupe shape that Ash Jarvis is also deploying in this series, the Monaro. That's a big, big car, that one, isn't it?
Still Cox leads them as well, so it's Caruso in front, Ricciardello second, there's Tomasi, Jarvis, Cox, which we've just been looking at then, this big group in behind him, and look how big a group it is, and someone's a fairly big tyre lock up down there, and that corner that's out of our side at the moment. Here comes Matt Longhurst on Ash Bright, trying to get around him. Longhurst in the time attack, and Integra.
It's done really well, actually. It doesn't seem to have been fragile at all. It's held in there.
Yeah, Tony Saint back. We suspect that he may have had a drive issue. They had the car jacked up at the back after that last session when he
It's a V8 RX-7, not a rotary-powered RX-7.
Yeah, decent one.
So Caruso still leading the way out in front to Ricciardello. In fact, he has opened up a 1.7 second lead. Has Jordan Caruso. Tomasi is a further second and a half back there as well. So the front 3 cars, this is a drive-by there in the 21. Does it brilliantly, does Longhurst, goes through on Bright and takes that position. Gee, that Honda's got some sniff on board, doesn't it, Gaz?
Yeah, 2.5 litre Honda engine, certainly working well.
Caruso, a 106.96, a 106.96. That's eclipsing the lap record set by Thomas Randall of a 107.32. Off the timing screen there, that is a massive move. 0.4 of a second, 0.3 of a second there in the lap record. So has he got the Audi working in the window?
Yes.
Right now he does, yeah. That is amazing pace. 1.9 seconds the lead over Tony Ricciardello in the red Alpha. Here's Stephen Lacey working onto the Aston Martin, the Duggan family hotels.
So nothing wrong with the Aston Martin in a straight line, but runs a bit wide out of turn 3. Lacey gets alongside him, but the Aston Martin will come back at him. Duggan regathers that spot. They're fighting over 8th position at the moment.
Stephen Lacey, a multiple state champion in New South Wales. Runs the combined sedans events at the Admount Panorama at different race weddings through the year. Looks to the inside now, the Aston doesn't get through. He has now got the problem coming in from behind with Chris Donnelly. And then after Donnelly is Curry in that Mark Mustang.
This may be his opportunity, but I don't think it has a straight line sniff of what the Aston Martin has. That proves to be correct there when he just can't do it, but he might get him at turn 2 if he sneaks up the inside. Again, he's got a long straight to negotiate, and it's just not helping the Chef Camaro pilot at this stage.
Big shout out to Shane Bradford, just leading the Camaro there. Would have been great to have the Queenslander out on track with us here this weekend. Flames flying out of the Chris Donnelly Falcon. Apparently race cars with flames go faster. Couldn't agree more. Certainly more spectacular.
Indeed. And with the overcast conditions we have, they show up a little bit better as well.
They certainly do. 6 of the 13 laps completed now by our race leaders. So coming up to half race distance on this lap. And at the moment, Jordan Caruso has just done a 106.83. He's taken another 1.15 of a second off that lap record.
And Ricciardello's done a 1.7 neat.
So he's gone under the previous lap record of Thomas Randall. Well, Randall will be at the next round here whenever they race again. He fronted up to Sandown after someone beat it and did his lap record at the state round. And I dare say Dean and Thomas will be watching this. Big shout out, guys. There it is. There's the new lap record.
Maybe. Oh, Chris Donnelly's
Lacey slowing. No, he's not happy either. That's not good.
Curry trying to get on the inside of Donnelly at turn 3.
So that's a Ford with a Chev in it and a Ford with a Ford in it.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Albeit a space frame bespoke sports sedan with a Ford body over it.
Mark II Mustang. Mark II, the Mark company will be producing a new Mark II Mustang, which will have a Chev in it and will be totally sports sedan compliant. It'll be called the GT-SS.
This is our race leader now. Has reset the lap record twice over the last 6 laps, so he has got the car operating right in the window he wants to. Tony Ricciardello, 11 times national champion in the category, 2.6 seconds further behind. Traditionally, Gaz, you'd have to say that that's pretty much over in a sports sedan race, but this car has thrown up some curly ones at Jordan this weekend, and one was a header issue.
Oh, Ray Hislop having a moment down at turn
rare.
6.
That's very rare.
Maybe
and doesn't make mistakes.
Oh, and Lacey off to the pits. So.
There's our race leader coming through now in Ray Hislop. So that lead looks to have come back a little bit over the last lap or so. What's this lap time for Jordan? It's a 1:08. So he's backed off about a second and a half on that last lap, and that's walked Ricciardello into 2 seconds. So I said it's almost over, but it's not, is it? We're back to within 2 seconds of each other at the front of this race. The Earl Core Property Developments Audi. The B&M Ricciardello Helper out of Western Australia.
I wonder if Caruso's just backed off to give the tyres a bit of a breather so he can have another stab at the outright lap record.
Or have a stab at fending off Tony Ricciardello for the next 6 laps or so.
Steve.
Michael
Robertson in dramas.
The coaching room outfit from Bell Real Estate and the Dandenong Ranges in near Melbourne.
And this battle continues without Lacey, but certainly we have Donnelly and Curry there.
Oh, Chris Donnelly's been driving really well and got this car really just percolating along nicely. To be able to drive up to the back of that Aston Martin like that, you've got your car operating nicely.
We haven't seen it, but Ash Jarvis has lost 4th position to Tony Cox in the Saab.
Look at that. This is going to be a change of position here now, so this will see P7 go to Chris Connolly, and it does.
So Douglas been running wide out of turn 3 on every lap, and this time Donnelly took advantage of it. And
looks like Curry's about to do something very similar.
It looks like it might be a handling issue with the Aston there. Just having problems on the corner exit. Here's this battle for 4th position, Cox and Jarvis. Dodge Power versus Chev Power.
Gee, Ash doesn't want to blot his copybook for 4th places, does he? That,
one position won't hurt his championship lead. I guess you've got to keep that at the back of your mind. He's had 2 4ths. And if he gets a 5th in this one, it's better than 2 5ths and a 4th that Cox will have.
Better than a poke in the eye, hey?
Anything's better than a poke in the eye.
That's true. That is true. T-Pole, number 44 car. We haven't seen a lot of it. Colin and Warren Smith owned outfit. And Colin was done with sports sedans, and Warren said, I'm not. Let's get a driver into this thing. And I've got to say they've been duly rewarded with Ash. First question I asked Ash was, what modifications did you have to do to adjust the car seating position from Colin, who's a bigger, taller fella, and Ash is a slighter, shorter bloke.
Oh,
Coxie goes off.
I was just going to say what an effort he's put in.
Well, he has. He's just going to have to put it back in again.
I did see down there working on the car was Jeff Barnes.
Yeah, fantastic to see Barnesy back at the track. That old Pontiac of his will live on. Oh, Chris Donnelly's gone into the pits as well. That's got a whole lot of smoke flaming out. Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? If you filled the cockpit like that. This little RX-7, normally aspirated twin rotor.
Yes, there's a fire with that car.
That's definitely a fire. He's out. So that's good. Can't see any flames. There's a lot of smoke there. Acrid smoke going up into the air.
It's a wrong colour smoke.
It's not nice, is it? No. No, that's not nice. smouldering, that one there. Let's see as our timing screen starts to glitch out. Takes the last race of the weekend to not perform the job we need it to. Lap number 10, Caruso leads. Stephen Tomasi in the lane now. Oh no, out of P3. Timing screen's telling us that Stephen Tomasi has come to the lane. Can't see from all the smoke that's going up there with the Donnelly car. But the timing screen is telling me,
well, mine isn't,
that Tomasi's in the lane. So, well, yeah, I said it's getting glitchy, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping that the screen's wrong. But that looks like that fire is being attended to now. Well done to Chris to bring the car into safety and get himself out of it at the moment. Jordan Caruso now has just eased the lead of this race back out to 2.7 seconds. And last time round a 108.5.
Yeah, Tomasi is in the lane, so we've got Caruso in front from Ricciardello, Jarvis third, Cox in fourth, Ryan Humphrey fifth in the XC
And there's
Falcon.
the checkered flag too. Fire trucks heading into the pit lane as well, so there's more drama of field going on down there, Gaz. Didn't quite see the run. Oh, there we go. That's certainly smouldering away there. So, the final race of the weekend and the new lap record holder at Queensland Raceway, part of the Shannons Trophy Series, will be Jordan Caruso in the John Gourlay-owned Audi. Tony Ricciardello threw everything at it. He took a couple of race wins, but you and I know Tony well enough, Gaz, that he'll have a furrowed brow after that one.
Yeah, he probably was expecting a better result than a couple of seconds today. And I guess he'll work on that before the next round, which is at Sydney Motorsport Park on the second weekend of September.
There's our driver of that car, so he's out getting a cold drink. So a couple of the opposition crews just talking to him, checking up he's okay. So that's the
Duggan crew down there helping out.
The Duggan crew. That's Travis Condon right there, was racing earlier today in the green Corolla in Sports Sedan, so he's been down there to lend a hand as well. There's Tony Ricciardello as our big bangers, the Gods of Thunder, make their way back into pit lane. Gaz, that will see the final on-track action for us for the weekend, and in true Sports Sedan final, never short of drama towards the end of the race, hey?
It certainly did, and Tomasi actually pulled up behind the Falcon, which is interesting. So
yeah, he has. He's pulled up at the entry there. So that's a shame. That is a real shame. Those guys put a lot of work into not just getting their own car here, but getting everyone here.
Well, as you related earlier, Daniel Tomasi, that's Steve's father, was just beside himself yesterday about how enthusiastic it was to see such great racing.
Correct.
Even though his son finished third in that race and led it in the early stages.
What this does is gives Ash Jarvis a step on the podium.
It does.
Nice points.
But he's had overall, yeah, well, overall, he'll finish third overall for the round.
Yeah. So it keeps his hopes alive, doesn't he? Keeps breathing life into it, and that's what you've got to do in a championship sense in the Precision International National Sports Sedan Series. I am surprised to see a lap record this weekend. I'm not surprised that the lap record is Jordan Caruso. But boy, that will light the fire under the Randall family. They're very proud of their lap records. Here they are, final results. Jordan Caruso takes the win for this afternoon over Tony Ricciardello, who has travelled a long way to get here. Ash Jarvis steps up onto the podium. He'll be very, very proud of himself. Jordan Caruso, a new lap record of 106.83. There goes Jake Camilleri returning to the back of the pits in the Grand Prix Mazda Sports Sedan. Does much and varied racing, doesn't he, Jake Camilleri?
He certainly does. Production cars, even had a run in RX8 Cup recently.
Yep, does a lot of racing. And the drivers are out of the cars down there. We will confirm the rest of the finishes there. Jordan getting a bit of a cuddle there. So he's pretty happy with that. Getting a lap record, Gaz, pumps your boots up, doesn't it? Makes you feel 10 feet tall.
Pumps your boots up, yep. Well done.
Certainly does.
Go from 5'8" to 6'2".
And more. It's amazing. Tony sent straight over and given Jordan a congratulations too. So that's a testament to the series as well, that they can congratulate each other. And for the final race of the weekend of the National Sports Sedans, we're not too far away from getting down and talking to our winners down there in pit lane. So Ash Jarvis confirmed onto the podium in the T-Fold Monaro. And we look down to Dean Herridge with our race winner.
Happy with that. The car was awesome. Obviously, thanks to everyone who helps with getting the car as good as it is. I was really happy with the lap and stoked to get the lap record. Tony, pushed me right to the end. Obviously, he's never going to give up. But no, really happy with the weekend. Sort of slowly chipped away at it, got better and better, and couldn't be happier.
Car just seemed to be in the window. Once you got a little bit of a gap, was that the aim to go for the lap record at all or not?
It wasn't the aim, but I knew it was there and I knew we could do it, so I was definitely pushing for it. And the tyres held on really well, so I was sort of able to keep pushing. Stoked.
Just seemed like it got better and better, mate. Well done on a fabulous 3 race. I know yesterday didn't go your way, but 2 wins today, magic.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to Precision International and Duggan Family Homes.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Thank you so much, and we'll invite Tony over to have a chat. Of course, the West Osby gallant in defeat, but mate, just couldn't catch him on that one. He was fast.
Yeah, mate. Look, credit to the guys. John and Jordan and the boys there. Obviously they're bringing the A game, and that's what we want. You got to win, and you got to win against the best. And today it wasn't to be, but made a couple of rookie mistakes, or old man mistakes, or something, whatever you want to call it. But we've found a little bit of pace, and I think hopefully by Eastern Creek we'll get a bit more, and it'll be on again.
So you're blaming there's a little bit in the car, a little bit in you as well, you reckon?
Oh, look, there's definitely always some in the drive. You always look back and you think, oh, could have this, could have that. You know what it's like. But I made a couple of small mistakes, and you lose a car length, and then you do another one, you lose another car length, then you don't get the traffic at the right time, and all those little things. It plays into the result. So. But anyway, look, it's what it is, mate. The boys from WA, we work hard all the time, and the Alpha gives us a lot of work to do when between seasons and between race meetings. But good effort by the boys, and thanks again to all the guys in the Sports Sedan Series, Precision International, and the Duggan family. Obviously without them, again, we wouldn't be here. So it's the year's building up.
Certainly is, mate. It's going to be a climax to the end of the year. Mate, congratulations and well done for a great job today.
No worries. Thanks, Dean. Cheers.
We want Ash James comes across. Well done, Ash, on the podium. And you were fighting hard the whole weekend, mate. So it's a nice little bit of sugar at the end of the weekend.
Oh, look, I don't think I've ever been so happy to finish in 3rd place. I thought I was running around in 4th, and then Coxie got me there, and I was running around in 5th, and then he ran off. And look, Tony, Warren, Colin, they've been working tirelessly on this car. We know we're not as fast as the big 3. It's actually a credit to be on the track to, following these guys around. They're putting on a pretty good show, and I'm in the best seat in the house.
It's a bit like that, isn't it? Are you learning and getting little tips here? I mean, your car's fast as well, so you're gaining every lap.
Oh, look, honestly, I'm putting in qualifiers every lap to stay in front of the rest. I know we don't quite have that car space, but the guys, like I said, back in the workshop, they're chipping away at it, and hopefully by the end of the year, we're getting closer and we're getting closer.
Qualifying laps, that's a lot of laps to do around the qualifying pace. You'll be worn out.
Yeah, I'm knackered. Just want to say a huge hello and a thanks to my wife, my mum, and my 3 beautiful girls at home that are unfortunately quite sick and couldn't make it here this weekend.
Good on you, Ash Jarvis. Well done for a podium to finish the weekend. As you said, all smiles.
Happy, thank you.
Thank you, and there you go. What another terrific round here. Round 2, of course, of the Shannons Trophy Series. And if it continues this way on our 3rd and final round at the Ben Motorsport Park, and of course that's going to be the 13th to the 15th of October. So something to look forward to there. Thank you for another wild weekend, and particularly today when we went live and free to you from Queensland Raceway. Until next time, I'm Dean Herridge on behalf of the broadcast team. See you next time.
Really
wants those championship points. Oh, Jarvis
slides the car around. Gee, in a straight line there, those double directors come under a lot of pressure.